Yes, indeed. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I started a few minutes late to allow folks to join the chat, but I see only Bobby E. Wright is here. Bobby Wright says Habarigani, and he shouts out everyone who's a regular here and on KWAZ radio. So I appreciate Mr. Bobby E. Wright. Bobby E. Wright, I need you. I'm going to send you a message on Instagram. I want to contact you. I want to speak to you about getting your phone set up to join the panel. I have this roundtable discussion I would like you to be a part of if possible. So I'll hit you up on IG about that if you don't mind. I want to shout out everyone who is here, everyone who will be here. And, I want to say that we have some good topics tonight. Tonight, we're going to be discussing will gold coins save Zimbabwe? We're going to be talking about Haiti and them freeing themselves and whether or not they helped others. We're going to talk about the so-called Black and Brown Alliance. We're going to talk about a hit piece. We're going to talk about characteristics of the African personality. We're going to talk about white-on-white crime. We're going to talk about addiction. We're going to talk about white women being allies because she's speaking some truth. We're going to talk about China establishing overseas police presence. And we're going to talk about sameness versus equality. I put up a poll tonight for you guys to respond to. Is sameness the same as equality? Shout out to everyone else on KWAZ radio. I see the matron is here. Matron is saying greetings, everyone. The matron had a great show this past week. You guys check that out. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to officially start the show. And on the other side, drop a 1. You guys should be hearing me. If I sound clear, just drop a 1 for me, those who are here. On the other side, what we'll do is I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. But for now, let's get into the intro for the show. Stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, we're back. So, let me say this up front. If you are interested, there's a video on the Discord. Bwana Haguziki posted it. I want to do 2 panels around this video discussion. I want to get a panel with all women discussing the beat by beat this Francis Cress Welsing video. So if you're a Black woman, you're down with what we do, let me know. Hit me up, hit me a DM or email me at bitter.medicine.podcast@gmail.com. Lero did earlier. Hit me up and I'll have you on the panel. I'd like to have a full panel of Black women discussing this video. And it won't be a live stream. It'll be a private recording, but it will be put on YouTube. And then I want to do the same thing with a panel of men and get their thoughts and their discussions. And then I'll put those 2 videos out and let everyone view them. And then after that, after those premieres, I'll have a live stream with the various men and women on the panel. And we'll have a live discussion. That's after everyone has the opportunity to see what the women said, to see what the men said, and then we'll have this opportunity to have this discourse. So look out for that. Black men, hit me up to be on the panel. The video is on the Discord, but it's a Tony Brown, and I'm sure most of you have seen it. It's a Tony Brown video. It's from the Tony Brown's old show. It's Francis Quest Welsing and it's Dr. Poussant. So I'd like to discuss it beat by beat, blow by blow, with all women and then with all men. I'll premiere those 2 videos a certain night, and then a week or so after I premiere those 2 videos, I'd like to have a live discussion separate from Shoot the Breeze, a live discussion panel with everyone who participated in those 2 prior conversations. Jay is here saying, good evening, everyone. Pro-Black Perspective says, I need to look at the video. He said, peace earlier. Sister Ross here saying, greetings to all my brothers and sisters. Bobby Wright said, right on, brother. I said, the matron is here. She's here. She was here earlier. I see we have one person joining the panel so far. That's Bwana Haguziki. How are you this week, Bwana Haguziki?
A salute to you, Koku. I just wanted to. I'm great, by the way. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I'm great.
Good. I just wanted to second what Koku was mentioning earlier, as far as that video goes, because I think that we have discussions about many things, and I think that the discussions pertaining to relationships is something that we press on for a very long period of time. And I think that the brothers and sisters, however, whatever format Koku sets it in, I think it should be a very interesting exchange because of the nuances that I hear in our relationship discussions. And I think that we could really benefit from really going with that video and blow by blow, and then trying to analyze what these professional people was trying to say back then in regards to personal relationships between Black women and men, and how that currently relates to our current relationships between each other. So I think that you guys should look out for that. As Koku mentioned earlier, those who want to participate, get behind Koku, and he'll let you know when we're going to actually do this event.
Absolutely. So that's coming up. That's coming up soon. I already got some women, some Black women to volunteer to be involved. Like I said, Lero has said she'll be down. The matron has said she'll be down. Tanzania's down. So I'm extending it to others, to other women. That's going to be the first recording. I'm doing that Wednesday coming at 8 p.m. Like I said, it's not going to be a live stream. It's going to be a private recording. And then hopefully within a day or two, I could get a panel full of men, black men, willing to discuss this as well. Like I said, I'll premiere both videos maybe a week later. In a few days, if not a day or two after that, I'll have a live stream where we will have the full discussion. Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, will you get the opposing view? Well, the opposing view or views will come from you guys. So I'm going to get the male view, the women's view, and then we'll have a live discussion with the men and the women together. So Trigger Happy, you're welcome to join us as well. In fact, I would like you to join. I'd like Bobby Wright to be there. Jay, Gas Them Up is down. Bwana Hagaziki is down. I'm sure Zuli will be down as well. So, we're building it, and it should be a good time. It should be a good conversation. Let me go to Shoot the Breeze topic number one time. Just give me one quick second. Here, one quick second. Yeah, sorry about that. Yana B is here saying hello, everyone. All right. Yana B is here. Yana B you should join us as well for that panel discussion. Just hit me up if you haven't already joined the Discord. Hit me up and let's get to work. We got Jay joining us. Jay, how are you this week?
If I have to answer for this week, it's not well, but right now maybe you can hear it in my voice. I've been not so good, man. I slept away the show yesterday. I slept for almost 36 hours. I mean,
wow.
two nights and one day. It's some type of virus, some type of flu. It's an epidemic here, and I for what I've heard in Gambia too. There's a lot of people with this strange flu. I was tired, man. I was tired. I really slept away after sleeping a healthy night. I slept away a whole day, and then again a night.
Wow, that's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that you're with us tonight, and hopefully you feel better soon. I put it out there, the invitation for you as well to join us when we have the discussion on that particular video. So I hope you will join us later this upcoming week.
Yeah, I haven't been on Discord, so I'm a watch after the show.
Okay, all right, cool. If you guys are okay, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number one. I hope more folks will join us as the night progresses. Shoot the Breeze topic number one is, will gold coin save Zimbabwe from Western created inflation? I just messed up. Let me grab the link again. So let me grab the link. This came with a link. Let's watch it, and then we'll discuss. Let me share the screen, of course. It's a short video, actually, so this won't be too long. Okay, here we go. Let's watch the video, and you guys mute your mics for me, please. Let's watch the video, and on the other side, we'll have a discussion about it.
Proudly on display in Zimbabwe, the country's new gold coins. The Mozi Oatunya coin, named after the iconic Victoria Falls, is intended as a store of value to tame runaway inflation. In June, it hit almost 192% year-on-year. That's considerably weakened the local currency and cast a shadow over President Emmerson Mnangagwa's efforts to revitalise the economy. The first 2,000 coins were released on Monday. Central Bank Governor John Manguja said they can be converted into cash and traded locally and internationally.
Local agents commenced selling the gold coin on an agency basis at the initial price of $1,823.80 per gold coin.
But for some in the capital Harare, like Greg Chigombe, that's simply unaffordable.
I mean, for the majority of people, I think it is very difficult for them to get those coins.
The coin contains 1 troy ounce of gold and will be sold by Fidelity Gold Refinery, Orex, and local banks, according to the central bank. Gold coins are typically used by international investors to hedge against wars, as well as inflation, which has been soaring in Zimbabwe. That's piled pressure on a population already struggling with shortages and has stirred memories of the economic chaos under Robert Mugabe's nearly 4 decades of rule.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Tanzan, too. Tanzan must have had a 12-hour broadcast today. That was going on up until just before I started the show, at least, if it's not still going on now. So shout out to Tanzan. Tanzan has some stamina there. Jay, you just saw that story. Will gold coin save Zimbabwe from Western created inflation?
You gotta be careful who's the messenger, man. Of course, this British sounding news ad. What one wise man once said, and maybe it's going to sound familiar. And yes, it's that guy that I'm referring to. Once a wise dude, he said, "Look, and you will find." And what I find in that saying, "Look and you will find," is if you look for bullshit, you will find bullshit. And if you look for a solution, you will find a solution. And these so-called journalists have been looking, and they found this guy in the street with negative, we can't afford it, and of course he had to he had a reference to the chaotic rule of Mugabe. Yeah, whatever, fuck him. I believe in Zimbabwe. I've been following a guy, Rutendo, for many years, and lately he's been catching some wind in his sails, and I believe he brings positive messages from Zimbabwe, and I believe in Zimbabwe. Not only this coin, I believe in the metal industry that they are starting that they are trying to boot. I believe in Zimbabwe.
But Jay, if you find a random person on the street who says they believe it'll be too expensive for the average, should we not listen to them who's on the ground, or should we just assume it's a threat?
I've been in media, right? I've been in media, and I did some street interviews, right? Okay. So you interview 50 people, and 94 people say, "Yeah, man, yeah," and one says, "Nah," and that's what you're looking for. You're going to show the nah.
I get your point. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I think it's a clever solution to a tricky problem. I think that it is because Zimbabwe is a minerally very wealthy country. I think to back their dollar, or even to have gold coins itself, because gold, the price of gold is consistent all over the world. That doesn't change. So I think that is a clever solution. But I would take it a step further. I would start backing more of my naturally rich resources, with my dollar. I would start doing that. I really would. I think that that's a solution for all Africa, if you ask me. This whole idea of following this petrodollar, we chasing all over the world with this US dollar. I think that's backed by nothing. That's just backed by good faith. I think that this is a clever solution. And I second Jose's opinion that I am in support of the Zimbabwe people. I think that they have a, I don't know, man. I think that the Zimbabwe people still hold to their Africanness, unlike many other westernized countries, in particular South Africa. So I am in support of Zimbabwe and what they're trying to do that, man. I really am.
So interestingly, the Zimbabwe currency is 362 Zimbabwe dollars to $1.
Yes, 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 yes. And that dollar. Remember now that inflation is not a internal creation. That is an external creation. Ever since the Western powers started tampering with the economy of Zimbabwe, that shot up to that kind of number. I think it was in the millions at one point. So the fact that that has gone down right now is an amazing thing. But I'm curious to see the effect of the gold coin, or them trying to use their natural resources, or even gold itself as the standard. I'm curious to see whether what it would do for the economy of Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about inflation. Remember in 2003 when they said the inflation was 300,000%. It was Zimbabwe. It was Mugabe and his and one minister. I don't know if it was of the economy of the treasury or agriculture or his foreign. But he went to the Golden Tiger and they made a deal where, and the deal was there was no money involved in the deal. The deal was we plant bananas and bananas and milk. The demand for bananas and milk show the wealth of the country. So the Golden Tiger was doing good, right? Was progressing in economically. So the demand for milk and bananas was rising, and they made a deal. Mugabe was 3 weeks. He visited those countries for 3 weeks, and the deal was we will grow your bananas, but you will build schools and irrigation systems, and our youth will learn from it. That was the demand. That was the demand. So there was no money involved, and these Westerners made it look like yeah, inflation is 300,000%. And another thing, in Dutch media, it was so ugly. In Dutch media, they said two viruses were threatening the banana as we know it, and they meant they were passing code. They were passing codes to their people, right? Chiquita or whatever is in the hands of Dutch folks, or whatever. But they were passing a code. Those two viruses was Mugabe and one of his ministers. That's how ugly it is. I'm not joking.
I don't know, man. I would I hear you, Jose. I would, but from my standpoint, I would. My question always is this: what was the Zimbabweans eating and drinking before the Westerners came to Zimbabwe? Obviously, they had a solution to solve the food problems for their people. Obviously, the land is something that is, I think, in Zimbabwe has rich soil, very rich soil, and they have animal husbandry that they actually do. And I understand when you build in a so-called metropolitan city that you have to work with the Western or world economies. But I'm saying that if I am able to grow crops and produce certain things from my land, then a paper dollar becomes irrelevant because I could trade you my plantain, or I could trade you my yams and sweet potatoes for your cows, milk, and things of that nature. I just personally think, because I'm not an economist, I just personally think when you in a sanctioned situation, in particular by Western powers, you need to find alternative ways and means of feeding your people. And I think that Cuba is a great example of that. Yes, Cuba is in good and bad situations at times, but they've been in a blockaded sanction situation for more than 50, 60 years, and they have been able to survive. So if a small country like Cuba is able to do it, with the help of other countries as well, I think the Zimbabwe will survive because they are it's a big, big land space. The land is wealthy and it's plush, and you could produce and grow anything you want to do on that land. And I think that they should be able to solve the African problem in Zimbabwe. I really feel that way.
Yeah,
I think
me too.
I think they have to invest in that land a little bit more, because I remember seeing that they have environmental issues with deforestation and stuff like that. So they'll have to do that. What I'm curious to know though is from Jose is you seem to be not a fan of Mugabe. You want to talk about that?
I am a fan of Mugabe. I am a
Oh,
fan
you
of
are?
Mugabe. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I am a fan of Mugabe. You know, Mugabe, he and his men have been fighting in many areas in Africa. He and his army, he helped a lot of other countries fight the colonists. You guys know that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and so the problem is he is the most educated uh, uh, leader in the world. He has finished 5 studies, and it's not like Dr. Anders. I don't know how it's called in English. That he has been scrambling points and to get his degrees. No, he has completed 5 complete studies. So maybe that was the problem, because he finished 2 World Bank terms of 10 years, by the third he said, nah, enough, my people first, right? So he really believed in listening to the IMF and the World Bank, etc. And maybe that's because he is so quote unquote educated, miseducated. Yeah, I don't want to see that as error, because of the works that he has done, I'll look the other way, uh, because he eventually corrected it by saying, "Fuck y'all," and that's when that was around 2003 that he started to say, that he started to give IMF and the World Bank the finger.
This move to the gold coin didn't Gaddafi propose something similar, the gold dinar? Is this a similar move? Are you guys familiar if this is a similar move or not?
I think that I think it is a similar move, and I think that is the only difference between the only difference between what Gaddafi did and what these guys are doing is the interest involved. You see that Libya I think is a very oil rich country. So the Western powers, the Western interest, is much larger in a place like Libya as opposed to Zimbabwe. I don't. I'm sure that there are corporations in Zimbabwe from the West, but not really to the extent of a place like Libya. Too much was invested, in particular with that oil, in particular with that oil, for Libya. So I think that when Hillary Clinton them had a military solution in terms of going after that oil and taking out Gaddafi. I think that this situation, that interest is not as great. They may put more sanctions on them, but the hell, like Jose was saying, fuck them. They have Zimbabwe has other partners and other relationships who may not have share the same view as the United States, in particular Putin right now, and the Chinese government. They waffle a lot, but they still would have relationships in Zimbabwe. I think that the rest of the African world, they have been so quiet, and I don't understand what, for whatever reason, the leaders in these countries, they are so quiet, and they could really, well, like I guess they probably help in Zimbabwe, but not necessarily making it formal and telling it the whole world, hey, we still dealing with the Zimbabwe, we still gonna trade with them, we still gonna do what we need to do, but they're not doing it in a formal way. And I think that's the differences that I see. I don't know what the brothers think about that.
You know that I think this whole stop smoking and all that whole bullshit has to do with the tobacco industry that was running from Zimbabwe when they they started kicking out the farmers because they were growing flowers and tobacco on the best land, so that I really believe that it's connected, this anti-smoking uh, uh, bullshit in the West that suddenly broke out. I really believe it was connected with the tobacco industry, the tobacco economy that was leaning on Zimbabwe.
Oh, I didn't know that it was Zimbabwe was big with tobacco. So Jose is right. The corporations, the tobacco industry is huge in the West. So I would understand why they would. So I would just tell Zimbabwe just to be careful, and just if you're gonna make a move like that, you have to be militarily strong and secure. Because
Yeah.
with a move like this, the West tends to take out the leaders. And
Hmm.
Menengagwa, I think that's what his name is. He is an old military general, so I think that he knows, about the movements, the skullduggeries that what people are trying to do. In particular, with creating a move like this. So I'm curious to see what happens. I really am.
One last question. I'll pose it to Jose, but Bwana Hagoziki might be able to talk about it as well. Zimbabwe is one of these African countries that's landlocked. South Africa, Botswana, Mozambique, and I forget the other one, the other country, Zambia, I think. Right. My question is, are they feeling the same effects? And do you guys know what they're doing to combat this Western created inflation? Are they working together? Are they creating like a bit of a federation or something to work together? Do you guys know?
I have no idea, but Zimbabwe has issues with Zimbabweans that deny that the economical struggles are because of what the West, and especially Britain and America has been doing. So maybe maybe that maybe in other countries they also doubt or don't dare to form a pact in fear of repercussions.
Mm.
But I've never heard of a pact or something like that with Zimbabwe. Not yet.
Because you often find with these landlocked countries on the continent that you get this difficulty of getting goods into your people because people start to strong arm you and stuff. So I'm wondering if that's adding to this inflation and all that kind of stuff. And I'm wondering if Zimbabwe is making connections around them to kind of help ease up on this inflation. Mr. Untouchable, are you aware of anything like that?
I know that Botswana and Zambia, in particular, I think it's Botswana. I think don't quote me on that, but I think that Botswana is one of the wealthier countries in Africa because they have a huge, I think, it's a diamond industry in Botswana. And I would say this, that during the Boer Wars, the many of the ZANU PF, the leaders in Zimbabwe, many
Yeah.
of them when they was fighting against the Boers, many of them went to Zambia, many of them to hide out, to have training and things like that. They have very old revolutionary relationships with a lot of these older African leaders now, and I think that leadership has not necessarily been broken. What has happened is that the revolutionaries, some of the revolutionaries in the surrounding areas, although they may have a friendlier face to the West, they still hold ties, that revolutionary connection with Zimbabwe. I don't think that that's necessarily broken, because the when you look at a person like I can't remember his name now. He was the old president of South Africa, and Mugabe. They still had, I can't remember his name, man. They still had very good jovial relationships, even when the West was trying to come after Mugabe and trying to depose him.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
remember his name.
What
Do you
was his
remember?
He's a
name?
white guy.
No, he's a black South
Yeah.
African.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With the ring bird. With the ring beard. Ain't it?
Yes, I think I can't remember his name
Yes.
now.
Yes.
Man.
Do you know? Do you
Oh,
know
man.
that he helped Mugabe catch the son of Margaret Thatcher? The son of Margaret Thatcher was involved in a coup attempt in Equatorial Guinea, and they wanted to launch it from Zimbabwe. Do you guys know that?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
The son of Margaret Thatcher was caught red-handed with two Hercules airplanes full of mercenaries on the way to well, he was not in the planes, but
Equatorial
he
Guinea.
yes, Equatorial Guinea, and what's his name? Yeah, what's his name? He helped Mugabe. He helped Mugabe catch them.
Okay. Okay. Let me welcome in Kevin Carre this week. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
I'm good. I'm gonna be off and on the show, but I'll be on the show a lot, more. But I'm kind of late to it. But when I saw the prompt about gold in Zimbabwe, there's something else. If you zoom out a lot, lately Russia and China has been buying a lot of gold to back up they're looking at making their own CBDC, which means a CBDC is it's God, what do they call it? Central bank digital currency. So America is only backed up by debt. Once they got rid of that gold standard, that was it for their currency. And if you paid attention to what's been really going on, look at what Saudi Arabia just did. They cut their production in half just to, in my opinion, to spite America with the upcoming midterms. So don't be surprised if Zimbabwe joins the BRIC nations. Jay, you're familiar with the BRIC nations, right?
Yes, BRICS. Yeah.
Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and a lot of them now,
and South Africa.
Huh? Yes. And a lot of them now are just saying, listen, man, we gotta get past dealing with the West now. They're putting all these sanctions on us. They're telling us we gotta go green, which is not doing anything for their countries. Look at Germany. I think they might open back up their power plant. But don't be surprised if you see a lot of these African nations join those BRIC nations.
I hope so. I surely hope so.
Because what you're seeing, and you see it in Joe Biden, the last two presidents, they're old. They're old. People are looking elsewhere now. They don't want to deal with the West anymore. They're seeing the West as hypocrisy.
Yeah, and the danger of being dependent on SWIFT.
Yeah. Oh, but remember what I mentioned last week, Koku, with Ripple going up. Another crypto that's going up is Quant. It went from $60 I bought it at to now today I think it hit $185.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking at all the things. Look at this. I don't like this guy Kanye West. I think Chase just got rid of Kanye West, right? And there was another situation that happened. But don't be shocked if people are PayPal. You heard about PayPal? What we're trying to do this week?
Yeah. $2,500 fines.
Yeah, for so-called misinformation. If they don't agree with you, they can take your money from out of your account and freeze you out, and that's per infringement. So what you're seeing right now, don't be shocked if you see a lot of these countries say they give the middle finger to Europe and America and say, yo, we're gonna side with Russia. Think about what Zelensky said a couple of months ago. I'm surprised that the African nations are not saying anything. They're not coming to our aid. No one cares about these Western countries. They're dying off. It's a new it's a new. I'm sorry, this is a cliche, but this is really a new world order. People are leaving the West and going somewhere else. You can afford to do it now. Technology is changing the game. You know, so this is all on them. But you know what? I'll pass the mic here. That's just my opinion on what's going on. But I'll come back a little later on.
All right, Kevin Curry. I appreciate your input there. That was great. KW Don 7 in the chat said Gaddafi's plan was more revolutionary. It was united currency for the whole continent and demanding that the West and all outside countries to pay for resources in gold, which would collapse the West. Yana B says that's very true. A lot of countries are leaving the West. If you have any last words, guys, drop them in now, or else we could move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2.
Yeah, real quick again. So that's what Russia is trying to do. Russia and China, they're gonna cut once if Saudi Arabia decides to go with them, it's gonna collapse the petrodollar. America's dollar, it's high right now, but it'll collapse. And whenever the dollar drops, cryptocurrencies they go on a bull run.
Bobby right in the chat says that Simon Mann was the British guy who was behind the coup. I think someone else was about to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, we talked about Simon Mann before. I just to be complete, the name of the president who I was referring to from South Africa, his name was Thabo Mbeki.
Oh, right.
Yes, right. Thabo Mbeki. He had two faces. He had a face with the West, and he also had a face with Mugabe, because he kept ties with Mugabe. He didn't really piss on him like the rest of the African leaders. So I think that's important to mention. Okay, but that's his name. I just didn't remember it at the time.
Right. All right. If there's no other last words here, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. That was a good discussion. Like Oni said earlier, good deep topic. I appreciated that conversation. Tanzana's here. Jonelle is saying good evening. Tanzan says peace, Habarigani, to everyone. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. I want to thank everyone who's tuned in so far. Make sure you guys hit the like button for me. On your way in, make sure you hit the like button. I appreciate that. There's a poll up there. Post it. Drop your vote on that poll up there as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is, for y'all that said Haiti only freed themselves, what have you got to say now? Again, you could tell who submits the prompt based on the language, right? This takes us to a link. Let us check out the link, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
Even after gaining independence in 1804, Haiti continued to contribute to the anti-slavery struggle across the globe. One of the ways that Haitians did this is by capturing slave ships that were heading to different colonies across the Caribbean, like to Cuba. Haitians would grab these slave ships and then bring the enslaved Africans to Haiti and offer them freedom. In 1817, a Spanish slave ship heading to Cuba entered into Haitian waters. And so the Haitian people, they captured it and they brought the 171 enslaved Africans onto Haitian soil. President Boyer offered every single one of them freedom, citizenship, and a home. Although the captain and later the Cuban authorities were furious and they protested, Boyer was clear. The Haitian Constitution said that in Haiti, slavery is abolished forever. And so the enslaved Africans were legally free, and Haiti wouldn't be paying a reimbursement for these Africans. This was a common occurrence for Haiti. Slave ships were seized under the leadership of Christophe and Pétion. The Haitian forefathers, they realized that freedom shouldn't just be for the Haitian people, but for all Black people. The slavers quickly learned to avoid Haitian waters. Haiti wasn't just the first free Black republic in the world. Haiti was free soil, a safe haven for any enslaved person that needed refuge.
All right, so quite a bit was said there. So I guess this is supposed to be proof that Haiti helped free other folks. This is in response to something we talked about on Shoot the Breeze a little while back, where, you know, in the first Haitian constitution, they said they're going to leave the rest of the Caribbean at peace. If you know, with meaning, if the rest of the Caribbean was enslaved, they're going to leave them there. We fought. This is the announcement, the declaration in their constitution. If we fought for our freedom, and so, you know, that's how they felt. Others need to fight for theirs. So I don't understand. Kevin Carre, do you see this as justification or as something in direct opposition to what we have discussed in the past?
Wait. I'm sorry. I didn't quite get that justification that Haiti seized the ship and freed their people.
No, it does this buck against what we've talked about in the past, that Haiti decided they weren't going to get into the affairs of other Caribbean nations around them. That the people in other, like Jamaica, the Bahamas, you know, Antigua, all that kind of stuff, like in the northern part of the Caribbean, they said they just won't, they weren't going to get involved. You know, let countries stay at peace, as they put it. Well, what say you now?
Oh, okay. But if you think about it, if you look at Haiti's history, if I should be correct, they did help that liar Simon Bolivar free Latin America. They got their money stolen by I forgot what the name. There's a college named after this guy that stole the money from Haiti. They gave them money to buy weapons. Huh?
Bethune-Cookman, is it?
I think so. I gotta really look that up. Yeah. But if, you know, maybe Haiti didn't have that much resources to look at the rest of the Caribbean to see what was going on. But I would say if the rest of the Caribbean had called, they would have helped, you know. But
well, that's the problem, right? The rest of the Caribbean was in bondage still, so there wasn't no ability to call out to Haiti. But Haiti knew that. And again, I'm not saying this to shit on Haiti. Respect to Haiti, but we got to be honest. The Haitians said, "Listen, let them other Africans figure out their own business." You know?
Yeah, you know, I kind of see their point of view at the end of the day too. But then you got to also look at Haiti too. You know, after you free your own country, it was bloody. You know, you're helping other people, you know, a little bit south away from you, and then you have to deal with France and other people try to, you know, invade you again. Plus your neighbors, you know, those guys to the other side of the island that doesn't like you too much. I guess I'm playing devil's advocate. Guess they had their hand full. You know, if you're not being inspired by the revolution, you know, what are you doing? At least try. You know, right now, I said they had their hands full. Also, you know, Haiti helped, you know, free up what the Louisiana cause of people. I forgot his name. Talleyrand, which was I think Napoleon's one of Napoleon's right hand man to sell that whatever they had to America. But as I said, they have their hand full. It's so much Haiti can do. You can't keep putting everything on Haiti. You know, there's an old saying, "What God help those who help themselves." But I won't ramble on too long. I'll pass the mic here.
Jay, what say you?
What kept on ringing, and I practically heard nothing else. So what kept on ringing with me is this American anti-communist shit. So it was not Cuba that was causing problems. It was Spain that was causing problems. So I think her message is impregnated with romanticized romance. Her message is impregnated with romance. That's what I think. I pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Buana Haguziki, what say you to this?
I'm wondering how long it takes Azuli to find this clip and use this as a justification for what happened in Haiti. My good brother, I love the Haitian people. I love you. You know what I mean? I think you're a good dude, but I think that some of your opinions are distorted. The reality is that Yes, Haiti did do good for themselves. Yes, they did help other. Well, in this particular instance, what I am questioning is how you say the brother say God helps those who help themselves. If you as a president you take guns from out of Haiti and you give it to Simon Bolivar, why you couldn't take some of them guns and give it to people in Jamaica who was resisting? You give it to the Cuban people, Black Cuban people who was resisting. All around you, you hopscotch all over from us, go on to South America and deal with them. But I'm thinking you should have deal with us first. I'm saying that when it was time, we could have run the board in the Caribbean and really own and possess the whole of the Caribbean, and you would have friends. You wouldn't have been fighting in isolation. But instead, you chose to take your guns and your military might, as weak as it was at that point, and you chose to deal with Mexico. And you seeing the results of that right now. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? No diss to Haiti at all.
In the chat, Trigabi262 says, was it in the Constitution or was it the condition of the surrounding colonies being enslaved and Haiti not necessarily having the leverage to fight surrounding colonists, especially when they had the monopoly on the gun trade? He says, with the monopoly of the gun trade by other colonists, that makes Haiti isolated. But I don't know the inner workings of the Constitution. Kevin Carre will be back in a minute. Bobby Wright said there's also information that the Denmark VC rebellion attempt was supported by Haiti as well as the 1811 rebellion in Louisiana, which was led by Charles Deslandes, a Haitian. Someone heard, I guess someone's ears was ringing, and they decided to come on through. Let's welcome in Azuli this week. Azuli, how are you this week?
Yo, I'm fine. And first of
all, what's with the attitude? First thing out the gate, man.
Yeah, whatever, man. Anyway, first of all, I didn't go anywhere to find this. This clip found me. But what's more important is how some of you ought to dismiss this. Oh, yeah, that's what they did, but they didn't come. Hold on. Let me finish. Didn't you talk?
Sorry, man.
So it's how funny how dismissive you are about that. But in the same breath, Haiti did great for themselves or whatever. What you people neglect to say, Haiti didn't go to Colombia, didn't go to the guy you just mentioned. They came to him. So at the end of the day, did the Jamaican ship come to Haiti? Did the Bahamian ship come to Haiti and ask for guns? And we said no. At the end of the day, we had a strict embargo against us. There's no way. Where were we supposed to get those guns? Where? Was black people making guns at the time? Was black people making ships at the time? So I provide with this. Yeah, just quick to dismiss it. Oh well, that's not enough. What? That's not enough. Haiti, not only that, Haiti put money down for supposedly called FBAs to come to expatriate them to Haiti, to give them a spot and the not what we call the Dominican Republic. Oh, I get it. Or Haiti, I don't understand. I don't know the reason why they didn't go island hop. But if we make our brain think, Haiti was the only one there. Where were they gonna get those ships and those cannons? Where? It's not like there was a superpower that was like, oh yeah, go ahead, go for yourself. Whenever you want something, we're gonna give you. So now they said that they interrupted a couple of slave ships that was going to the New World, and now that's just like, oh, okay. But yeah, give Haiti's backhanded compliments. That's how I feel about it, and that's it.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that Simon Bolivar, the Haitian government, no, the Haitian whoever did arm Simon Bolivar. What if you say that the Haitian didn't have no guns? What did they arm him with? Knives and cutlasses. So obviously they had enough arms to arm Simon Bolivar to help him fight his revolution. So I'm saying that if they possess the ability to do that, I'm saying that the Bahamas is less than, I think, maybe 50 to 30 miles outside of Haiti. Jamaica is the same distance. I'm saying that they could have assisted the slaves in these areas as well. That's all I'm saying. I ain't trying to be offensive.
Did Haiti go to Simon Boulevard, or did Simon Boulevard come to Haiti?
Simone Bolivar went to Haiti. You're right.
Okay, did Bahamas come to Haiti? Did Jamaica come to Haiti? Did all these countries come to Haiti and Haiti said no?
But this clip is saying, what this clip is saying is that
No.
the
I
Haitians.
know what this clip is saying. I put it. I'm asking you. Did
Yeah, but I
Jamaica,
didn't.
Bahamas, Trinidad come to Haiti and
No,
Haiti said no?
absolutely not, because we was in a government back then. You all was. And with that government.
You're using backstory. I'm trying to tell you that Haiti didn't go to Simon Boulevard, all these other countries. These other countries came. So let me ask you a question. After Haiti gave all these guns and weapons and people after Haiti supposedly gave those guns to these people, how were they supposed to replenish their guns? Were their guns manufacturers selling to Haiti?
No, it would appear to me.
So what are you talking about, bro?
You want me to answer your question? My thing is, before you arm a bunch of Mexicans who are already free, why don't you liberate the rest of your brothers around you? If their government, if these guys in Haiti was able to stop slaves from going to Cuba to be enslaved, obviously they had a degree of agency to some degree, because there's a distance between Haiti and Cuba. So if they could get to that distance, obviously they had agency enough to get to other islands around them.
How dare you talk about they could have had an agency if they could have stopped? What if Haiti only had 5 boats, 10 boats? So they're gonna go fight, use those boats to go all over the Caribbean to free people?
Yeah, Azuli, let me interject real quick. So I erroneously said the Constitution is actually in their Declaration of Independence, right? And I posted it. I think I posted it in the chat. I don't know if it went through, but basically, here's the thing. The Haitians said they were not going to go and destroy the work of their neighbors. Let them breathe in peace, which meant let them stay in slavery. My thing is this. They said they didn't want to be revolutionary firebrands and declare themselves lawgivers of the Caribbean, et cetera, et cetera. My thing is, like, they just didn't even want to. They just said, let the rest of them fight. They ignored the fact, by the way, that Bookman, who was integral in the start of that Haitian Revolution, was an enslaved African out of Jamaica. Like, they just said, fuck them, right? And I'm particularly concerned with our region. Haiti is in the same region that I'm from, right? In our region, the Bahamas is a small place, right? Those northern Caribbean spots. What I'm saying is, if you had just threatened, because again, we were under the British and all that stuff. If you had threatened after having defeated the 3 superpowers, that would have gone a long way towards us, getting free. But the thinking was, now we just ain't fucking with it. The thinking was.
So that doesn't, bro, what you just said doesn't make sense. Because if that was the case, why would they stop the boats of slaves going to the New World? If they said, oh, fuck them.
Yeah, so here's the thing about that too. Clearly, Haiti had the capability. They were on the seas. They had the capability to intercept slave ships or ships transporting enslaved people. So they did have what's the word I'm trying to find? They did have the ability to traverse the high seas at the time.
You're making this up, man. Don't say they had the ability to traverse. You don't know that.
Well, how were they able to intercept these ships?
So if the boats are going around the coast of Haiti, they can't see it?
But that's what
so how do they get into a boat off the coast of Haiti?
The way you're talking about that they were able to traverse, that means like there was a big naval power. They were not.
So how they beat the naval powers of the 3 superpowers then?
Bro, the naval power have to come to Haiti. They didn't fight them in water. What are we talking about? They didn't fight them on the water. They fought them on land.
Let's welcome in Oni real quick. Oni, how are you this week?
I'm good, fam. I'm good. Like I said, I think you posted the thing on the KWAZ.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I see the conversation. I was like, what? Y'all got this one?
Well, you heard the conversation. What say you to all this?
Well, I mean, look, I would say what I was really saying about they weren't a naval power is one thing. Like that might be like usually there was like, yo, you know, come on the land and fight us, right? But on the other hand, like you said, in the Declaration of Independence, you have Dessalines. He says, I just had it right in front of me, but he does say, right? He says, let us ensure, however, that, and this is obviously he says it in Creole or French or what have you, but this is the English translation. He says, let us ensure, however, that a missionary spirit does not destroy our work, right? Missionary spirit mean going around, whatever. He says, let us allow our neighbors to breathe in peace. May they live quietly under the laws they have made for themselves. And let us not, as revolutionary firebrands, declare ourselves the lawgivers of the Caribbean, nor let our glory consist in troubling the peace of the neighboring islands. Unlike that which we inhabit, theirs has not been drenched in the innocent blood of its inhabitants. They have no vengeance to claim from the authority that protects them. So basically, it was kind of like, yeah, we not helping. You know what I mean? Like, or like even he's saying straight up, we should not help the other Caribbean people. So I don't know. Like that's really like
what
that's
you say
really
don't make
what
sense. How could they in one word they say don't help and then in this they help again? How does that make sense?
No, that's different. If they're saying you're free when you get onto their borders, that's different from saying I'm not gonna intervene.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, how do you explain them stopping the boats? That's not on their border.
No, they stopping the boats in Haitian waters. They're not stopping the boats elsewhere, though.
Yo, anyway, I don't believe that shit you got Europe because that shit is in English. Send me that shit in Creole or in Haitian.
That's the Declaration of it. All right, bet, you know, but
send me that shit. That's an English translation. Send me that shit in English. In Creole or in French.
All right, bet. Like that's not even complicated. Like that's the original text, you know, like Declaration of Independence.
And at the end of the day, if y'all wanna, this is the funny thing about a lot of you Caribbeans. 10, 20 years ago, y'all was shitting on Haiti, but now all of a sudden, y'all want to blame Haiti for not freeing y'all. So,
that's not what's
who is shitting on Haiti?
Yo, bro, where you from? Where you from, Oni? Where you from? I've been in America since 1989. From 1989 to probably 2005, y'all all been shitting on Haiti. And I've spoken to people, when I tell them Haiti was the first, you know what they tell me? And y'all the poorest now. What did that do for you? But now all of a sudden y'all want to be like, oh, Haiti was. You stop,
bro. Facts is facts, though. What do you want? What you want us to say?
Facts is fact. Where you from? Where you from, Oni?
FBA check. FBA.
Where you from?
Yeah, Oni is a tether.
Tethered from where?
You been drinking Prestige tonight?
Where you tethered from, Oni?
Yo, this bro, man. Was you police, man? Come on, man.
Where are you tethered from, bro?
I'm just a tether, my guy. What's good?
No, I think you said your father was
I'm
Jamaican.
looking up
why don't you go attack Cujo? Why don't you go attack Cujo for selling y'all out to the British Empire? Maybe if he fought, y'all would have got your independence before Haiti.
Wait, who Cujo? You said he didn't fight?
Are you Jamaican ancestry?
I mean, yeah, but didn't Cujo fight? You talking about the Maroons, right?
Go find out how Cujo sold you guys out to the British. Go find that out.
The Maroons
before you come for Haiti.
Well, bro, I'll tell you this. I'm descended from Maroons, so we wasn't like it don't make no difference. The Maroons are free.
Well, the Maroons had missteps too. The Maroons kind of just, you know, and that's the thing. You can't get emotional about your history. It is what it is. The Maroons also made deals to kind of protect themselves. They didn't really bother with Jamaica at large. They kind of made their own deals with the British just to kind of protect their own people. You know, and these are missteps, and we have to study the missteps.
Yeah, look, I'm okay. Like I'm okay with understanding that there were flaws in history, and that's what you said. Like you said, like there are missteps. Nobody's saying they're perfect, but you can't deny like what Dessalines himself said, and to say otherwise and be like, yo, that's not the attitude, but that's exactly what he said. And look,
no, you don't know what that's what the white man told you. He said. From the translation. That's not what he said. If that was the case, why would Haitians still defend people in the waters and help pay millions of dollars to take Americans who want to leave America to come back to Haiti to live?
Erzuli, how do you know that's not what he said though?
Because I know that's not what he said.
Yo, this dude is psychic.
Explain it to me how somebody could say, "Oh, you're on your own," right? And then at the same time, a group of people help other peoples in the seas from being slaves. Explain that.
It looks consistent, man. It looks consistent to me, man. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh yeah, what's consistent to you? Why don't you go ask Cujo what was consistent for him? That's your ancestors, right?
Well, is he alive? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I can do
because the
that.
way I be, the thing is, I give him what I understand what Coco is saying. We have to learn from our mistakes. Okay, but the way you talk, you're giving them Haiti backhanded compliments.
I'm giving Haiti backhand the compliment.
All you guys been doing that. Oh, yeah, they got to do. So why didn't they jump up and come save us, bro? If you're the only one, was there a manufacturer of guns and boats during that time?
Bro, it's about.
You're not trying
to. He said no.
Y'all would
we're
have
not
been
doing
right
it.
if Jamaica, the Bahamas, Trinidad, or whoever came and said, "Yo, help us," and he said, "Like, nah, y'all on your own." Then I would have had no beat.
Erzuli. Let's calm down off the emotionalism for a second, right? History is history. It is what it is. We're not hating on Haiti for anything. We respect Haiti for what they did in 1804. That's cool. But in the Declaration of Independence, he didn't say, listen, we don't have the abilities, we don't have the manpower, we don't have the guns, we don't make guns, we don't have the boats. He said, as a matter of fact, if I were to read that a certain way, I would read that in the form of they had those abilities to do certain things, and he just said we ain't gonna bother with it. He just said we ain't gonna bother with it. He didn't offer any of this talk about no guns, no military, no ships. He just said we gonna let them stay in peace.
It's a declaration of independence. Maybe that was a ploy to confuse the people so they wouldn't come and attack them continuously. I don't understand.
What I could tell from
wait, hold on a second. Wait, before you go into touch, let me just say I linked the thing in the chat. It's at HaitiDOI.com/DOI, and they got it in the original Creole. You can see the English translation, then you see the Creole. And it starts off with the link, the words I just said in the chat, which is Gardons cependant qu'est l'esprit des procédés. Yeah, whatever, right? That's it. So you can go read it and you can see what it says.
That's not Creole, that's French, brother. But let me say this. Two things. I recognize that the leaders of the Haitian revolution was extremely literate. And they left evidences in what the processes of the revolution, what was happening, what took place. And I don't know, maybe Zuli could help me point to the evidence that exists to say what you are alluding to. Yes, we know we want to liberate our brothers to the north, south, and the west and east of us, but we don't have the military might, power, or boats to do these kinds of things. Point me to that evidence. That's first. Second, I have yet to see this perfect idea of a revolution. Even with Cuba and various countries in Africa that had revolutions and coups. Okay, so the fact that we looking back at history right now and analyzing it for what it is, I feel like there should be discussions. And yes, I understand the emotiveness of it because we are talking about a country that you come from. But we just analyzing it. We just taking a
You are not colonizing it. You are not.
Let me finish, brother. I let you talk and I shut the hell up. Let me finish. We taking a step back and we looking at history and we looking at the mistakes. If you want to discuss the problems with Bahamian history and Jamaican history, we can discuss that too. This is what you decided to put before us to talk about. So why can't we discuss it? You decided to put this up to have a
no. I didn't bring it up. I put this up because you guys been talking like that backhanded compliment for years, or if not for like since Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. The question, if it wasn't a backhanded compliment, you know what the question would have been? Yo, let's ask a question. We need to do some research. How come Haiti didn't come out and help this and that? That's not what you say. Whenever we've been in that, well, y'all didn't help us. Y'all left us there. What does that even mean? Y'all don't even attack Africa like that.
No, but Azuli, you're not being fair. We had several different discussions on Haiti before. Not only about this historical one, this particular issue about Haiti and the fact that no one came to rescue the surrounding islands. I think we had this months ago. You just decide to reprise it now tonight. So
no. I didn't decide to reply shit.
Wait, let me actually clarify. No, let me clarify. What happened was Erzuli was saying, why didn't Africa come save us with their boats or some crap like that? And then we turned around and said, well, what about Haiti then? If you being that hypercritical. So that's really the context. The context was that you were being hypercritical about Africa.
That's true.
And then we turned it around and said, well, what about Haiti then?
Hold up. Y'all gonna compare? Are y'all serious?
Yes.
So you guys don't talk about Africa not coming to get us? I'm the only one that says that?
Haiti's on the Western Hemisphere.
That's never been my discussion. Never.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody worry about no? Like, if you making all these excuses for Haiti, how you not making the same excuses for Africa? That's my question.
Right. That was the conversation.
What?
You saying you don't have the? You saying you don't have the? Do
you know how many Haitians was on the island during the slavery?
A lot. What are you talking about?
A lot. Guess how much? What do you mean by a lot? You think it was 1 million niggas fighting? It was 500,000, bro.
All right, 500,000 is not that different from 1 million, man. But okay.
Man, yo, all right, man. I'm out, man.
Well, why would you leave? You leaving because we disagree with you, brother? Come on, man. You bigger than that.
Meaning, I say I'm done talking about it. Y'all could talk about it, but it is what it is.
Okay, so let's continue to talk about Haiti.
You already know.
especially now that we get my brother hype talking about Haiti. Let's talk about it some more.
I'm saying he brought it up though. I don't understand. Like what?
Haiti could have joined those struggles that were going on in Jamaica with the Maroons, for example.
Shit, he might. No, by his logic, Haiti should have joined the struggles going on in Africa.
Haiti should have gone back to Africa and fight, right? It's not about. See, this is the thing. With history, you have to be open-minded about it. You have to discuss it honestly. Buana gave you the out by saying, well, it's your country. And I get that, but at the same time, it's not about it being your country per se. If this was Jamaica, we would say the same damn thing. If Jamaican says we ain't gonna save no rascalat people around, then it is what it is. We have to talk about it as it is.
Y'all never critical like that about Cujo and the nanny from Jamaica. But when it comes to Haiti, you're straight critical about Haiti or why they didn't come save us. That's what I'm saying.
How many people know about Cujo and Nani versus the Haitian Revolution?
How do I know about it?
Everybody talking about how the Maroons sold out the Jamaicans at large. Everybody
so how come y'all don't talk about the Jamaicans and they're selling us out? Why you always, when it comes to Haiti, y'all straight up critical? And I gave you evidence. And I gave you evidence.
No votes. And I gave you evidence. You had a whole free republic.
Hold on. You're talking over each other. Only say what you have to say, and then Erzuli.
No, I was saying that the reason why we brought up Haiti was because you was talking about why Africa didn't send no boats. I mean, if I were on that, why Africa didn't send no boats, then somebody could rightly say, well, look at Jamaica or something, But
Right.
like, I wasn't saying that. It was you, the Haitian guy, who was the first free republic, talking about why ain't nobody freed us. Like, bro, you first off, you free. Why you ain't free nobody else?
Did Africa? Okay, because you want to be a jerk. Did Africa stop any slave boats from coming to the West world? Last
Did they
time
stop
I saw, they just did a movie where they were fighting the British to keep slavery going.
A couple of African kingdoms did oppose slavery. Yes.
No, because you opposing slavery and doing something about it is a different thing. There's a movie out there that said the Africans were fighting the British to keep slavery going.
Oh, okay. The fiction movie? What are you talking about?
It's not a fiction movie, Negro. Are you sick? Okay.
You was not a fiction movie. I mean, that's a fiction movie, not a documentary or nothing. But look, what about Nzinga? You know about Nzinga? She literally fought against slavery. Now, I mean, obviously, Jose would tell you, she had some ties with the Dutch or whatever. But point being that, there's a lot of people. Like a lot of people were fighting against it, trying to stop it, trying to change it, trying to, it's a hard force to fight. But that doesn't change what the conversation was about as to well, I mean, because your answer of why Haiti didn't do it is the same answer that you could give for any of these coastal kingdoms, that realistically the only countries with that kind of naval power were the Western countries, or the Eastern countries. But like Africa really didn't have a naval force.
Would you please not use my name? Everybody knows that Dutch muskets come from the Dutch. There's no Jose in there.
All right. In the chat, gassed them up. Says Coco, the reason is because the Haitian affected the Masonic nation state, while the Maroons did not take over the Western nation state. So Gas has been talking about the Masonic nature of certain Haitian leaders and stuff in the chat. Earlier, you said the Maroons were the old African god. They had to make do under the Masonic nation state. So you guys could look that up a little bit more. It looked like Azuli really jumped off in truth.
Okay.
Brother Bakari joined. Peace to Brother Bakari. Peace to the forecast out there. Go ahead, Buana.
I think that this ain't directed into particular to Azuli, but it's still directed towards him too, because he seemed to be very touchy about his subject. I let me say this: what Haiti did was historic to the world. And I'm not taking, you say, a backhanded compliment. I'm not giving the Haitian people a backhanded compliment. I'm not doing that at all. All we are doing collectively is analyzing the good things about history and the mistakes in history. And this is the only place I feel like we could be honest about these kinds of things. What you want me to do? Just offer you compliments about how great your nation state is and not talk about anything that could have affected the whole of the Caribbean and even the rest of the Black world? I can't do that, bro. That's not fair. That's not fair to you, you know what I mean, as a listener, and that's not fair to the audience, and that's not fair to myself or you as well, as Zuli. Whether you believe that or not, I think that we should be able to agree to disagree, but not get to a point where we're so frustrated we walk away from one another. This example right now is a small microcosm of what's happened with the great Black world. None of the leaders can't get together because everybody up their own rectums. You know what I mean? And I feel like we should be able to be critical of one another, but still have a united front when it comes to the rest of the world. That's the difference. So I understand you angry right now, bro, but get over your feelings, man. Come on, man. You bigger than that.
Yeah, I also think it's sad. Azuli, please come back, man. Come on, come back. Take a glass of water, drink a glass of water, and come back.
Yeah, this is not hate mongering or some nonsense like that. This is just going over history and again, being critical of history. It's okay. It's fine. If we was here being critical of the homie, you'd be here critical of the homie with us, right? So let's not do that kind of stuff. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3, though. There's a lot of conversations in the chat. I can't get to all of it right now, but if you're listening to the playback, make sure to check out the chat. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is so-called Black-Brown Alliance. Oh, I put the... Hold on a second. Hold on. Forecasters out there laughing, I guess. So-called Black-Brown Alliance. This came with a link. This came with 2 links, actually. Let's check out this first one. Looked like Jay dropped off as well. Let's hope Jay returns. Hold on. So this prompt came with this first link that talks about Council President Martinez on District Attorney Gascon saying, fuck that guy. He's with the blacks. In leaked audio, LA council members Nuri Martinez, Jill Cedillo, and Kevin De Leon discussed redistricting are extremely racist. Earlier this month, an anonymous Reddit account posted several shocking audio recordings. The recordings seem to contain the voices of Council President Nuri Martinez, Council members Kevin De Leon, and Jill Cedillo, and LA Labor Federation President Ron Herrera, discussing a wide range of topics of great public interest and being incredibly racist while doing so. Jay has come back. While doing so, let me play this audio here. Hopefully this is the right audio.
How are you? With my Doc Martin, who record the goal. Island, baby. Island. To go play in the mosh pit.
So, man, you got the crew there.
Did you talk to did you talk to Kurt?
Yeah, I did. Jesus. I told him I'll speak with you. You know, he called and he said.
So now he's okay with being suspended, but he doesn't want to resign. I'm like, well, we can't force him to resign.
But it'd be the same action as we transfer a leave of absence.
That's what I think he should do, but you know how Mark
They don't
is.
ask.
Mark is Mark. What I did hear is I don't think the feds have talked to him yet. You know that meeting? They show you your options?
Yeah.
That hasn't happened.
So he hasn't been.
He's gonna get arraigned on Wednesday, but I don't think the meeting where they kind of show you, here are the options, this is what we got.
Okay.
So these are your options. I think the meeting goes something like this. This is what we got.
Actually, I think this next link is the link with that's more to the point with the audio. That video there is almost that's an hour and 20 minutes. I think this link has the actual audio in question. Let's check it out.
LA City Council controversy, a shocking secret recording allegedly between council members making racist remarks about a fellow member's own son. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ross Palumbo.
And I'm Leslie Manin. One of the people allegedly recorded is the council's own president, Nuri Martinez.
And already tonight, she is responding with an apology. But despite that, there are already calls for her to resign.
So you'll start seeing them line up.
Shocking audio recordings posted on Knock LA.
Nuri Martinez.
Allegedly catching LA City Council's first Latina president using foul language, making racially charged statements and slurs. The most striking comments surrounding Councilman Mike Bonin's 2-year-old son.
The white guy with a little black kid.
Martinez saying the child was somehow acting inappropriately during the 2017 Kingdom Day parade.
I was like, this kid is a beat down. Like, let me take him around the corner and then I'll bring him back. There's nothing you can do to control him. And I'm just like, oh my God.
Referring to a 2-year-old black child as a monkey has no place in American politics today.
Pomona College political professor Sarah Sadwani saying it is flat out wrong.
Clearly, are racist comments. There's no other way to to look at that.
Martinez allegedly making the comments during a redistricting meeting with 3 other Latinos, LA Labor Federation President Ron Herrera, council members Kevin De Leon and Gil Cedillo. The LA Times is also reporting that De Leon referred to Bonin as a 4th black member of city council. Cedillo is also heard on the excerpts posted on Knock LA speaking about Koreatown.
Yeah, let's go kick them. Yeah, I see a lot of little short, dark people.
Yeah, puro Oaxacan Koreans. Not even like Kevin, little ones.
Although CBS 2 has not independently confirmed the audio's authenticity, at least 2 other people heard on the recordings are not denying their validity. Councilman De Leon saying there were comments made in the context of this meeting that are wholly inappropriate, and I regret appearing to condone and even contribute to certain insensitive comments made about a colleague and his family in private. I've reached out to that colleague personally. And Council President Martinez saying, in a moment of intense frustration and anger, I let the situation get the best of me, and I hold myself accountable for these comments. For that, I am sorry.
Is an apology enough at this point?
You know, she is the president of the LA City Council. She sets the standard for decorum of the entire city council. So I find it really problematic this kind of language would come from her.
After that language was directed at his son, Councilman Bonin, tonight saying, we are appalled, angry, and absolutely disgusted that Nuri Martinez attacked our son with horrific racist slurs. It's vile, abhorrent, and utterly disgraceful. The city council needs to remove her as council president immediately, and she needs to resign from office.
Should she resign?
You know, that is something that I think she's going to have to take up. But I think certainly there's no place for this in LA city politics.
Well, Professor Sadwani also points out the entire conversation was centered around redistricting in the city and shifting political lines while involving race. Neither Cedillo nor Herrera, by the way, have responded yet to our request for comment.
All right. So, you know, this is kind of, I think this is kind of pretty straightforward type stuff, but the prompt is an interesting one. So-called Black-Brown Alliance. In the chat, D-Web from the House Rally podcast says, nobody with any sense or real-world experience ever talked about a Black-Brown Alliance. They used to chase us out of their neighborhoods growing up in Chicago. He says he worked at a retail store back in the day with about a split of black and Mexicans. It's how I learned what Shango meant. What does Shango mean? He says several almost race wars kicked off, although they loved our women. He says you may individually be cool with a few, but this talk of an alliance has always been nonsense. The forecast out there says how much you want to bet his colleague forgave him. He said, I would bet that they forgive her. Real Black Gentleman in the chat said, this is wild sauce right here. Gas Him Up says, this is a violation of her privacy. Okay, Gas. Yana B says, we have no friends. Gas says, her words are inappropriate, yet she has a right to speak without being recorded. I think in America, actually, in certain states, you can record people and it's perfectly legal, actually.
There are only 8 states you can't. I think Massachusetts, Illinois, Maryland, and I forgot the other one. But certain states you got to tell people you're recording. But in other states, as long as you're a party to the conversation, you can record.
Okay, yeah. So Kare just laid that one out. Afro Native World is with us.
Does that mean that it's being recorded? I'm joking.
You consented the moment you start speaking, so you already know you're being recorded. So there's nothing really you can do.
Right. Afro Native World is with us this week. He says, what does Shango mean? Apparently, Bobby Wright says Shango means monkey. He says, I looked it up and it says in Paraguay, Shango means lover, while in Peru and Ecuador, it means brothel and could also pertain to a scandal. Gas says, yes, it is unfortunate if you record a person without telling them that's some agent shit. Brother Bakari says, here in Atlanta, they was beating brown people ass, making them leave the neighborhood. They were robbing them and everything. With all of that said, Jay, what do you make of this Black-Brown alliance. I'm sure you've heard about it. Where you are, what say you?
I've heard about it. I don't know, man. That there's also something going on in the hip hop world with this dude that thought he could use the N word because he believed he was black.
Fat
You
Joe.
know,
Fat Ho.
Fat Ho, Fat Ho, yes,
I
and
like
and
that.
and you know it's sometimes you know us blacks will embrace everybody as long when you're not white, you're black. You know, and this one drop rule has been biting us ever since. You know, ever since we adapted it as yeah, you're black. You know, one drop black, it means you're black. And why don't we realize that it was a scheme to keep white? When does it stop? When do we start doing the same? If you have one drop of non-black, you're not black. And that would mean me, I'm not black. When is beautiful, like the pitch black woman that surround me here in this building. You know, when is that beautiful, instead of those yellow bones. You know, we ought to stop embracing everybody that hates us. You know, I don't know, man. I wanted to say something else, but this came out. Maybe I'll remember before the next topic what I really wanted to say. I'm sorry, man. I'm a bit disappointed. I'm disappointed. You know.
By the way, if you weren't here earlier, Jay is under the weather and he's still hanging out with us tonight. So I do appreciate Jay for being here. Yana B seems to appreciate what Jay had to say. She said 100 to Jose. Afro Native World says, by the way, black people from Mexico got it bad down there. Yeah, we've heard about it. By the way, I saw I guess I could say relatively popular Pan-African YouTube channel was kind of defending the use of the term monkey to me. You know, using the examples like if you go to Africa and stuff, people call kids monkeys all the time and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's equivalent. I don't know if you guys came across that. Let's go to
Yes,
Oni.
yes.
Jay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, I come across that, but that's a funny story. Jola and Serer, they are brother tribes, so they have a shared history, and they say that they were brothers, and one brother decided to stop cultivating, he decided to stop being a farmer, and he went fishing, and ever since Serer, Jola can joke with Serer. For example, imagine the president being a Serer, and the guy with the broomstick cleaning the porch is a Jola, and he can call, he can and he will call the president a monkey. I've seen it and heard it everywhere, you know. So Serer and Jola, they joke with each other because of this shared history. So yeah. And I want to say something about that monkey part. You know, monkeys have straight hair, you know, all over their bodies,
And thin
right?
lips.
And thin lips. So you know, we should laugh about that. We
And
should
if you
laugh
shave your
about that
fur off,
monkey.
what colors your skin?
Pink.
So yeah, it's still not what I wanted to say. I still don't remember, but I just wanted to insert that.
Who's watching
I
a
pass the
game
mic.
right now?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mute my mic. Sorry about that.
All right. I guess that's Kari watching the game right now. Oni, what say you?
No, editing video. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. I had no idea. I was like, what? What was it? Oh, the Black and Brown Alliance. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Harsh Reality said it all. Like, ain't nobody really took that seriously. You know, it's just a bunch of those. Like, really, nobody takes it seriously. And you know, I'm kind of outraged because I was like just gonna skip over this subject for tomorrow, but then some dudes were like, "Hey man, don't let this recent video make you not wanna be on alliance with the brown folk. The bourgeoisie want us divided." Like, shut the fuck up, man. like, I'm thinking he's about to congratulate us, you know, for finally, you know, like killing that noise. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like if like my thing is brown. Like, why should Latinos like us anyway?
Right.
You know, like I don't even get it. Like, what is there? Like, if we don't even like ourselves, like, why should they like us? I mean, the trouble I have with a lot of black folk, particularly in America, I guess, but a lot of black folk is that they just want everybody to like them, you know? And it's like, well, nobody should really like you, you know? Like, nobody should just like you because, and then like our reasoning for why you should like us is, well, we was here already, and it's like okay, you know, like clearly they ain't like the Native Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like, Native Americans were here, like from jump. The Native Americans were, taught them how to fucking, you know, well, according to their own story, they taught them how to cook and do all this other shit. You know, taught them all the vegetables and all the, you know, where to find the gold and all everything, right? They ain't like those motherfuckers. So like, why should they like you? You know, so yeah, if these Latinos don't like us, I'm like, yeah. I mean, like, I personally like when I see that, when I hear that somebody don't like me. You know what I mean? Like, that's like personally like my thing. Like, yeah, I mean, like you want to get rid of the uncertainty. Like, for instance, I got neighbors, right? We don't talk, right? But I would prefer if I knew that, hey, you know what? If, you know, like, I just don't like you. Like, I prefer that over, you know, well, like, let's say shit hits the fan, I don't know who the fuck's going, you know, like, you know, like, I would rather know from jump, and I kind of know from jump already, like, yeah, they ain't gonna look out for me, and that's good. Like, I like that. It would be worse if I was like, shit hits the fan, and I'm just like, well, I mean, now we gotta all, you know, like, you know, I gotta find an ally, and then, you know, I end up, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer. You know, it is what it is. Like, me personally, like, I like this. I like this. Like, I like this.
Afro-Native World in the chat says, ask Africans from Spanish-speaking countries about the mestizos you call brown folks here in America. He says they think they're white, not even brown. That's true. He said defenders of Iberian colonialism and culture. Yeah, you know, you have these Puerto Ricans who do that stuff too. Real big defenders of Spain. The forecast says black people in Mexico wasn't included until 2016 or something. Yeah, a couple years ago they started talking about the black Mexicans and stuff like that. The House podcast says, I'm all for discrimination. I respect people who tell me they don't like me rather than ones hiding it behind smiles and PC language. Agreed. I agree with that also. Brother Bakari mentions that Clarissa Shields won tonight. First boxer in history to be undisputed in 3 divisions. The GWOAT, the greatest woman of all time. Bakari, I'm curious. I'm just going to ask you this over the air here. Do you think Clarissa would have beaten Ali's daughter, you know, both in their primes? Because that was something that was talking about a couple years ago. Brother Bakari says Alicia the Baumgardner won, and now she's unified champ. Both sisters did great. That's good to hear. Trigger Happy 262 says, honestly, I'm coming more to conclusion that Iberian colonialism is worse than Anglo colonialism. People are severely confused in these regions. Trigger Happy, I'm going to ask you 2 favors, actually. One favor, can you give us a prompt for next week on this? And the other favor I wanted to ask you, I was going to send you a DM about this. I'd like you to join the panel when the men discuss that Francis Cress, Welsing, Dr. Poussant video as well, right? So I'll still send you I'll still send you a DM about that. With that said, Bwana Hagaziki, what say you to this black and brown alliance business in this story?
Uh-huh. Let me first say that I am pro freedom of speech. I believe that people have the right to express exactly what's on their mind without
Yes.
having any recriminations because of it. I really do believe that. I really do believe that. And let me also say that as far as this Latin relationship that we are being forced to have, the relationship I concern with my in South America is the relationship between black La, black Spanish speakers. Let me put it like that. Not Latin speakers. I think that that relationship needs to be developed first before we have any relationship with Spaniards. The other thing I wanted to discuss as well is everybody talking an outrage about this idea of this lady using the term monkey. But I am more concerned with the person who she is referring to has a husband, number one. He's a non-black person, number two. And how does he have the ability to father and rear a black child? I am curious about that. The other thing I concerned with is the response. You see, people are upset and people being rah 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 over the internet. But when it comes to protesting and actually trying to get this lady out of power, and when I saw the rally, you know, in behalf of people being against what she said, I only saw many white faces and one black face. Now I understand that in Los Angeles, I think Lumumba was saying that the population was 48% Latinx and 9% black. You know, that is they are Los Angeles is awash with Mexicans. So if you take her out of office, who are you gonna replace her with? You're gonna replace it with the same kind of person. They're just gonna not necessarily express themselves like this lady was willing to. I believe there should have been repercussions for her statement. Sure, you know what I mean. But which point to the political person in office right now who hasn't used racial statements, even like some of the presidents of the United States, by the way, who haven't used worse terms in reference to black people and sitting in high office. You know what I mean? I understand we like to take out the person and not the system that created that person. That is not for discussion. That is not for dialogue. You know, you have to you don't cure the effect of the problem. You have to cure the problem itself to get rid of it. That's the greater problem. And I think that we try to cure symptoms and not the actual disease itself. And we'll continuously be in this loop and trying to find these little pockets or people who being so-called racist against our community, you know, instead of curing what is the bigger problem in America. And everybody knows, not only in America, the world, and everybody knows exactly what that is and refuses to deal with that. But for me, my greater issue is how this guy, who's we looking at right now, have a husband and is raising a black child. Where's his mother? Where's his father? That's what I'm concerned with.
The child's adopted and he's gay.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey's the way he says they use adopted kids as accessories. Yana B said black people are not protesting because they were not told to protest. Like I said last week, like she said last week, we are lost. Trigger Happy said he'll keep that in mind. Thanks for that, Trigger Happy. Bakari and Bobby Wright feels like the sister Miss Shields would have beaten Ali. I agree with that too, and I agree with Bakari when he says she would not have beat Ann Wolf. Ann Wolf was a beast in her time. I saw Ann Wolf knock out a guy, you know, so she was a beast.
I wanna, if I may clarify, the harsh the people in the chat were speaking of Iberian slavery being worse than
Anglo.
I don't know about that, but what I know is that the language is worse. The language is really worse. So dark and black. You know, today was a black day in the history of soccer, for example. You know, and so besides that, on top of that, black is also ugly. It's synonym to ugly, right? the hair is it's so fair hair is in and I'm speaking Portuguese. So it's fair, yes. Plus it's also um delicate, right? And for example, fair face in Portuguese is literally let me say it in Portuguese, right? Cara de confiança, face to trust, right? So it's in the language, so it's in the programming, in the language. So I don't want to say I understand that Latinos with my complexion say that they are not black. I don't. What they mean is they are not ugly. What they mean is they have not the thick lip. You know the anecdote of the black man. You know this exaggerated broad nose, exaggerated lips, exaggerated jaws, right? So what they're saying is that they are not that the ugly black, quote unquote. So it's not that I understand, but I know what they mean when they say I'm not black.
Right.
It's
Thanks for
the
that.
language. It's the language, and the language speaks to the spirit, and that's yeah. We have to throw them away, man.
Thanks for that,
Lost
Jay.
them.
Trigger Happy 262 in the chat said, I think it's like worse in terms of people's identity. The DR could potentially be a black island, but they hold on to their European ancestry heavily. Real Black Gentleman says Portugal has done the most for its size and for the longest, but it stays under Spain's shadow. Marcus Garvey the way says, let them trust those faces that Jay was just talking about. Our faces didn't commit genocide to them. If people love illusions, let them stay delusional. With all of that said, and all that you heard, Kevin Carre, what are your thoughts on this story?
Yeah, my thing is what we always mention is this party and bullshit. The black people in that area should have been grabbing power a very long time ago. These situations are only going to get worse. And you said California, if you think about it, that was old Mexico. If what's that general and his troop hadn't fallen asleep, that would have been still Santa Ana. That would have still been part of Mexico. So as the black people over there, you're operating in enemy territory. I can understand her point of view. I just think this is an old blood feud that they want their land back, and this is the way to do it. What did someone used to say years ago? I saw a report. The guy says, "Hey, listen, we're gonna come here, whether we come here legally or illegally. We're just gonna repopulate over until we take over." And that's what we should have been doing as our folks should have been doing. But as you said with words, yeah, in their language, Changuito, I'm not familiar with the Mexican language. They speak a version of Spanish, like Jamaicans speak a version of English, compared to the rest of the Caribbean. But different countries have different word for monkey, and that's just their term. Another term you got to really watch out for is when they call you mayate, which means dung beetle, right?
Oh.
Kind of like with the Arabs. Be careful when you're around them and they call you Abid. That's that.
Abidi. Yeah.
But yeah, this is, as I said, a lot of times people are not gonna even. This is gonna be like water under the bridge. Oh, we're gonna forgive you and move on. We need your help. No, you should have been dealing with your own in the beginning. You wouldn't have had these problems because there was a case. I don't know if you heard about it. I read about it. Where I forgot what company it was, they had to settle because all the Hispanics in there were, discriminating against the blacks. They were calling black people niggers to their faces. Look all around. Look at New York City example. I can speak. Everywhere you go, where there's a construction site, it's all Mexicans or Central Americans just working there. What happened to everyone else? You should have been grabbing that power. This alliance, as you said, it's no bueno, no good, man, no good. But as I said, hopefully this is a wake-up call, but who knows, man. I'll pass the mic here.
Buana Hagoziki, did you, without calling names, but did you catch the folks who were talking, the Pan-African folks who were kind of saying monkey is not a big deal, and did you catch that this past week?
No, I missed that when I was listening. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You seem to be listening to the playback on YouTube.
Yeah, you can't hear it anymore, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I when I hear some folks talk, I disagree with some of the statements they make. I can't. My Pan-Africanist brothers all don't agree with everything on every specific point, and this whole notion of politically, some of us disagree. Economically, because you have some socialist brothers that I contend with from time to time. You have Pan-Africans who take we just are variant on ideas. We come together on the idea of Pan-Africanism that we agree on, that Black people should be together. But I am curious sometimes, if we was in a situation where we are collectively together, now it's time to do something or move in a particular direction, how that would work, because we have our opinions about how the world should work is so different at times. Because I don't agree with everything my Pan-Africanist brothers say sometimes. I am very critical of them. I am very critical of them. So I'll just leave it there.
All right. I see Yana B got timed out. I don't know why. I don't know what Yana B did. But in the meantime, daily affirmations by Pauline came through saying she's late, but good evening. Good evening. Daily affirmations by Pauline. Y'all check out her channel, her book as well. Brother Bakari says Portugal is basically an Angola colony today. Brother Bakari also says construction jobs in Atlanta is mostly KKK and Mexicans. That's interesting. Let's welcome in Brother Gas them up this week. Gas them up, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I'm great. I saw Gas them up participating in a 12-hour discussion earlier today. I'm surprised you're still awake, brother.
No, I wasn't on there for the full 12 hours. No, not at all.
All right. But that was a good discussion you guys had earlier today too, by the way. So you guys check out Tanzan's segment that was on SNN earlier today. Pretty good segment. Gas, Black and Brown Alliance, what say you to all this?
I mean, maybe there was a Black and Brown Alliance in the past, but we know that everybody strives for power, to quote the guy to Niger. For me, though, personally, look, I'm not saying her words were good, but I'm just tired of Americans recording people and using it to screw people over. It's a very American thing, in my opinion. It's like, I can't stand this country for that reason. This country is a place where you'll smile with somebody, you work with them, they're recording you, then they'll take it. Well, you should never have done it. I can't. These are sick people. That's just me personally. It's very American. It's very CIA, very government agent-ish. And I can't stand them personally. It's that, it's like, I don't know.
I feel you on that. Yeah, I think that was a good discussion. If there's no last words.
Wait, real quick too. These recordings were made a year ago, actually, last October. If you think about the timing, as I said, with the Saudis cutting off the oil supply to screw Biden and the Democrats, the same thing. This woman is a Democrat.
Right.
So if you really I pay attention to left-wing media and right-wing media, and I'm seeing like the mud ball being thrown back and forth. And the right wing, like let's say the New York Post, they've been like publishing this stuff every single day. It's like red meat. Like, look, you see, look what Kathy Hochul's doing. Look what Biden's doing. I am not part of any political group. Just an observer. Right. This is just why wait a year? Right before the midterms, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This, as the brother just said earlier, This is a lot of Asian shit. Why not release it? Just like them people that I don't want to go on a ramble, but them people accusing Cosby. Why wait 40, 50 years? But I'll pass.
I appreciate that. Yana B, I don't know what happened there. I want to believe it was a mistake because I read your comment on air, so I want to believe that was a mistake. That happens sometimes. So don't worry about it. You're back on, right? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is one side of the story. Is this a hit piece? Will this help her? This came with a link. Let's check it out, then we'll discuss it.
Hey folks, so this video will be obviously different from my other videos. And after talking to my lawyer and other Ghanaians, I refuse to let what happened to me be swept under the rug. If you would have told me that investing in Ghana, buying land would have ended up with an assault, I would have never believed you. But this is my story. I've been told that it's just a hole, it's just a broken system in Ghana, and this is just how things happen here. And folks, I'm shocked. I'm just shocked. So with the popularity of people repatriating and investing in Ghana, it's important to know what system you're coming into, because most of us are coming from the West, coming from UK, and have no clue what it is to be in a country that's quote unquote underdeveloped or recovering from colonization. So there are things, especially if you're a single woman and you're very hands-on like me, there's a way that now I know I have to go about things in this country. This is, here in Ghana, it's a patriarchal system with very little to no accountability for fraudulent, unprofessional, unethical, criminal behavior. And that is what brings me here to share with you what I went through. I went through the proper ADR measures. ADR is Alternative Dispute Resolution. It wasn't part of my plan to showcase this, but I sent them a letter with certain terms within that letter to reconcile this issue. The agent who received the letter is named Salome Appeals on August 30th. And they didn't respond within the 2 weeks given. My lawyer gave them another week. They didn't respond within that time. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. Okay, so allow me to be clear of who this is, of who I'm talking about. This is not an attack on Ghana, the country. This is a exposure of KWAZ estates. The violation was done at the Abeka Junction location across from the police training station. And the representative is Salam Menu. He's part of their sales and marketing department. So bear with me as I tell my story. For those that have been following me since the beginning, I've been recording my journey, documenting it since November 2020. And I have a playlist specifically for KWAZ because what I've experienced with them from a business standpoint has been so unprofessional and unethical that I created a whole playlist. And from, them moving my land without notifying me, to sending my documents to someone unauthorized, but not sending them to me, and I'm the one that paid for them. So I was forced to fly to the country to just put my eyes on my indenture, from being threatened to, once I got to the country, finding out a portion of my land doesn't even exist. Folks, this company is beyond ridiculous. I don't even know how they're still open. And so, which brings me to my story, because once I found out that my plots didn't exist, the chief of staff said, come to the office and let's fix this. And this was on August 15th. So I got to the office. I was there for about 5 hours towards the end of me waiting and then fixing my paperwork, I see Salam walk up the stairs. And so I already don't like the company. They know that I have videos out exposing their unethical and unprofessional behavior. So to avoid any type of confrontation, I was editing a video. So I put my earpod in to start editing. Before I can even put the second earpod in, Salam comes, grabs my face, and forces me to look at him. And he says, "Look at me." Folks, what? Violation number 1. Why are you putting your hands on my face? I'm trying to avoid you, but you want my attention, so you're going to put your hands on me to make sure you get it. Insanity. So I hit his hand off my face, and he grabs my arm. And I'm sitting down. So by this time, I'm slightly lifted because he's pulling my arm. And I say, "Let me go." And he's like, and I said, "Don't touch me. Let me go." He's like, "Well, I touched you. Let me touch you last time." Folks, last time I was at that office, I was with my lawyer. I've never been alone with this man. I don't know where he's getting this stuff from. I must be someone to him. I must be someone to him in his mind that, okay, anyways. So we go back and forth. I'm trying to get away from this guy. I'm trying to like release myself, and he just won't let go. And by this time, I'm focused on getting away. And so he's saying something, but I don't hear it because I'm trying to get free. And then I saw the more aggressive I got, the more aggressive he got. So I changed the tactic. I smiled. I became more feminine. And I looked at his hand and I said, "Why are your fingertips purple?" Folks, all his fingertips were purple. I don't know what that means. All I know, I'm thinking, your hands are dirty and you're touching me? That's ew. So he looks down at his hands and he looks slightly shocked, and then he lets go of me. Folks, that's how I got out of the situation. If I continued to stay masculine and fight for him to let me go, who knows what would have happened? He would have used his strength to make sure he knew who was in power. So once I became feminine and started smiling and, "Oh, why are your fingertips purple?" That's when he let me go. And my witness, who was sitting next to me, I said, "Did you see that? That is a lawsuit, folks. This is during business hours at the KWAZ office." What? So my witness says, they do that all the time to women. They probably do that to the woman working here. I said, this is not right. No one should have to go through this. So the chief of staff comes out, and my witness starts talking tree to the chief of staff. And all I understood was lawsuit, because he was speaking tree, but lawsuit, he said, excuse me, he said in English. And the chief of staff just looked at me. And then he grabs me, and it takes me to the end of the corridor, and he starts talking about chop chop, folks, because he's fixing what he did wrong regarding my land. So as I'm talking to him, Salam sees me talking to the chief of staff, and Salam shouts, "Oh, you have a new friend now? We were friends." Folks, this is insanity. And I said, "We were never friends." And then, of course, he comes back and forth. And every time he comes back, I'm like literally guarding myself. I don't know what's going to happen next. Because I'm still there because they're fixing my paperwork. They're making land that doesn't exist all of a sudden appear. And after the last time he walked by, I talked to my witness. I said, "This is crazy." And he was like, "I'm honestly scared for you." He said, don't be around these men by yourself." And I'm like, "Well, now I understand." And he was just like, "You got to be careful," because even the chief of staff was winking at me, calling me his girlfriend. I'm just like, something's wrong. So after that, I told my witness, "Don't leave me until I get to my car." And he's like, "I'm not going to leave you." And then he literally stayed with me until I got into my Uber. I drove to my Airbnb, and I sat there and I just cried because I've never been through any of this before. I've never been physically assaulted in the States. The amount of extortion that goes on here, the amount of disrespect, I'm just like, what? And so as I was sitting, our Airbnb, I was just laying down on my bed, and of course I started to cry, and that just made me think of everything that I went through with KWAZ. From another one of their employees texted me like between 9 and 10 p.m., sending me a picture of himself, and then Salam with his awkward love confession when I was calling him to get my refund because they moved my land without telling me. I'm like, that's a breach of contract. And then freaking him releasing my indentures to a person that wasn't authorized to do so, then threatening me, and then I come here and then get assaulted during business hours when they're trying to fix selling me land that doesn't exist. This is insanity, folks. Insanity. So
Yeah, okay. I think we heard enough of that. The prompt says one side of the story. Is this a hit piece? Will this help her? Gas, you said something in the private chat that I think is worthy of being repeated, because it's the thing that I like. My mission in this podcast and the things that I do, my mission is to facilitate this idea of re-Africanization, right? You said something in the private chat. Can you share that with everyone and talk about that a little bit?
Which one specifically? Because I typed a couple of things.
Oh, you probably added some more stuff, but you said you're tired of ...
Yeah, I'm tired of Americans. I'm tired of Americans going to Africa thinking that, you're going to get Chick-fil-A and, honey mustard barbecue. It's like, come on. The other thing that I find, and if she did experience that, I feel really bad for her. She shouldn't have to experience, assault. It is a reality. There's a lot of, unfortunately, quid pro quo sexual engagement in Africa, especially if you're a single woman, even if you're a married woman. And that's why a lot of times, you see a lot of men keep their wife at home because they don't want their wives subjected to some of this crap that goes on. So I'm not going to say that she's lying. I wasn't there. I don't know. The other gentleman, Salam, he did make a video with his side of the story. But yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, I just was saying, oh, okay, continue.
Yeah. So he did make his side of the story. So, who knows, right? But what I'm saying is that, look, you're in Ghana. Learn to speak Twi, sister. Learn to speak, one of the languages. Yes. Like, try your best. It's not that hard. I meet a lot of Ghanaians, right? I got an aunt that, my cousin, my little blood cousin, her mother was from Ghana. I just saw her today. We hang out all the time. Hey, Charlie, how you doing? Nigerians don't say Charlie, but when I'm around Ghanaians, there's a Ghanaian store by my place that I buy my African stuff from. I try to relate with him. Hey, Charlie, hey, my Nigerian brother, how are you? Everything. So guys are KWAZ family. And I'm relating to him in his way, so he's at ease.
Yes.
But she's going there and she said, I got in my feminine. So basically she's telling you that her femininity is an act. And it's like, look, lady, if you think the Africans are rough, let me take you over to Russia and show you what Brittany Griner is going through with them Russian men over there. You get what I'm saying? It's just like, look, stop coming to Africa if you're not willing to be an African. Choose a place, embrace it, understand that there's going to be a lot of things that come with it. There's still a lot of crazy stuff. I will be the first to tell you. There was a lady on Dynasty's podcast who reached out to me saying she wants to go to Nigeria because she was upset that I said Nigeria is an S-hole country, right? And I said, okay, so what's your plan? Like, I don't want to know your personal plan, but how are you going to handle your finances? Oh, I'm going to do everything bank to bank. And I said to her, you do realize that if you leave the country, 90% of banks in the United States, when you leave the country, if your VPN is not another European country or an American VPN, if your your IP address isn't traced, then you're going to be logged out of your account. You're not going to have access to it. So you have to get a VPN. She had no idea about that. I said, you need to go there with cash. And the money changers don't want 20s and 10s. They want 50s and 100s so you can get the maximum amount of money to be changed for you. No one's telling her that. So whoever she's talking to, you know, I said, hey, listen, this is a little bit of advice I give you. You figure it out, right? Because I'm not getting involved. It ain't my business. But whoever she's talking to is come to Africa. And it's like, you can't be that naive. No one's going to say, hey, guys, go to East New York pink houses at 2 a.m. I'm like, cool. You know, who do we know over there? Who can I call? It's pink houses. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to tell me go to, you know, Edenwald Projects in the Bronx. Right. Who do I know over there? You get what I'm saying? There's just common sense everywhere. And you're just going there. Oh, that's government treaty contract. Like, lady, listen, have you been to a Ghanaian courthouse? Do you know how many cases are backed up from landlords and things from 1983? They probably haven't heard cases yet that haven't been settled. Come on, man. Like, you're just the drop in the bucket. You know, my friend who's from Trinidad, he said this, and I hate to say it. He said, look, we're third-class citizens in America, so don't go to Africa and act like you're hot, you know, hot shit. Excuse my language. You know, you're a third-class citizen in America, so don't leave the country trying to act like you're the stuff when you get to Africa. Humble yourself a little bit. I go through it. I go to the bank. They treat me like crap sometimes if I'm not dressed up to the nines. You know, it is what it is. You know, I'll say, hey, do you have, I want to get some dollars. They'll try to give me the 20. I'm like, look, I'm not taking 20s today. Give me the 50 or the 100. Let me talk to the manager. Then I put on the American accent. Oh, okay. You know, it happens. But sometimes I go there. I speak with my Nigerian accent. I speak in the language. They don't give me any trouble. Sometimes they do. You understand what I'm saying? But you got to go there with someone who is going to walk you through properly, who's not trying to scam you. And you got to build those relationships. And you got to learn the language as best as you can. At least in Ghana, you can learn some Pidgin. But she's going there, and I bought the land online. Are you on? What? You bought the land online?
Madness.
In Ghana? In Africa?
Madness.
We from Africa, and we get scammed by our own family members when we send the money back home for them to buy property for us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, but hey, look, I hope, you know, she learned her lesson. But from the way she's talking, it's just, look, it's the American thing. I'm going to make a video about it, and Africans ain't got no shame. Tough luck. That shop is still going to be open. They still going to sell. Because like the guy said, chop. They're going to demand, I'm in with this. The manager's going to go bribe somebody in government. Look, don't worry. You know, the Americans, don't mind them. That's what they do. Okay. And they'll send the money. Everybody's good. So this ain't America. You're not going to shame them out of business. That doesn't work. You know, but hey, look, I hope she learns, man. I hope she learns.
Yeah, Gas, hold tight for 1 second. Yana B, are you in BK? Because Yana B seems to know the pink house. I'm in BK. I know the pink house as well. Gas, if you could do me this favor, if you can. In that area called Nigeria, if a person wanted to go from the West and purchase land, someone who's not from the continent, but is African all the same, they want to go back to the West, say in Nigeria, how would you advise them to go about trying to purchase land out there?
Honestly, in my opinion, it really is not what you know, it's who you know. I would try and build a relationship with somebody here. A good African that you have a relationship with. Of course, you're going to, you know, you got to check everything, you know, but a good African. So when you get there, because it's quite complicated the way Nigeria has it, foreigners, unfortunately, can't own a lot of things. They can't own a lot of things. Even when you register a company, you have to have a Nigerian on your board. Oh, really? So, yeah, those are some of the things that are in place. But if you have a good family that you work with, that they're not looking to, you know, hustle you, you know, you go there, you visit Nigeria the first time, you say, look, I just want to buy some land. You visit the first time, you get to know the lay of the land. You know, it's not hard. Watch some Nollywood films, try to pick up on the accent a little bit. I'm not saying go there and be a caricature, but just try, you know, and then go there a second time. Maybe go a third time, but go once, twice, see the lay of the land, see who's who, maybe go with a different family. Maybe that first family you went with, they were cool in the States, but then when you got there, they started acting funny. You know, things change. And then as you start meeting your connects there, now because what I do personally is I play people against each other. So I have my family and I have my friends. So what I'll do is if I want to get something done, like I'm not there, I'll call a friend and say, hey, I need you to do this. I'll send them some money. They'll get it done for me, but then I'll have my family go check up on it, or vice versa.
Okay.
So I'll have the family check up on the friend, and the friend check up on the family. So now, hopefully, they don't, get in collusion to scam me. But 9 out of 10, I keep them so far apart that it's like, look, make sure this is good. When you go check it, I got something for you. I take care of them and my friend, because we've built a good enough relationship. I'm always bringing business there where they're not trying to lose that relationship. So those are the little things that you got to do when you're not there. So I think it takes time. It's just like when you come to the States, you got to build relationships with people. And right now, Africa, Nigeria in particular, doesn't have the type of system in place where you can just buy something online. But even in the States, I will say this: I was just at the Bronx courthouse, right? And there was a kid, a young guy, who I believe he purchased a car online. He gave the person money or something. The car was never delivered. And the lady was telling him, hey, don't ever purchase anything online. So even here in the United States, he was like, I have the person's Facebook, tracking them down. They're like, well, the best we can do is try to serve them at the address on file. But if that address is a dummy address, it's tough luck, right? So even in the United States, you buy some property online or you buy some stuff, you can get screwed over. So it really is about cultivating those relationships. And I think I'll end with this statement. That's the hard part. I always say to many of my African American brothers and sisters, man, especially in New York, you guys will go straight to the Chinese buffet. You eat everybody else's food. Y'all never go in the African spot. They got jollof rice. They got good rice there. They got chicken. They got some beef. And not everything there is spicy. You may not want to eat the egusi or some of the soup because you're not used to that taste. It might have a fermented taste or smell. I can understand that, but you can eat the rice. You don't want to build a relationship, and so then how do you expect you just want to go to Africa and they're gonna roll out the red carpet? They don't roll out the red carpet for us, and we from there. They're trying to scam us. So but I don't know. I hope it works out for.
Yeah, that's a conversation I like to hear from folks from the continent, because I sometimes I talk to friends of mine or acquaintances of mine from the continent. You come to realize, like, you're killing yourself in America, for example, trying to purchase land or a house or something that's like $500,000 to $1 million, and you need to have 20% down to get the best rates and all this kind of stuff. But if you took that same money and went back to the continent, right, you can be living pretty nicely. But a lot of people's fear is the same fears that she's kind of bolstering here. This fear of the bad Africans, right? The no good Africans. And a lot of people have that fear that you're gonna go to the continent and get scammed out of your money. But I would like to find a way for us to eliminate a lot of those fears. Like, there's some common sense fears. Don't deal with strangers, for example, right? There's don't buy land online. There's some common sense stuff in there that people should understand. But I would like our people to not be as afraid to go back with this money. Like, from what I understand, in some parts of the continent, you go back with $10,000. That's a nice piece of land you can buy, $3,000, $5,000, whatever. And instead, you're out here in the West killing up yourself trying to own some shit in New York that you'll never really own anyway because of property taxes and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I hope we can have more conversations about the processes in some of these continental locations, and where's a good place and who to work with, and what's the procedure like. Like Gas just said, Nigeria, the procedure is crazy, right? We looked at Afro Think Tank's video a couple months back, and he showed you that the paperwork is slim. It's not a bunch of whole paperwork and stuff. So I'd like to figure that out a little bit more in the future. Jay, you're also continental. How is the whole process of land ownership in your neck of the woods?
You in a rural area, you find there's traditional and there's republic rule.
Okay.
right? So first you find you find land, right? You have an eye on land. You find the traditional rule, and you make a deal with them. Like, can I buy that land? Is that a land for sale? And if you come to an agreement together, you go to the republic, and that's when and do your best to do the absolute do the absolute most, right? Get it on paper, the how do you call it, the GPS, the GPS GPS accuracy, right? Like make sure that if all of that is on paper, nobody can take it from you.
Okay. So what do you feel about this lady's story in the prompt?
Well, she was the man when she bought it online, right? and she was the man when she was editing right there in the office. She was editing a video against these dudes, right? And it was not her first. It was maybe the fifth video about these guys. What did she expect?
Thank you for that, Jay. I had Gas, I had Jay. Let me go to Oni. Oni, what say you?
Oh snap! All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, no, look, I'll say it what it is. What she did was exactly what I think we call them the Consumer Report. That's something like what happens is this. We have to be honest, right? America has quite a few technologies that are used around the world, and some of them are social technologies too. And one of them, so like for instance, we use the internet. We use cars, we use highways, we use whatever, right? It's not to say highways or whatever, but you get what I'm saying. Like a lot of Americanisms are, Westernisms, if you will, are spread throughout the world. And I don't recall what country she says she was in, but
Ghana, I think it was.
Ghana. Okay, yeah. But what she did, because I don't know if she bought. I mean, I don't know if she bought it offline or whatever, but clearly she went to some agency where they can sell land, right? Or they are advertising to sell land. I don't know if she went there or if she didn't go there, but that's the avenue that you would take in any Western nation. You want to buy land, you go to the real estate. You know what I mean? Like you want to buy something, you go to either real estate or the land estate, whatever you want to call it. But you do that procedure. Then she goes there, allegedly, right? She goes there and she's like, oh, the address was changed without my cognizance, right? Which again is not, how you would do it in the Western nation. Now, obviously, if the idea is, hey, look, we do this differently in another nation, then, that's all well and good. But again, it's like if I want to, like, for instance, when I went to Ghana and I was ordering soup and the lady handed me soup in a bag, I was just like, the fuck, like, what the fuck you said to me? Why'd you put soup in a bag? Right now, I mean, obviously I ate it, I mean, it wasn't that great, but I ate it. But all the same, it's like, yeah, if somebody has certain business practice, especially when you talk about how much money you putting down, right? If you now put it like, because that soup I got was like $1, whatever, or even like less than $1, realistically. It's like 2 CDs, so it's probably like 40 cents or some shit, right? Or 80 cents. I don't know, who cares, right? But point is that yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it seems like what she did was she said, look, I want to buy land. There's an agency that's advertising to sell land. Then they change the land and they're not fulfilling what we agreed upon and so on and so forth. And then I try to take them to court and nothing is going through with that. I'm going to give a video review. For me, that makes a lot of damn sense. Like that's exactly what you as a consumer are empowered to do, because one of the things that we should be doing for what it's worth is looking out for each other, as to say that if she does not produce,
that's
like,
a good point, Oni. I'm sorry to interject, but you know, now that I sit down and think about what you're saying there, that's actually a good point. You know, she should look out. If she had a bad experience, she should look out and say something. That doesn't negate what was said by others earlier, but you know, as far as her actions, she should put out some information. I'm sorry I interrupt you, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I'll say it this way. For instance, I wanted to put my son inside of some martial arts school, right? And I was looking for a black-owned martial arts school, so on and so forth, right? So first thing I do is I look up what's the information about this martial arts school. You know, because I put it down to 2 different schools, and I'm like, okay, let me look into what these schools are doing, what these schools are producing, you know, what's their own propaganda, what's their own marketing, what's that, whatever. But the point is that what she's doing now is that if I want to go buy land in Ghana, because I don't know, I guess, you know, the idea is, hey, don't buy it offline, maybe, possibly, but still, like, I didn't even know that, realistically, you know, because I saw some houses for sale on some website, and I was like, shit, boy, you know, I wouldn't mind picking up one of these, but if you're saying don't buy it online, like, I wouldn't know. But the point is that you want people to put information out. Because one of the issues that I found, for instance, when I was looking at some land, you know, one of these African countries, like the advertising, the marketing was trash. And I'm like, yeah, you know, one of the things that Westerners do is that, you know, unfortunately, the Americans, they refined business, they refined, you know, to a letter. And so, you know, yes, we're not going to have that same experience going to Africa, because that experience wasn't refined in Africa, it was refined in America. And we kind of profit from that, or we live off of that. All the same, what I'm saying is that this sort of, you know, review, like when you're trying to buy something off of Amazon today, and, you know, if you buy off of Amazon, right, and you just look through the comments, you know, you look through the comments, you look through the reviews of past things. And so this right here, a video review, like you go on YouTube and you look up this business that you were trying to put money in, and the business comes up with, oh, I was scammed. That's important, because in fact, I could even say this. I remember somebody was selling gold or something. They were like, yo, you know this thing, blah, 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 for gold. I go on YouTube and I see and I'm like, is this a scam? And so I go on YouTube and there's a couple of videos like, yeah, this agency, they sent me this stuff. You want that kind of it. And she's saying, look, I videotaped this stuff. Now, and she said she can't take it to court. She can't succeed in the courtroom. Absolutely. Put the evidence out. Because like, what else? Like what is she like? Because the other alternative is just sit on the court thing. And then when one of us want to go buy land, right? And one of us look online and we say, oh, look, this is an agency, and all the other reviews is 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. This, and then now we down bad. We're gonna be like, why ain't nobody tell me? And the thing is that that's exactly, like, I want people to give honest feedback to their business experiences.
Me too.
You know, I want that. You know, I mean, part of me, like me personally, I try, like when the black folks screw me over, I tried, like I kind of keep it on the low. I ain't gonna hold you. But like the black people who screw me over ain't screwing me over like house money, screwing me over, you know, or even like grabbing me in a private setting. Like that's like there's screwing somebody over, and then there's screwing somebody like and they're just fucking with somebody. You know what I mean? Like I had this, you know, this one dude I was you know, I paid some good money for, right? And yeah,
what?
You know, he huh?
What you just say?
No, no, wait, pause. No, I paid some dude some good money. You know what I'm saying? Nah, pause. All right, but nah, pause. All right. Anyway, so look, I paid this dude some good money, right? He ain't delivering the service, you know, or what have you. I know that's not helping, right? I don't want to say what it is, obviously, but anyway, but you know, he didn't do whatever, right? But he ain't fucking grab me. He ain't attack me. You know, because once somebody grab, and I mean, some people might, well, you ain't attack, you ain't grab, but whatever, right? Once you get in, first off, you buying motherfucking property, right? Then the person says, nah, you ain't getting that property. Then they say, look, you ain't getting, like, whatever designs you put out, we not doing that design. Then they said, you better give us more money on top of the money you already gave us. Then they grabbed you and all that shit, like, and she's gonna be quiet about that? Like, nah. Like, I'm saying to myself, like, if that's your experience and you have it videographed or videotaped or whatever, right? Then yeah, like, I appreciate that, you know? Because it's a lesson learned for the rest of us. Now, I'm not gonna condemn the whole country over that. I just know that, because there's gonna be crooked people, everywhere in the planet you go. Like I said, I got screwed over by folk in America, right? But like, yeah, give an authentic review. Give a good review when it's a good review, and give a bad review when it's a bad review. That's what the point is. And I can tell y'all this. In fact, I'll tell y'all this. I'll end with this. One time I had this. I was looking for some plumbing work, I guess, right? And I was looking for black folk, but the black folk was like charging arm and a leg. I ain't gonna hold you, right? I found some cheap ass motherfucking crackers or whatever, right? And I tried to, I haggle them down, right? But after that, agreeing for the haggle down, they were like, okay, but you got to give a review. You know what I mean? And I was like, I bet, But like, the reality is that the review system is a very good system. And the fact that, and like, I like completely salute, or, if you want to say salute, but I completely recognize the sister for saying, let me leave a review for a bad experience, as well as a good experience. That'll be good too. Cause that's what people want to know. That's what people want to know.
I appreciate that, Oni. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. So in your feelings, based on what you said, you don't think it's a hit piece. You think it's just her honest review. And
she said he got it on video. Oh, sorry. I thought you was asking my phone.
No, go ahead. No.
Well, I mean, like, if you have it on video, then you have it on video. You know what I mean? Like people can decide on themselves, but like, if you like, that's a level of confidence, if you say, hey, I have this on video, and you've produced videos and you produced a series and we've been following you doing this whole thing, like that is, like that's like indisputable. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously I didn't look through the video, and obviously there might be other whatever, but the point being that it doesn't even make any sense for an American. I'm guessing she's American, right? For an American to make a hit piece on a Ghanaian real estate agency, just for shits and giggles. Like, it don't even add up. Like, why would she isolate some place in some little corner and so forth just to like destroy their business? That don't even, like, it wouldn't even add up. So I mean, it seems like that was her experience, and like, if that's her experience, like, more power to her for speaking out, because I would love to know,
Right. I put up on the screen just so you guys could see what Gas was saying. This article about Nigeria, restriction on buying land in Nigeria as a foreigners buying property in Lagos. And the first paragraph tells you Nigeria laws limit the right of foreigners to buy land in Nigeria. Consequently, there are restrictions and procedures to be complied with for any foreigner to buy property in Nigeria. The restrictions are put in place to control foreign land ownership in Nigeria. Now, I like that they say that. I hope they really enforce that, though. I hope it's not the case where these British nationals and whatnot can go and buy hectares of land.
In the north, you might see elements of that, but land is a very, very tough issue in Nigeria. People get killed, even among family. So it gets very, very tricky. So I don't think a British national can just come, at least in my part of Nigeria, and say, "Oh, I'm just buying land." No, they're going to find it very difficult, because a lot of the land, it's not like, it's still communal. Like, like in my village, my mom and my dad have land, but they have to share it with cousins and this. And so, then in order to separate my mom's part, we have to sit down and meet with the elders. We got to do this. It's a whole process. And then, like Jose was saying, after you do that, then you take that process with the witnesses to the state, and everything is written down. So it's, for, like I said, if they're not even giving us Nigerians free access to the land, I find it, I mean, I'm not saying it probably hasn't happened. I've heard instances like in the north, but it's very difficult, like in the south, for some random white guy to just come and get access to land. But what I found interesting in that video that no one said, she said she had a man with her. She said the guy, or he, was speaking Twi. And just my experience, when I'm in Nigeria with my lady friends, I'm not letting nobody put their hands on her. Like, you know, I haven't seen an instance where a man is escorting a woman. That's what we say in Nigeria. Oh, he's escorting her, right? Not in the sex way in America, but if a man is escorting a woman, where that man is often very protective. You know, you go to the grocery store, you see a man and his woman. You often, you know, people will kind of give you that deference, like, hey, you know, that's him and his woman. You know, now if she's by herself, it's kind of fair game. People will approach whatever. But a lot of times, people like, oh, okay, I think she's with that man, and women will they welcome walking or having a man move with them to avoid that. So I'm just kind of confused. Like I said, I don't know Ghana, but I'm confused how she had a man with her, and this man was not protecting her or stopping this other guy from putting his hands on her, especially if that's her escort, and especially if she has, you know, American dollars or British pounds. Because I can tell you one thing: if you're unless they're trying to, you know, all in to scam you, if you're in Nigeria and you're the dollar, if you're the golden cow, I mean the golden goose, they're not going to let a finger touch your head.
Right.
They're going to keep you safe until they put you back on that plane back to JFK. So I'm
For
confused
that
as to
same
how this
reason,
guy,
I thought it was a
you know.
woman.
Yeah, I thought it was a woman until she said he. If you play the video back, she said he. She's at least that's what I heard. I thought she said he walked me back to the Airbnb. So I was like, so this guy that was with you just stood there and let these two guys put their hands on you? That's weird.
Yes. Quick question. Afro Native World asks, so diasporans can't repatriate to Niger with that system, with this real estate laws. Can diasporans return to Nigeria easily?
To buy land, like I said, land is very, very hotly contested in Nigeria. Um, I wouldn't go to just buy land. I think opening up a business would be a much better bet. Nigeria, you know, it's not like Ghana. No disrespect to Ghana, but that Nigerians are they're contesting a lot of stuff like that. But I think you can go. For example, I was just thinking in my head, well, maybe what I would do if I wanted to get someone land, I would buy the land and then gift it to them. So I'm gonna call my lawyer friend and say, hey, listen, if I have a foreigner, instead of the foreigner purchasing the land, what if I want to legally within my right as a Nigerian give the land as a gift to a foreigner? So I'll ask my lawyer friend and let you know on the email to see what they say if I can do that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. With that said, I think Jay wanted to add something quickly, and then we go to Buana.
No. It was just that, like, it was just that for that same reason that Gas Them Up explains. I thought this witness that she mentioned was another woman, but I missed the he part.
Okay, Buana Haguziki, what say you to all of what you heard so far?
No, for me, she, first of all, let me say that Oni did give some very credible, convincing arguments. And one part of my mind, I almost was in complete agreement with him because I had an alternative view. But something in the back of my knocked me in the back of my head and say that this whole thing of believe her, you know, we just accept with this sister's testimony is outright because she's making a recording of her experience, and we never considered the fact that maybe they may be some alternative facts to what in fact actually happened. Because the charge of assault is a big word. That's a big word to use. Someone assaulted me. And if one was to make an accusation like that, I would really like to hear the other version of how the events did actually play out. You know, my legal mind gets to start to working. You know, so I just would really want to know what his perspective was in fact what actually happened. Let me just put that on, as an aside. For me, it seems like this lady went to Africa as a renegade individual. And I don't believe that, and Gas could correct me, and Jose could correct me on this. Um, Africa doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? For me, it appears to be an extremely patriarchal society. And if you think and some of the words she was using, it sounded very much like a feminist. And if you think that Africa is going to conform itself to your feminist views and ways of life, Western ways of life. That's just not gonna happen. I don't believe that Africa is patriarchal. Africa is not non-accepting of same gender loving behavior. Let me put it like that. So I don't think that they're gonna just be accepting of the fact that you are a single woman, and everyone recognize that you have no so-called protection. No one undergirding the fact of what you're doing, and you feel like you could operate in Africa as a free agent with no relationships with anyone else but yourself or some random person you get to speak on your behalf because you can't speak the language, but you want everyone to conform to your beliefs about the world. It doesn't work that way, and I am curious to know the other side of that story. Let me also say this too. No one buys land, I don't think, and not in their right mind. And I could be wrong about this. No one buys land sight unseen. That's absurd. You should do. For me, in my mind, you should do your due diligence first before you operate in that manner. That's just in my brain. Maybe other people may think differently. And you as a YouTuber as well. There are many sites where if you don't want to deal with Africans, that African Americans in Ghana right now, you get Obadele Kabon, you get RJ Mati, I think he's in Senegal. You have to Tembe Bomani from Africa for the Africans. All these people who are coming from the West, they have established great relationships with the people on the continent, and they say, hey, if you want to do certain things, here's the route you need to use. Have you made contacts with these kinds of people? I don't know what kind of due diligence his sister would have done before she would have given this testimony. Now, I would also agree to the fact that, yes, no person should be harmed just because of the fact that they're females. No person should be bullied. I agree with that completely. And she has a right to express herself. She has a right to come on the internet and give her version of what she has dealt with on the continent. No problem. But I believe to use a big word like an assault and to accuse this man of a criminal act, I believe that we should give this man a fair hearing. And I don't believe in this whole idea of just believe her. Why? Why? You know what I mean? Everybody have their version of the facts. Everybody have their version of the facts. Let's hear two sides and then come to an objective conclusion. So that's the way I operate. Many people don't do that, but I would agree with as far as the consumer-based issues that Oni has raised. I would agree with many of the statements that he would have made. But I'll stop there.
Wait, you mind if I?
Wana, did you hear what she said though? It was the funniest thing. She said, "Ghana is a patriarchal society," and I was saying to myself, "What did you expect?" It was one of those books that you were reading, pro women. The women were running around, running the country. Like, I'm confused. Like, what did she expect Ghana to be? Like, I'm confused. What do these women expect Africa to be?
No, she expects everyone to come and yield to her her educated view of the world. I'm a woman and I'm educated now, so the world must bow down and just embrace my black girl magic. Get the hell out. Well, let me
Do you know that happened to a girl, one of these Instagram girls. I forgot their name. I don't know their names, but one of these Instagram girls. They do all these OnlyFans girls. So they flew to Nigeria, and I guess they slept with one of the, I don't know if it was a senator or something, and they tried to expose him. Man, they locked those girls up and threw them in jail so fast. And then they came out. The girls said, "We are sorry. We apologize," and they sent them back to America. And I'm just like,
absolutely. Know where you are. Know where you are. Know where you are. Look at the land itself. You get established relationships with the people around you. Get a good understanding of what the culture is, society. Then you could move. But don't buy friggin' land on the line and then come there and say, "I'm here," and expecting it. It doesn't work nowhere like that. I don't think it
guys,
works even in the United States.
But guys, you've been around. You all have been around, right? So what is this case? This is a pure case of yes, girl, yes, girl.
Yes, there's some of that in there for sure. Yes.
She was impressing her girlfriends. Look, I got land in Ghana. I got land in Ghana. Yes, girl. Yes, you go, girl. Yeah. And then something started to smell like shit, and then she had to go. You know, that's if you look through her words and her air grabbing, you know, that's what we were looking at. And then you know, in 2016 I brought two females as investors to Senegal, right? And both of them tried to ruin my life over there, right? They were received as statespeople, you know, we were received like, and that was my work. That was my work with a stick and a stone, right? Just being the man that I am, right? And we were received like statesmen, and these bitches were fighting over my dick shamelessly in front of everybody. Yeah, I'm dead serious, you know. I'm dead serious. Yeah. But both making good money, right? One is sort of an attorney. I don't know how you call it in English, but let me call it sort of an attorney. So one educated and one just lucky in with a good job, right? And they both you know, they try to humiliate me into bowing down for them. But the first day was like, oh, you say, no, you got it all, you got it all fixed, you got it all regulated, you know. And even after that, the local men defended them against me, right? So how is this woman not defended? Was she everybody's girlfriend? Was she everybody's girlfriend? Because in that case, that's when nobody defends you.
Right.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me you mind if I interject, because I think
yeah, one
Mr.
quick second.
Brana. Okay.
Yana B likes what Jay had to say. Gas, there's some questions out there from Afro Native World. Can you respond in the chat? He's asking how the IFA practitioners are treated in Nigeria.
Yeah, they're treated, from what I know, they're treated not bad. They're treated decent. There's a great connection, especially the Cubans and the Brazilians. And they go back and forth. A lot of Nigerians go to Cuba, a lot of Nigerians go to Brazil, and vice versa. So with IFA, there's actually a great connection there, from what I've seen.
Okay. Oni, you want to add something real quick?
Yeah. So Bonna asked me, what did I think about the assault thing? Yeah. So assault in U.S. law, is pretty much what she described in regard to the man grabbing her arm. So if the man grabbed her arm, then under U.S. law, that's assault. Now, obviously, that's probably not the case in Ghana's law, but I don't expect her to be I don't expect her to be a legal expert in any country. But generally speaking, yeah, in this day and age, if the man did grab her arm, and it seems believable that he did, then I think that, yeah, like that's probably what she meant. And so I could just read this definition from from Cornell Law School, I guess the Legal Information Institute. It says assault is generally defined as an intentional act that puts another person in reasonable apprehension of imminent harmful or offensive contact. No physical injury is required, but the actor must have intended to cause a harmful or offensive act with the victim, and the victim must have thereby been put in an immediate apprehension of such a contact. So yeah, so I think that like in America, if you were to just grab a woman's arm, I guess threateningly, then yeah, she could charge you with assault. I mean, it's very unlikely that you would face serious time, but you probably shouldn't do it either. But again, like you said, she's not in another country. But even in that argument of, hey, look, you're in another country and we don't respect your buying power, right? That's something good for her to put out informationally then, because whether or not, because we're a bunch of dudes, And whether we feel like, hey, as dudes, without any women bias, we can go to, an agency that sells land and purchase it with no harassment or what have you. And that's probably not the case. But if we feel like that's the case and that a woman can't go through that experience, then in that same token, like, it's valuable for a woman to point that out, because not only men are the consumers of reviews or of information. So if it is the case that a woman cannot go into Africa to buy land, or if that's the opinion that should be espoused or what have you, then I think it is valuable for women to also know that as well, because not everyone, because some women, because for like a guy like me, or once upon a time at least, I was of the opinion, hey, look, I wouldn't mind going to Africa to find me a lady. You know what I mean? And I know there's a lot of women who are like, hey, I wouldn't mind going to Africa to find me a man, you know? And I'm not saying that she's heterosexual. I mean, she seemed like she was, but it's possible that she wasn't. Either way, yeah, I mean, again, if like I don't see a problem we could all see for ourselves, but if she's reporting her experience and she's reporting it faithfully, and sure, she's using words like assault that's familiar to those of us in the US as to what she's describing, because she just said, hey, he grabbed my arm, that's assault. And so we're like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's not the same assault like, yo, he just, beat her up. But we also know what she was saying because of the context. But yeah, if that's the case that, women are expected to have a worser business experience in Africa, then I mean, that's also good things for people to know, because one, it could tell, like, some people might like that, some people might dislike that. Some women who are single may say, hey, you know what, maybe I shouldn't go when I'm single. Some women who are single may say, hey, maybe I should get a male advocate, maybe I should, like, it informs future decisions in regard to the business. Now, there were other things that took place outside of the male grabbing her, which was they're changing the land that they originally agreed upon, as well as asking for more money. And of course, you kind of would expect this, but also it's not at all appealing. If I go to Africa and because I mean that happens too. Like I said, like I did have those the plumbers who did an extra job and they asked for more money, and that's just a normal thing if you're doing an extra job. I mean, obviously, if you change the venue, you should give somebody the option of taking that change venue and then refunding them entirely if they don't agree to it. She did not experience that, but that also informs us as well, because now what I can do, for instance, if I want to purchase land, is I can say, hey, look, what's the likelihood, what's the probability of me securing this land before I pay you any money? Because if you're going to change it in the future, and is the cost locked in? Because if the cost is not locked in, and that's another thing that you would add into your contract, you could say, look, this contract is null and void if like this contract could be withdrawn at any time. So you would adjust your paperwork accordingly based off of this woman's experience. So I think that overall, I would say it's very valuable. As far as, like, I think Buana was saying, did she do her due diligence? Like, again, I personally don't see what she did wrong in terms of, if I want to buy land in America, that's the procedure I would do. Now, granted, you would say, hey, look, you're not in America. But it's like the exact parallel agency is there, just the same as, like, for instance, when I went to Jamaica, I ordered food from this KFC and I got it the same way I do in America. I'm not really expecting it to be too different, so I mean, overall, I think the last thing I was going to say was, if you say you want African people to go to Africa, or you make the case, hey, why are you guys not? Because, like, this woman probably could afford good land in America, but then she says, no, what? No, people are telling me I should go to Africa and get land, so that's what I'm gonna do, right? So she goes to Africa and she gets land. If you're telling, and she's one of those people that if you say, like we can't all expect, Marcus Garvey Jr. to be the people who are repatriating, or people who are going to buy land in Africa. Sometimes if we want Black people And that's if you want black people. But if you want black people to go to Africa, you have to be mindful of the fact that a lot of black people are like the people that we don't agree with. You know what I mean? Like a lot of black people are going to be the BLM people. A lot of black people are going to be the feminists. A lot of black people are going to be LGBT. And I mean, I'm not saying that I want LGBT and all that crap to be in Africa, but realistically, that's what it is. And so sometimes I can say this. Sometimes when I look at the CIA report or whatever, or the whatever report, they're like, hey, this country is not good for LGBT people, right? And it comes from testimonies from LGBT people. Now, me personally, I don't mind. But I also understand that I'm not the only consumer of information. An LGBT person would mind. You know what I mean? And because they would mind, you know, I can't really fuss with what's something that seems like a factual occurrence. That's all I can say.
Okay, I'm not disputing the fact that she may have had consumer issues. I'm disputing the fact that what makes her allegation of assault believable. That's the first thing. And then you said that she was operating on good faith. I mean, this is really I don't know if this is the first time you saw this video. This is the first time I saw this video. I mean, she was crying without tears. Needless to the fact, she made an accusation, a criminal accusation against his man, and I think it would only be fair for us to hear his version of how the events actually occurred. That's the first.
Oh, but brother, wait, let me just interject quickly. I don't know if you were looking at the video, but I think you were looking at the video. Yeah. She said she had a whole YouTube series on the business itself. So I just feel like if you have a whole, like, because I looked at the other brother y'all were talking about, Mark Meets Africa, whatever, and the people who do the vlogging, like based off of how his vlogging style is, I was just extrapolating that it's pretty likely that she would have a similar vlogging style. Like you said, it's the first video I saw, it's the first video you saw. But my impression is that if you're doing a video series on like celebrating how you're getting land, and then eventually you still don't have land, let's say after a year, and there's a reasoning behind it, I don't necessarily think you're going to be making up like assault charges. Like I just wouldn't. I mean, I'll give the benefit. It's like innocent until proven. No. I guess no. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll do the innocent until proven guilty. But what I would say is that it like based off of what we know about Ghana, or what we could impress. What's the impression, and just the impression of her generally, like it doesn't seem out of the ordinary.
Oh goodness,
like it doesn't.
You are concluding based on impression. You are concluding based on sentiment or your feelings. That I'm saying that I'm saying that she is lying. I'm saying that sometimes people may have convincing version of events that may not necessarily be true. And I'm saying that to fall on the conclusion that, yeah, this particular assault or this guy did actually, in fact, commit a criminal act against me is believable because I feel this way is a dangerous belief. And also, it may hurt this man standing in his community. It may hurt this man standing as far as his relationship goes with his wife and children and other people too. And it might mess up his business. Who knows what she may have had a relationship with this man. And I'm not saying that she did. I'm saying she may have had a relationship with this man. Who knows the fact that she may have had a bad relationship or a poison relationship with this man and decides to come on YouTube and screw him over. No one actually knows that because
I want to give an example when you're done. But go ahead.
Yeah, we don't really know the context, the whole picture, and I think that is very dangerous.
Let me say something. Let me say something before you go. My phone's about to die.
Okay, I'll stop in a second. I think it's very dangerous to come to these conclusions just based on the fact that she gave information that we don't really know the actual details of what in fact happened. I think that's very dangerous.
Wait, let me just before Azuli, my fault, more bro. But I'm gonna say nobody's coming to any conclusions. She said she's just reporting her story, which is her right. She said she can't find like she can't go to the court system and the courts are backed up. So this is her last stand. Like that's what she should do. But that's what I was saying.
But you said that
Azuli said he has to
you said that you believe that, and you said you believe it because she gave you the impression that you believe that without any kind of other evidence.
Bro, this is the only evidence to this entire thing. Like if I saw the other guy speak, then maybe I could weigh something.
He does have one online, in fact.
But yeah, bro, but we didn't see it. So like what do you want me to do?
But you say that you believe her without seeing it.
Well, yeah, bro. If you have one story, you're gonna believe it. If like, why would you not believe it?
No.
I'll leave it.
You shouldn't believe just one side. Let's get Azuli in because he's been waiting for a while now. Azuli,
I'm gonna say this cool. I agree with what got some up saying what Mr. Untouchable and some of what Oni said. But what I noticed is that it's very dangerous when American people go to another country and trying to, it seems I know a lot of American, like Gassim said, you can't be a third-class citizen in America and then you go to these countries and act like you're the boss. So this in itself, I think there should be better laws between African countries and people coming to buy land, because that could create animosity between the original people there and you. You coming from America, let's say you're making $30,000, $50,000. You go down there, you think you're the man or you're the woman, and you imposing your will because you got American cash. That's very dangerous. I think there needs to be a better way to bridge the people from America, and because if the people there are poor, not poor, but don't have the same amount of money you got, you go down there, you buying land, you flexing, like that could create animosity to the people. Number one. Number two, she's coming there, like some brother said, using the word assault. She was crying. I didn't see one tear come out her eye. Number two, you could record all this shit. You can't audio record the people in the room. So you could document this and that and the third, but you can't audio record. I'm not saying that the men were not aggressive, but I need to hear the other men's story, because the way she's going down there, I think, and then she said something. She said, "Oh, when I was yelling at him, that's when he helped. He got aggressive. Oh, but when I turned feminine, and I said, and I pointed that he had purple stuff in his hand, and that's when he stopped." Like, I don't understand this story. There's something weird about this story. So I'm not saying that exactly. Somebody said, I think Oni read it, assault over here is not the same thing as assault over there, because she said he grabbed her face first because she was doing the editing. So I don't know how, maybe she was very disrespectful in there. So where's the man's story? We can't just agree on her story and start believing. And again, women have a way of fake crying and then make everybody come on their side to defend them. We all know that there's a lot of scamming going on in those countries, even in the Caribbean. Like Gassimov said, you don't just go there and act like you're the boss, talking about, oh, I'm gonna buy this. Get to know some people. Get to know some people you could trust and go in there. You can't go there, I'm buying land from there. So I'm not saying the sister is lying, but her feminine term, her feminist term that she's using, assault, patriarchy, like, I'm not saying that the men were not, but again, if somebody could grab your hand in Haiti, grab your shoulder in Haiti to hold you back, that's not
come
assault.
on, no, they can't do that. Stop it, man.
Yes, they can. In Haiti, if somebody's talking to you,
grab your hand, man. Okay.
They might put their hands on you, but it's not regarded as assault. Versus,
I'm saying, never mind.
That's what I'm saying. She's coming in there with, like, it's how you go over it. It's like even in Haiti, if you go in Haiti flexing, you might get robbed. I'm at the gym. I listened to this brother. This brother said he know a brother who went to Brazil and bought land in a regular neighborhood. He said one time the brother was looking at his camera, he saw a couple of dudes jumping the gate with guns coming to rob him. You can't, because you're making money here, you go into another country and you flexing. It's gonna breed animosity. I'm not saying it's right, but for your own safety, know how to chill. Because like Gassimov said, you can't be, I'm putting quote unquote third-class citizen in America, and then you go to these other countries and trying to flex like you're the boss.
Razuli.
Yes.
In the chat, Provide Triggers to Evolution asks, when white folks or ethnic groups are buying land in Africa, is there animosity from the natives as well? He says, I beg not.
There is animosity, but you know what they do? They put the animosity in their back pocket, so they don't got the galls to go against them. So I agree what you're saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for your own safety. I'm not saying this is right. Again, if there's animosity, but at the end of the day, if put yourself in the people's situation, you come in. A lot of people, it's like, for example, some Haitian people could be working, making $35K in America. They go in Haiti, they buy expensive clothes and trying to be the boss down there. Meanwhile, they're struggling up here. But you're making the people down here feel like shit. So I don't know if she was doing that. I'm not saying she was doing that. I'm just saying there's a way you go down there to interact with the people. That's all I'm saying.
Marcus Garvey is the way in the chat. Oh, sorry, no. Yana B in the chat says, also, it's funny because black people don't do that when they travel to European countries. You have to see a YouTuber do a negative tell-all when buying land or a house in Germany, right? Marcus Garvey's way says how Europeans get to buy in peace.
Well,
Right?
I mean, I'll just say these two things quickly. Some African countries, yes, are allowing Europeans to buy land, but I still don't think it's in mass. I know, particularly in Nigeria, especially my part of Nigeria, good luck for a European trying to get some land. By the time they do a lot of juju on him, he's going to run back to Europe. But I wanted to say this on a personal level. I typically don't give personals, but I find a lot of times when women put out a narrative, it's very, very dangerous. I've been on a job where a woman allegedly said that, I did something to her. Make a long story short, of course, they investigated, cameras were there, it was BS. As my position as an educator, right? And it's funny because the woman who made up the story made it up because the way I structured my, my whole situation is very rigid. I'm playing by the book. I want my students to learn. My students are my number one priority, and a lot of times people don't like that. So when they can't get to you and you're not coming there to be a fool and pull your pants by your butt and joke about the Yankees all day, they don't like you. But if I'm in there dancing, they'll like you. So this arrogant black man, we got to get him. So that was the plan. But this lady is now retired. Right? She's retired. She's gone on with her life. Her BS accusation is there. Good thing, right? I got the spirits working with me because I don't move on anything else. I'm working with the spirits and the voodoo. That's what I work with. So whatever they're throwing doesn't touch me. But the thing is that her accusation, if I didn't have that type of spiritual power and backing behind me, it could have derailed and messed me up. And she's gone on with her life. So I'm just saying, if a man does something wrong to a woman, he should be thoroughly punished. I don't support that at all. But we gotta start, especially y'all women out there, because that could be your brother, that could be your uncle, that could be your dad. When you see a woman do this type of thing, y'all need to call them out the same way. If any of the men on this panel saw a video of a guy beating a woman, or if they found out any one of us beat our women or kick our kids in the chest because the chicken is cold or some nonsense like that, we would be thoroughly condemned. They probably wouldn't even talk to us. We would shun each other, and they probably would get physical. That's how serious, most men take that type of, issues when it comes to protecting black women. It's not always played out, but it's not publicly accepted. But like I say all the time, you girls, you ladies will be at the salon and hear women talk about how they destroy men's lives with child support, hear all kind of false accusations, hear nonsense that women are doing to other men, and you ladies as well, just shrug your shoulders. No. You want men to man up, you got to woman up and start nipping these women in the bud when they do these foolish false accusations, because it destroys lives, and the people who do it move on. Like I said, that lady who made that nonsense, she's retired. She's having a good time. She's not thinking, yo, I lied on that brother. I made a BS story on him. She was just in her feelings because I don't want to bend to her will. I'm sorry. I didn't grow up watching my father sleep on the couch. I'm not that type of man. So, I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that, Gas. Kevin Curry, did we hear from you on this one?
No, I had to step out, but I have to agree. You should have done your research before jumping head first into purchasing land in different countries. You got to know the law, and the most important thing too, you got to have lawyers. They will help get the situation under control. You can't just go there by yourself, as I said. But there's two parts to each story, and she's just giving her part. So I want to hear the other guy's part too before I can make any decisions. But as I said, man, this is not my expertise, and I'll pass the mic here.
Yeah, let me jump onto this. Oh, sorry, is anybody else left over?
No, I just want to say one thing real quick. If she could have recorded all of this, why couldn't she go? She knows she's being scammed. why don't you get all this evidence and audio and record it and then and present it to us in that video? Why you don't have none of them arguing? You just have pictures and stuff like that. Yo, it's both sides of the story. That's what I'm saying.
No, look, I totally agree that you want both sides of the story, but I'm not of the mind. Well, first off, I say this: like, she says she's like, it's an active court case or something, but it's an inactive court, you know, which is like, she just has to, like, in essence, she kind of is taking the L, you know. That said, though, she says, so the question is, why couldn't she record? I don't know if the idea is that she didn't record. It seems like she has a video series on this, and this is just another update or another one of those, because they're vloggers or whatever, right? They just put out content and they explain their content and they put out more content. The other thing is that she had a lawyer, and that was one of the issues. And I think she was saying that her lawyer was the one who said he wanted more money. But I don't know. I wasn't really like, low-key, I was kind of like tuning her out. Not gonna hold you out. The other part was that she says she has a witness. So again, if you have a witness, that's another thing. So I completely agree that you do want to take both sides.
But she said the witness is not showing up now. All of a sudden, is that true or not? Did she really have a witness?
I didn't really hear that. But I mean, yeah, okay. Look, I didn't hear that. I guess I don't know. But like low-key, I was just like, you know, I didn't know what was going on for like half a second because her exposition was kind of long. But yeah, as far as I gathered, she's literally just giving her testimony. You know, obviously, you know, a person's testimony is going to be biased. Obviously, like Erzuli pointed out, she was like, you got purple fingers, and the guy pulled his fingers away. Didn't make any damn sense to me. You know, I don't know what the fuck that meant. But you know, it meant something to her. That's her reported experience. You know, I do also think the guy grabbed her face because she was like, I'm just gonna be on my phone. I'm not gonna look at you in his office, which is like, why would you be in his office to, you know, ignore him? But you know, she did that. He grabs her face. That sounds believable, you know. I'm not going to say that because like according to her, for instance, she's saying, hey, they're patriarchal, so on and so forth. And I mean, a lot of people may agree with that. So realistically, like, I'm not saying that I would grab a woman's face if she were looking away from me, but I would say, like, but possibly if I were more patriarchal, or if that's a thing. But if I were more so of the opinion of, hey, look, pay attention to me in my damn office, I probably would grab somebody's face, right? If that were my my social status. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that he did grab her face, right? I'm not necessarily saying any of this happened. What I'm saying is that this is the testimony. Okay. Sure, you want multiple testimonies in a real court case. However, if the courts are blocked, what you would want from a person is to report their own testimony. If she has a record, she has recordings, maybe not of this particular incident, but of other particular incidents. Maybe not of this, but I saw her one of her pictures is trying to flex about where the fuck is my fence for the building that I purchased or whatever, right? If that is her experience, then the only thing you could ask of anybody is to give a testimony. Usually you would ask them to give a testimony in front of a court system, and then the adversary would also have a testimony, and then the judge would weigh those two testimonies. But insofar as we just saw one testimony, it seems believable. Is it going to be perfect? You don't expect anybody to give perfect testimony.
Only, how does it seem believable? She's not even crying. She don't. Yo, oh my God, bro.
Wait, I don't. What do you mean? Why would she be crying?
Why does she say it's unbelievable? It's one side of the story. Why does she say it's believable?
All right. So the reason why I'm saying it's believable is because if you believe any part, like what I say believable, what I'm saying is that, like, the whole story, like, holistically, it seems
the
like
scam part. I agree.
Part.
It could be scam, but for the assault, how do we know that?
No, I'm saying that realistically, right? Realistically, like, holistically, it seems like this entire episode is a thing, right? We don't know on a case by case, because, like, for all we know, she could be living in a house with this guy. We don't know, You know what I mean? Like she could like it could be her husband. I don't have no fucking idea. But from what we heard, it seems like there was a land purchase that was change and all that kind of stuff, and there's all these other stuff. We don't know if any of this happened, right? We don't know. But all we can say is that this is her full testimony, and that's that's as far as I can say about in regards to and when I say, oh, this is believable, what I'm saying is that holistically, it seems like this thing happened. Now, again, it could be that none of this happened. It could be that she's never been to Ghana. The other guy is in South Sudan, and this is just crisis acting. We have no idea. But as far as what I'm saying, as far as what I see, I'm saying, yeah, it's believable that like this story seems like it's a real story.
Let's hear from Jay. Is Jay still there? All right, maybe Jay jumped. Okay, hold on. Jay's backstage. Jay, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. I probably knocked out my mic pressing one link somewhere. I went to a website and I could hear you, but you probably couldn't hear me. Yeah, I want to say two things, brother Oni. You didn't even hear what country it was, and you have so much to say.
Wait, bro, hold on a second.
That's what.
Bro. You just told me not to address you, so just shut the fuck up.
I'm not done.
Period.
I'm not done.
Period. You just told me not to address you.
I'm not done.
Shut the fuck up. Period.
I'm not done.
Bro.
You know, I would appreciate.
I don't care, bro. I don't care. I don't care, bro.
I would appreciate that in this conversation.
I do not
No, you can't tell my man to shut the fuck up. Don't do that, Oni. That's disrespectful. Respect the brother.
Yeah, I had to mute Oni and Jay. Guys, we come here on this platform, this channel. We come here to build. Let's not destroy.
Yeah, we come here to build. So we pay attention.
Bro, I just said I don't care. So just leave it alone.
Yeah. Now
it's done. I don't give a shit.
We pay attention.
I don't care what you speak about, Oni.
I don't care, dude.
He could talk.
I don't look. I'm telling the motherfucker I don't care. So he's not gonna. That's it. If he wants to act like a fucking man, then he could do it.
We pay
but
attention.
I don't give a fuck,
guys. Man, let's keep the cursing to our
pay
thing.
Attention.
We know.
I'm telling you, look, I'm a grown ass man. I'll whoop a motherfucker. I'm telling you straight up.
We respect.
Well,
we
you can't do
respect
that.
the show. We respect the show.
Chill.
We respect the show, so we pay attention.
Yeah, well, all right. I just told you if you wanna talk big, talk big.
Is you're done?
You're done, dude. Shut up.
Is you done?
All right. Next.
So my second point was I want to address this. What if a white man? What if a white man would buy land? What I witnessed is Dutch folks. Dutch folks had 81 hectares, and it was a lease contract, right? And they were constantly bullshitting with each other, right? And the village was tired of that shit. The village was tired of that shit, and they actually took them to court to take the land off them. But hey, they had their papers fixed, they had their papers well done, so it wasn't possible. But you don't fuck around, if you fuck around, you get into trouble. That's it. White, yellow, black. It's I'm tired of this. Yeah, but whatever, white man, and just as if Africans give everything to white folks and Chinese. That's not it. I'm tired of that shit.
Erzuli, I'll give you the last word before we go on and shoot the breeze. Topic number 5. All right, looks like Erzuli's not there. Let's go shoot the breeze. Topic number 5. Shoot the breeze. Topic number 5.
And could we all pay attention, like respect the show and pay attention, please?
Shoot the Bridge topic number 5 is reach or preach. Based on these two threads, do you think this is characteristic of the African personality, especially during enslavement, or is this an insensitive video? And if it is part of an African cultural personality, do you embrace it or discard this as useless to our present context? That long prompt came with a link. Well, actually, it came with, hold on, it came with a couple links if I remember correctly. Let me double check. So yeah, so I guess the context of this prompt is with this link here that I'll share on the screen now. So the context of that prompt is from this. Free and getting rich. If you see your free and getting rich. When that beat drop, I need you to get up and hype your best friend up. Hypo, tell her, I said throw it, 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 throw it. Ooh, yeah. Oh. Okay, there's that.
Wait, can you play that one more time? I didn't quite understand the video.
Not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, that video.
I just came back to see. I just came back. I was using the bathroom. Can you play it again? I didn't get to see that.
So that was the context of the prompt. The thread is a thread that follows. There's another tweet here. I hope these aren't these mega long threads. You know, it's Saturday night. I'm not trying to do all that types of reading. So let's see how far this goes. It says, I don't find this problematic at all. This is basically accurate. Cotton fields are sacred places. This is part of my point about slave movies. Our ancestors did more than suffer for 246 years. Among other things, they partied and bounced ass when they could. This is from HBCU supremacist, the Negro subversive. So the next tweet is part of a thread. Says, here's a thread where I make this point at more length. As always, my point being study history to develop accurate thoughts and opinions. He says, a cousin of mine, I've never met apparently, has a rap career based off of a video he made in prison. Bringing life into lifeless circumstances is our specialty. Shay. And you see some of the responses here. Someone asked a question. So our ancestors were shaking ass in the cotton fields. This person responded, I'm sure some did. They were just fields. All right. There's another tweet that came with this as well. Let's check it out. Let me grab it real quick. This one says, folks really underestimate the extent to which Black folks haven't changed. They think we spent all our time in church before 1975. They think we were slow-witted and docile during slavery. The more you study, the more familiar we are across time. For instance, as a historian, when I read reports by colonial officials about drunken gangs of young enslaved Africans walking down the street shouting brazen obscenity, I imagine people had recognized in 18th century garb popping bottles shouting, hold up, we them boys. One time I was reading a constable's report about quote unquote disorderly young Negroes making a ruckus in the streets of Charleston on Saturday nights and insulting white passers-by in 1730s. And I literally stopped and said out loud, man, we sure was out here. You know, this is real slave talk here. Now, don't get me wrong, slavery was a human rights disaster without parallel, and the people I'm describing were almost certainly severely punished if caught. The point is they knew this and did it anyway, because we're going to make it do what it do, even under the end of the world. Or when I read a slave owner's diary describing the time his enslaved cook threw her mistress over the balcony because she was tired of Becky criticizing her cooking. Imagine dialogue, quote, first of all, you can't boil water. Second of all, that's the ground. And now I'm sure the cook was brutally punished after that. But I'm also sure that Miss Anne remembered the feeling of the ground impacting her ass the next time she wanted to jump bad in the kitchen. I think this is why Kanye's slavery was a choice bullshit made sense to some of y'all. You believe the myth that most of us were docile. When the archive is clear all over the hemisphere, we cut the fuck up. For instance, in South Carolina, they had to make it illegal for blacks to own matches because there were so many expensive plantation homes, quote unquote, mysteriously caught aflame. This regulation doesn't appear to have done much good, and people stole a lot. Many testified to white interlocutors that they considered theft to be a moral failing only amongst themselves. The whites also had stolen everything from them were fair game. He says enslaved Africans would steal from rich whites and sell to poor whites and each other on the massive market days they held in most cities. They were supposed to sell produce they had grown, which they did. They also fenced reappropriated goods because the hustle don't stop. Showing Mayweather tossing money. One white minister reported that when he attempted to counsel an enslaved woman that stealing was wrong, she looked at him and said without missing a beat, "Oh, the way y'all stole my mommy from Africa?" You can almost hear her cutting her eyes and walking away. All this is important to know because, again, while slavery was a horrible, crushing system, it could never in a million years have crushed our spirit as a people. The will to be free, even in the face of unspeakable punishment, was and is simply too strong. That's why there's not the shadow of a doubt in my mind that we're going to win. Our collective will is far stronger than the will of those who hold us underfoot. Freedom rises up like the dawn, and in its due time cannot be stopped. So that's an interesting set of threads there on this topic. Reach or preach, based on these two threads, do you think it is characteristic of the African personality, especially during enslavement, or is this an insensitive video? And if it is part of an African cultural personality, do you embrace it or discard this as useless to our present context? This is kind of a deep, this could be a long conversation here. What say you, Kevin Carre, to this prompt?
Now, they damn well know our answers is we're not damn near docile on plan. They were planning. If we didn't have that, Haiti would not be free. You know, there would not be those revolution. There would not be a lot of plantations burning in this country. You know, that's a whole lot of garbage that I'm seeing. You know, as in using that kind of stuff today, that's of no use. We're in a war. What the hell are you gonna shake your ass to soothe your enemy? No, but you know, I'm gonna pass. I'm getting really angry with this one, but I'll pass the mic here.
Let's go to gas them up.
Yeah, look, this is what happens, in my opinion, when you know, these people aren't taking into account how to properly contextualize whatever it is they want to celebrate. So I guess, you know, shaking your ass on the cotton field is something they want to celebrate. I think a lot of times people are just trying to find excuses for lawless behavior. And, you know, to me, this is just the norm for some people. And that's why I've always been screaming that there is no culture, because this type of behavior, you know, you show me I don't want to get you jammed up. But you show me the girl from the small hat community who will make a video like that talking about, they were dancing and gyrating during their massacre. You'll never see that. But why is it always us? Because we don't have, a control that says this is the behavior and this is not tolerated. So that's just all I'll say about that.
Let's welcome in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Glad to hear your voice. Did you catch all of that thread just now?
Yes, I have. I've been listening from the beginning. Well, in terms of this, I think it's just repeating. If a white person said something like that, people would jump on him and say, because this is basically the narrative of the happy slaves, and oh, things weren't so bad, and so on and so forth. Dancing through the pain. So it's just trivializing, what the slaves went through, trying to make light of it, and then doing the twist at the end, saying, "Oh, this is inspirational," and all that stuff. But it's basically just saying that, oh, the slaves were happy, it wasn't so bad, and yeah, the same old. So it's just trying to paint a happy picture on a very tragic, part of history. So yeah, like Merton said, trying to elevate slavery, and we need to stop doing that.
Shirley Podcast says he needs the shit slapped out of him. HBCUs are a breeding ground for pseudo intellectual weirdos. How Shirley Podcast also says Buddy wrote a thesis to justify a disrespectful TikTok video. Pathetic. Let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you to this?
This is reaching. It's nothing else. It's the current state. Criminals. We. I think I wrote it somewhere. Maybe it was in an email. Yeah. Small heads and whites. What they want to see of us, and then present it to the whole black world as this is you, and for a lot of reasons we pick it up as our culture. So now drill music and street rap or whatever bullshit. I'm selling drugs and I'm fucking bitches and all that type of bullshit. And I'm killing niggas, of course. Yeah, that one too. And we adapt it as our identity, and now we are rolling it back into history. The next thing is, yeah, we were doing drive-by in Kemet. This is insanity.
Drive-bys in Egypt.
Yeah, that's funny. Yana B in the chat says the PSA, this don't represent me.
Wait. Can I finish? Because I forgot something. Because the funny thing, that was freestyle. But when I was watching, this is what I wanted to say. The Chinese call their slavery and colonization by the Europeans, they call it the century of shame, and they sworn it off to never happen again. And look at us. That's it.
Marcus Garvey the way he says, we know our people were living, and living is irrelevant now to say we danced. No one was twerking for massa. Provide Trigger says, drive by in Kemet, very funny. Yeah, that was a good one. Oni, what say you?
All right. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, I had a significant moment. Matter of fact, in Harlem. I think it was like a way back. So my thing is this: obviously, the guy should not like throwing cotton, like making cotton rain, was not happening. Obviously, the guy should not defend that. But I actually had this really interesting experience in Harlem one day when y'all know Carnival, right? So there was like a pre-carnival thing, and like it's just a bunch of half-naked black women and all that kind of stuff. And so I see this conscious sister, a seemingly conscious sister, and I was like, isn't it a shame that we doing this? That's not our culture, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, no, this comes from when Africans were enslaved and we had one day off and we, showed out and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, again, not raining cotton. But so I could see, because this dude usually, I mean, I don't really care for this dude, honestly, but he's not always this bad. I think there's obviously some merit in saying that. I think what he was saying was that, well, because the other thread that he gave was from 2018. So I think he was saying that at least in 2018, like not related to this particular whatever thread, was that, black people had full lives and they weren't just worker drones. They also dance, they also think. Obviously, again, not the raining whatever, not the raining cotton. But so in that sense, it's like, yeah, did black people dance back then? More than likely, because black people have been dancing for centuries. I mean, again, not that kind of dancing, but so as far as I can tell, it's like, there's a part of us that is condemning. I mean, I think the disgusting thing is, obviously, throwing cotton on a person is just terrible. And obviously, if a white person had produced that film, like, produced that in a film where it was like, yo, these black folk are on the plantation just dancing and throwing cotton, a lot of black people would be outraged. It's kind of stupid that we do it for ourselves. It kind of reminds you of, like I said, most people, if you want to understand Black America, you should read Carter G. Woodson's Miseducation of the Negro, and there he would say that, the famous quote is that if there's not a back door, then black people will make that back door for themselves. So like the fact that we kind of make bad propaganda for ourselves is like, it's nothing new, but it's also, I would say this, it's a part of social media culture, and just regular Western culture, obviously to make fun of black people, obviously to get somebody's laugh. Obviously dark humor is a thing that like white people like enjoy that shit. Like they make fun of, all sorts of stuff, and it's just part of the humor. I don't find it funny. But I mean, somebody probably does, or they do, and that's what it is. But yeah, I think that there's also another part of us that kind of has like a prudish mentality of, hey, like nakedness is bad and dancing is bad and dancing is silly and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that dancing is good. And obviously in this context, this didn't happen, so it's just stupid. But I think there's another part of us. I think that's what he was trying to say, that that there's another part of us that does have, pruding, like we're just prudes. And I mean, and so like I kind of like, I feel like that lady was like, hey, look, this is something that they did during slavery in regards to the Carnival thing. And I was like, okay, and I just kind of like walked away from it. So that was about it.
Marcus Garvey, the way he says, let's be straight. This is FBA mentality. All right. That's some real controversial stuff. That Yona B says, what the F is he saying? Like I said last week, has a people we have lost our minds, culture, men, women, kids, on and on. Bwana Hagoziki, what say you?
Yes, for me, I found the video personally insulting. I was really disgusted by it. And I think that from the video itself, I think that the discussion afterwards and what he was trying to convey, I really personally think that he missed the mark, because the video itself was so outrageous. See, for me personally, I do my own yard work, okay? And I'm doing my own yard work under 90-degree weather, under a Bahamian sun. It's enough to really even keep focused, and I'm doing that for maybe 2 hours. So imagine and I'm doing that as a free person. So imagine if you will, having to wake up from can't see 6 o'clock in the morning until maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon under a burning, scorching South Carolina 90-degree weather, or somewhere in Florida. Imagine, if you will, someone sitting on a horse right like three yards away from you, watching what you're doing. And if you ain't doing the right thing, they're gonna whip your backside. And if you don't fill the quota, the cotton quota for picking cotton, you either could be maimed or lashed severely. And to take that and make it into some kind of parody, I don't like it. I think there's other things we could laugh at, and there's other things we could discuss. We are human beings. Of course, we found moments, small moments, where we could laugh and have fun and play. But I don't think that we should use this kind of situation as something that should be. It's not a humorous thing to me, man. I really don't believe that. Another thing what was said is, in the discussion, was that he can imagine one of the female ancestors saying to the slave master, well, you took us from away from Africa, ain't you? And cutting our eyes and walking off. There's a term as far as the black laws is concerned called reckless eyeballing. Reckless eyeballing. That means if you say something or did something with your eyes to dismiss, the slave owner or whoever was in the authority, you could be severely harmed and maimed. So the idea of you cutting your eye and walking off, I mean, the ridiculousness of it, I don't understand why we would do this to ourselves. I don't really take it in jest. And I understand that he was just really trying to get attention to create another narrative underneath it. But I doubt most people will read that thread as you did and just look at the video and the music and the dance. And I think that we had enough of that. I think the world already recognizes us as happy, jovial people. And I think that they need to start recognizing us as serious people. And the only way the world will start recognizing us as serious people when we decide to be serious ourselves. And we ain't at that point yet. I am an optimist, and I think eventually we'll get there. Unfortunately, it'll be at a point, maybe at a point of a gun, or when we have our back up against the wall. But this whole idea of being the clown for the world, the entertainment for the world, I think that we had enough of that. And I think that we need to start becoming something else for the rest of the world as well. I'll stop there.
That was Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. But I want to do a station ID because I do want to remind you guys that this show is part of a podcast network. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is going to be white on white crime. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a second.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Also, make sure to check out Brother Bakari podcast, The Forecast Radio, Considerate Cheeks, and of course, Tanzan African Mind. All of those shows on KWAZ Radio as well. So Should It Be Something number 6 is white on white crime. This comes with a link that looks like it takes us to an article. State police identifies suspect in Bristol police shooting. Let's see if this video works. taking a minute to load up.
Continue to learn more about what happened in Bristol. We, of course, remember the fallen officers.
Chief Investigative Reporter Sam Smink has also been looking into the suspect. She is joining us live tonight with all the details right near the scene. Sam, what have you been able to find out?
Police said earlier today that Nicholas Butcher's home was known to police, but they did not go into any specific details right now. We also know that sources tell us Butcher was waiting for police dressed in camouflage with an AR-15. And if you look at his social media, he often posed with guns. Here's a Facebook page belonging to 35-year-old Nicholas Butcher, the man police say shot and killed 2 Bristol officers and injured another. In one photo, you can see him holding a long rifle, smiling for the camera. In another, he is holding a deer that has been killed. In yet another, he is seen holding guns alongside friends. Court records show Butcher got a divorce in 2019. He also had his wages garnished this past year after 2 separate credit agencies said he owed them more than $8,000. Police had been first called to Butcher's home on reports of a fight between him and his brother, 32-year-old Nate Butcher. Nate Butcher was shot and is in the hospital. Connecticut's assault weapons ban went into effect in April 2013. If you had an assault weapon before then, you were allowed to keep it, but you had to register it with the state. Now, if Butcher got the assault weapon after that, it would be illegal. It's also important noting that there is a gas station right up the street from this home. And while the workers there did not want to talk about the suspect, they did tell me the officers stopped in there often, and the community has lost some great men. Reporting live, Sam Smink, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Sorry, Mike was muted. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, I guess okay. Gas him up had to drop off. Yeah, Gas, I'll be in contact with the link for I think Thursday's recording. Hopefully you can make it as well. We'll talk by email during the week. Jay, what say you to this? White on white crime. How did you feel about what you saw in this video? Jay, are you muted? All right, let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, white on white crime. What did you see in that video?
Yeah, they don't call it that, obviously, because for them it's just regular crime. But yeah, I don't feel anything. I just it's regular business. Yeah, just regular business. So I'm not shocked or anything. It's just regular crime to them, and I guess to me as well. So yeah, I'll pass it on.
All right, Oni, what say you?
Oh, yeah, it seems like he killed 2 cops. I mean, okay. Like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, white people, I mean, white people are the biggest, criminal demographic in America. They're supposed to be. It's their country. I think white people have a problem with black people doing crime in their country because it's not black people's country. That's the only reason why, like the highest, yeah, like in China, the highest criminal population is going to be the Chinese. But if you were like foreigners, they're gonna have people are gonna have a bigger problem with foreigners all the time, and that's what we see all over the world. So I think one of the things that we as black people do is that we forget that we are foreigners in America. Like we want to argue that we're indigenous. We want to argue that we've been here before everybody else, sure, whatever, right? But we're foreigners, so that's what it is. Like if white people are complaining about you, it's because you're a foreigner. That's it. Like if they do the same exact thing, they're not going to complain as much because they're not foreigners. Just like if I go to, like I said, like if I go to Ghana and I do what a Ghanaian does, like if I all right, so like they say one thing in Nigeria was they were like what the FBA complain about Nigeria is that there's like hygiene, like some people might defecate in public or whatever, right? If I do that, and I go to Nigeria, like it might be a bigger deal than if somebody else does it. You know what I mean? Now, granted, you know, urinating, like yesterday I saw some motherfucker urinating in a park, so it's not like people don't do that in America. But yeah, the point is that people just don't like foreigners all the time, wherever you go. So yeah, but as far as like white people doing crimes, like yeah, of course they do. There was this guy who had this WordPress, this blog site, where he was just reporting all this pedophilia shit that white folk do. Like and he had like a daily feed, every day. There's a different reporting of white people doing pedophilia. It doesn't reach the mainstream, but like every day, whatever state, whatever, it's just, you know, like that's it. But white people, that's what you should expect. But it's always going to be a bigger story if it's on other people, because they want you to hate another people. They don't want you to hate yourself. They don't want to hate themselves. That's it.
Mr. Untouchable.
I mean, Coco ain't nothing much to say. What you want me to say? He was a good shot. I mean, I, of course, you know, as responsible people, especially on YouTube, I would never advocate shooting police officers. I mean, what would I look like advocating shooting white police officers? all I'm saying is, I mean, hey, it's the United States. They have a right to carry arms. It is what it is. You know, you can catch me out there, man. I ain't slipping. You know, I'm good.
Kevin Kare, you get the last word.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Mr. Untouchable said. I would never advocate. I will say it again. I would never advocate violence against police officers. But from what I'm seeing, man, it's just a good old boy just blowing off steam. It happens every day. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your service, I guess. I guess that's what we could say. So let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, what is she addicted to? What is she addicted to? This came with a link.
I'm addicted, like DJ Love. I'm addicted. I'm addicted, like DJ Love. I'm addicted. I'm addicted, like DJ Love. I'm addicted. I'm addicted.
Had to let that play a few times to make sure everyone got the song, which I think is what the prompt is about. What is she addicted to here, really? Tanzan, you're a African woman. What is, based on that video, what is she addicted to?
You know what it is. I guess, the redneck version of good credit, a good farm and working tractor and a live chicken instead of the dead ones at KFC, but yeah, it's the upgrade, I guess. She is safe from the hood. She is, safe in the countryside, and she's happy.
Thank you for that, Tanzan.
I'm being totally sardonic. I'm sorry. What can you say to that? It's like that one with with the one with the Confederate flag, and she was like holding it up, and this guy was there. This is not the look, but hey, if people are addicted to things, you can't grab the the drug out of the hands. I guess you know how I feel about it. Let someone else speak.
D Web in the chat said Braun Strowman. Is that the name of this guy here? Azuli says a light skinned fellow. Yana B has a sad weeping face on. What is she addicted to, Oni?
Well, I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know what that's about. What is this woman's story? Well, apparently she's a city girl. That's the allegation. Most people ain't trying to wife no city girl, so I don't know what this dude was thinking, but it is what it is. He's mid, she's mid. So like who cares? But I mean, like, but it is like the guy does have a lot of land though. If that's his land, he does have a lot of land. So I'm not saying that she's like again, like if you're a city girl, like again, like you already know this is gonna end well. I mean, end poorly for her, like very poorly. Yeah, it's like like this is like one of them's gonna end up in a courtroom. Like you already know. Like you could tell, like I mean, because first off, that guy he's pretty big, and she's like a city girl on top of everything. Like, yeah, this is not like that's like this is almost sad. Because like I'm pretty sure this guy is like at some point he's probably gonna kill her, and she's like dancing like an idiot, like you might as well like this is pretty much that the real life version of that Cotton video you just showed, like this is somebody like this is like a damn plantation, like throwing like making it rain with cotton. Like this is stupid. But like the dude does have respectable, like if this is his land, it's some good, like like you ever see that like when I was younger there was this picture of I think her name was Jessica Alba or something, like some white girl, and these white boys saw a picture of her and there's like clouds behind her, and the only thing they could notice was, oh, is that cumulus nimbus? It's like, nah, man, that's a like it's like who gives a fuck what's going on in the foreground, because the foreground's stupid, but like yeah, it's a pretty piece of property. I mean, I wouldn't mind that kind of property like that. So that's all I can say. Like, but yeah, this lady's like this is like a dead man walking, like dead woman dancing, like either that or she's gonna kill him. You know what I mean? But like this is not something that's gonna last at any length. Because again, she's like a city girl, which is, I mean, yeah, it's almost ridiculous. Like,
let's hear from. I should call you Botswana Hagaziki. That's what I be hearing all the time. But let's hear from Botswana Hagaziki.
I get called all kind of names, but it's all good. First, let me first apologize to Tanzan. I didn't mean to play a home videos with her husband on the phone.
Yeah, I thought it was the same thing. I saw it.
Wow, Bwana Haguziki, really? Really? You're coming after me today? I have not done anything to anybody.
Ain't that
Wow. Okay.
Kid. I had to get you. Man. I get Barbados last week, so I have to get you this week. I just think that it's indicative of where we are, unfortunately, and I agree with Oni's sentiments that this is gonna end in a courtroom. No, that's nothing to laugh at. Of course, nothing to laugh at. It's a sad state of affairs where we are right now. But we don't own the rights to her genitals, and she has the right. They say this is a free country, and she has a right to do what she needs to do. I don't like it, but this is for a lot of our younger ladies. This is where we are, and it's nothing much to say, man. You only could watch this and cringe. It's nothing much to say about it. But that's where I am with it.
In the chat, Harsh Ali Podcast says, I don't concern myself with the bedroom habits of other adults. Good luck and Godspeed. Keep it moving. Matron says he's going to breed with her and use up her best years, only to leave her with nothing as a single mother or dead. Bobby E. Wright says young black people in America are ahistorical and have absolutely no knowledge of what enslaved Africans went through. They get their info from Hollywood, which has an agenda to whitewash our story. Marcus Garvey is the way, keeping up with the theme, says FBA reparations. Gas him up is in the chat still. He says, this is what black women should be doing. I support her. This is what black women should be doing, says Gas. I support her. Marcus Garvey is the way, says, who are we to say that is not a forever love? Gas him up says, black men are no good. This is what divestment should look like. Does anyone else have any last words they want to add?
Yeah, I didn't speak, but
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Colin.
He's gonna. I'm gonna make it quick. He's gonna treat her like a cheap stock. He's gonna pump and just dump her. That's it.
Pump and dump. I feel you. Sorry about that, Kare. Didn't mean to dip past you like that.
No worry. I'm enjoying the little back and forth between Tanzania and the guy from Bahamas.
I am curious. I am very curious, and maybe this will come out in the discussions later on this week. If the relationship that she has with this particular gentleman is different than the relationship she probably would have had with the black guy she's been dating, because she seems comfortable in farm life. I don't know if she was, doing backflips for her for Johnny and or gas them up or myself, or I don't know if she would be this ecstatic, and her relationships with black men as she is as uncomfortable as a pig on the farm with this guy. So I'm curious to know. But I guess it'll come out in the wash when we discuss our relationships through the week.
Wait, hold on a second. So I would say this though. No, she's a city girl. Like, I think that's what it says, right? When a country boy marries a city gal. Yeah, so city girls do this. They're like the ratchet women. So basically, this is like a ratchet woman, and like,
no, but city girls don't usually be out in farmland on a countryside type thing.
No. They're like like Cardi B's type. Like the people Cardi B makes music for. That's the city girl. So yeah, they are like this with black men too. But like, ain't nobody trying to wife no city girl. Like that's not like nobody's wife and city girls. Like even at like this white boy's gonna pump and dump. Like that's like, I mean, I wouldn't pump and dump personally, but like realistically, like nobody's really trying to marry a city girl, because it's like,
would you do it professionally?
Would I marry a city girl professionally?
No, you said you wouldn't do that personally, so I'm asking you if you do it professionally.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, shit, if it pays, like, what the fuck? like $20 is $20, right? No, I'm like,
Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, yeah, that's the point of self-hate. All to me, interracial couples switch the mind or flip the code with a non-black. I agree with that. Gas him up says, black men don't have land, acres, or true wealth. She did it. Yes, girl. Trigger Happy 262 says, just let them be as useless as possible. Harsh Rally Podcast says, I mean, black Americans have the highest rate of single parenthood households. As a people, we are in no position to concern ourselves or waste time on chastising. That's why I say keep it moving. Gas him up says, exactly. Nobody is wifing her, so she need to get a white boy. Buana Hagaziki in the chat says $20 is $20. LOL. Erzuli said, yes, queen. Marcus Garvey's way says, girl getting fresh farm air, the abdominal snowman, and nice organic eggs. Yeah, that's I go back to what Trigger Happy 262 said. Like, I've noticed when black folks they take this subservient position in these interracial relationships, and when they go around these folks, they tend to switch up, and the things that they wouldn't have done with their own people, that's what they're doing with these white boys. Like there's this switch that just goes off. It's a fast, to use Mr. Untouchable's word, it's a kind of a fascinating thing to kind of see. If there's no last words here, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 says, is she an ally? Why is she doing this? And for who? This came with a link.
To watch this video. I promise you it's a very interesting video. Watch until the end and then we'll talk about it. Here it goes.
I'm an author and I'm a political analyst in South Africa. And although a lot of the mainstream media in this country don't invite me very often because the views that I speak are not compatible with what I call the master narrative in South Africa, a narrative that despite so-called liberation in this country in 1994 is owned and controlled by white people. But often when I speak, I describe myself as a foreigner, as an unwelcome guest on land that my forefathers stole, because South Africans were never welcomed into South Africa. What we did in 3 centuries ago was to come uninvited into this place and to steal and plunder from Black people. And although we are now in a so-called democratic South Africa, the economic power remains in the hands of whites. And I've done a lot of talks recently about the fact that there's so much, and I'm not sure if you saw it when you were in South Africa yourself, there's so much antagonism between Black South Africans and Black Africans from other parts of the continent. We have terrible xenophobia at the moment, or Afrophobia, where Black brothers and sisters are turning on Black brothers and sisters from the continent as if they are the problem for the deep economic inequality and patterns of Black poverty we see in this country, where in truth, the real problem remains white supremacy. So what I write about in my book, and it's been a very popular read for some, but a very unwelcome read for others, is the fact that although we speak about a Black government, a new Black South Africa, that's not true. What we have is a society caught in the clutch of whiteness. Every single sphere of our country is dominated by whites, including the cultural sphere. So Black people actually have succumbed almost to Black culture, to an economy that is completely held in white hands. So little has changed. So whilst economic freedom is a flag that we can lift up and celebrate, the dignity of the Black child and the well-being of a Black child in South Africa today remains as if they are second-rate citizens. And white people, and I don't exempt myself from that class, that category of person, we are treated like squires in the land that we stole from Black people. And that is the uncomfortable truth about South Africa in its current form. Well, I think that we've tried to create the sense that we are a reconciled nation, but I argue that we can't unequal partners can't reconcile, because all 1994 brought, the so-called freedom in South Africa, is that Black people had to reconcile with their poverty and white people with their privilege. And I speak about the fact that the ANC government, what they've done, and it's such a tragedy, is they've cemented Black poverty in this country and white wealth as if it was a natural phenomenon rather than a monstrosity of apartheid and white supremacy. And that is tragic, because in years to come, the children of our children are going to believe that the Black man and woman is by nature poor, and that the white wealth that we see in this country is how it should be. And that is a terrible legacy for the ANC. And it hurts me. I'm not speaking from the perspective of not having once had belief in the ANC government. I used to be an avid ANC supporter. But what I've had to reconcile myself with is that the ANC government is more interested in looking after white interests than the Black majority. And what I argue in my book is that reconciliation in 1994 in this country was a white man's medicine that has harmed Black people, that has put Black liberation way out of sight. And you've seen it yourself. Black people are forced to live in the most congested, almost concentration camps of poverty, where white wealth is excessive.
Yeah, this is true because
All right, we saw the video. I like what D Web said here. He said, why are these brothers listening to an Albion about their culture though? They couldn't be talking to a Black South African. Marcus Garvey's the way he says she describes the Black world globally. Pro Black Perspective was wondering if this is Helen Zell. I don't know who that is personally, so I'm not sure. I was looking in the description to see if they would say, but I'm not sure. Did Jay come back? Is Jay back? I guess not. Kevin Cowray, what say you to what you just heard in that video? Is she an ally?
No. She's not saying anything new. All the stuff she's talking, there's nothing new. After a while, I just tuned her out, man. It was just like torture listening to it. It's like, okay, you're telling us all this stuff, but what are you gonna do? Are you gonna give back the land? Are you gonna give back the wealth? All you're doing is talking. There's no action. All it is talking. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, telling me that you fucked me over doesn't really solve anything. I know you fucked me over, With that said, Oni, what say you?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think like what you just said, like who cares? But yeah, I mean, yeah, white people, like, I still don't like her narrative. The thing with white folk is that because I do not like them, right? Like, even if they saying what they're saying right now, I still don't care. Like, I still don't want to hear it. But as far as like, yeah, South Africa was made for white folk and white people still control it. That's just the reality. And if you don't like, if you can't hear from a Black person, then hear from a white person, I guess, but then come back and hear from the Black folk and organize and do something about it. But for the most part, yeah, South Africa is in a situation, and Black folk should not be against other Black folk. But obviously there's something in there, that's that she said. But like, yeah, I agree with harsh reality in the sense of, okay, it's like it's just one of those, well, we heard Black people say the same thing, so what are you really even saying, but it is what it is.
Shit, I was muted. Sorry. Only who's Helen Zell?
Oh no, I sometimes see these South Africans. Like, I remember one time it was like this Twitter account that was just saying some radical shit. Well, not radical shit. Like, like you had like a white avatar, but they just kept saying like, like things like that you would expect Black folk to be saying. And then occasionally, like, they, like, some of the Black people, like, I think it was like BLF or one of them, or EFF, they were like promoting some white woman's book, or one of them was like selling Helen Zell's book. So I was just wondering if that was Helen Zell, because I never saw her speak. I never really looked her up like that. But like, if there's like, I remember when I was like, I sometimes follow some of South Africa's Twitter accounts, right? Because I was trying to, like, wax, get away from just always talking about America. And so I was looking into South Africa stuff, and they would like promote a particular white author. So I was just wondering if this was her, because I don't know. She looked like, what's her face, the girl like Harry Potter to me, but I don't think it's her. So
Bwana Haguziki, what say you?
No, this is a different lady. Helen Zell she's more right wing. She's with the Democratic Alliance. She is they are in opposition against the ANC. So this is another lady. But I would say this. I think that this lady has a racket going on, because ultimately what she is trying to do is she is trying to sell her book, in particular, to the bleeding heart liberals inside of South Africa and the blacks who are tickled pink to hear a white person to talk what they believe is from their perspective. And she is not the only one with this racket. I think that there is two American people who do the same kinds of things. There's a lady named, I think her name is Jane Elliott, and a guy named Tim Wise. They talk on these kinds of issues of race matters, and it's interesting how the media, runs to these people to try to get a better understanding of the black issues and black topics. They wouldn't defer to someone like Cress Welsing when she was alive. They're not talking to Neely Fuller. They would go to a Tim Wise or a Jane Elliott to try to get some better understanding on black issues. And I find that I think that we as black people, we doing the same kinds of things. So tickled pink because a white lady having the same kind or similar talking points that we would agree with. When in fact, she really is trying to sell her book and promote her book, knowing that she has an audience for it. In particular, that like I say, the bleeding heart liberals in South Africa and the blacks who are tickled pink to hear these kinds of discussions and topics. I think we need to get away from that and stop that. You know what I mean? Because I really feel ultimately her aim is to sell copies of her book and become a wealthy woman off of it, even if it's to talk things that is not usual in the discourse of white South Africans. And I think she understands this well. So I think that's a racket in getting money and becoming wealthy from it. And I also believe that Phil Scott should know better. He has a global audience. Go talk to some white black South African women who are politically astute and aware about these kinds of issues and topics. Why have her as a stop-off point? Because she's a white South African? Give me a break, man. I think that we need to do better. And I think that he should know better. In particular because he has such a large platform and access to the people on the ground. So I think that he could have done better. Maybe he doesn't understand these kinds of things, but I'm not gonna limit him. I think that he does. But for me, I personally see it as a race hustle, like we say in the West. It's just a hustle to sell books, and that's what I perceive this as.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't take Phil too seriously. I don't take him to be too intelligent, to tell you the truth. I think he's kind of light consciousness, and he's good entry level stuff, but I don't take him too serious personally. Bobby Wright in the chat says, hopefully there will be massive increase of domestic white on white crime as much as the massive corporate white crime. Provide triggers for evolution says the interview was on a so-called Pan-Africanist platform, by the way. Yeah, I know. But I don't take Phil too seriously. Let's welcome in Marcus Garvey is the way. Marcus Garvey is the way. How are you this week?
I'm good. How have you been?
I've been good. Glad to hear your voice. Thanks for joining us. What say you to this? Is she an ally? Why is she doing this? And who for? And Erzuliism, if you're out there listening, you need to join the panel. Go ahead, Marcus Garvey is the way.
Is she an ally? I don't think it matters here or there. I mean, I don't think as Black people we should be sitting down looking for allies, because we're not even making friends amongst ourselves. So to start looking for allies outside ourselves don't make sense. The fact that she said what she said, they say a broken clock is right twice a day. She didn't speak any lies. She said what she said is true. But at the end of the day, whether she says it, Francis Cress Welsing said, John Henry Clark said, what are we as a people going to do with that information? Because we've heard it. We all agree it's nothing new. We all agree that we understand as a people that this is the state we're in. Okay. Now, everybody has said it. White, Black, Indian, Chinese, whatever. Everybody has said it. Now what? Yeah? Are we going to just keep waiting for other people to say it so what we can look for allies? I mean, we know this is happening. What are the next steps we're going to do to take ourselves out of this? I've heard young South Africans act like, I've seen clips of them say, oh, everything is good in South Africa now. There's no racism. They've gotten over it. So for her to see that and observe that, whether she's selling the butt or not. And then you have people in South Africa saying, "Nah, things are better now. You know, racism is basically over. I got white friends or whatever." And then you know, ignore the reality. You know, we're stuck in this situation, whether it be Africa or America or whatever. The reality is nothing really has changed. We just live on a bigger plantation. Yeah, technically the we're not on a plantation. The world, Europeans have now just made the entire world a plantation, and we just work on this giant plantation in different aspects. You know, we still have the overseers, we still have the workers. Nothing has changed. It's just a bigger plantation. That's all I can say.
Bwana Hagoziki, what say you?
No, I agree with the sister. I think that this is a bigger plantation, and I think the challenges that we face has become a little bit more complicated now because we have so much more people. But I do believe that the sister is right, also right as well when she says that we need to. We have gone past this idea of knowing, this whole idea of wokeness. I think the world is aware now. So the question becomes, where do we go from here? How are we going to take action and resolve these kinds of complicated issues? I think that there are many people. We have pockets of people actually taking action in different places, but I think that we have not reached the level of the mass level of what we need to do to make or create massive change. So I don't think we are there yet. And let me also say this too. I think that there to get to really understand something or really get something ingrained in people, you must sometimes repeat the same things over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Because I think that there are many of our people who don't know. And if they knew, they may not take action because they don't know what the next step is. So I think that sometimes some discussions need to be reiterated from time to time, really to get to understand, some understanding, because there are many people who claim they understand, but they really don't. And there's much misinformation out there. So I think that it's our job to take what our ancestors have laid and take it to another level, not only through our words but through our deeds. So I agree with the sister. I really do.
Tanzan, what say you to this?
Well, firstly, it has to be known that Phil does know better, and he has a Mexican wife, so of course he'll do this shady stuff. The second thing is, of course not. It's like the white women who, after they're old and nobody wants them, now they come back to the black community because they know that they're going to have some kind of audience over there. It's always this, it used to be, hippie college lady in the past, and now she's sad and old, and now she's looking for, that new thing in her life, which is now activism, social activism, being a hero to some black people and going all blindside on them. This is typical. She's acting out her white fantasy on these black people, and she's enjoying herself all the way. This is not allyship. If they wanted to make any kind of a difference, they would go to their own people. They wouldn't bother us. They wouldn't come over here. They wouldn't try to tell us what it is that we're suffering and how it is that she learned in her journey of racial awareness, blah, blah. We don't care. Go and work out your nonsense with your own people. It's not helping us. It's not helping. The only person it's helping is herself. So we need to stop giving attention to this, this old attention whoring broads and focus on ourselves. We don't need her telling us anything about anything. I think I can't remember who said. I think it was Bobby Hemmett was saying, don't make small talk with white people, and definitely don't make any big talk with them, because what is the point? Who comes away from this with any enlightenment? These two brothers are there just feeling but they have white validation. This white woman is there feeling, their hero worship and being, stepping in as the white woman. This is a slave fantasy. Anyway, it's absolute nonsense.
I appreciate that, Tan. Yona B in the chat seems to agree. I see Jay's in the chat. When I called on Jay, he didn't respond. So I thought he wasn't here anymore. I thought he went to sleep or something. Jay, if you want to get back on, just click the link and jump back on. In the chat, he says democracy needs to go. Our people need proper reprogramming, and that ain't going to work if every 5 years a fool is elected that will undo the previous 5 years. Razuli is back. Razuli, what say you? Is she an ally?
I don't like how y'all going against my European Nubian queen. So I feel like I've been very too harsh on this new European Nubian queen. What I'm saying is this. I've heard African people said South Africa is the epitome of African economic. I have not heard South Africans say what this lady is saying. Whether she's saying it for her own benefit or not, is it facts or is it not? Maybe the reason this brother interviewed her is because to say that when black people say this, nobody listens. When black people say it, because even when you speak to other black people about the situation that's going on in Africa, they always talk about South Africa. Most people, most African American, or most, they go to South Africa, or South Africa is different, this and that and the third. And even South Africans, a lot of South Africans say, the black ones say South Africa is good. So for her to say what she's saying, yes, maybe she's doing it to sell a book. Yes, she's doing it for that, but is the truth there? So yeah, saying she's not an ally. I'm trying to understand, like, for certain stuff of the things she said, if you played the whole video, she goes in on there. So what I understand what Tenzin is saying, like, would she have said that when she was in her 20s? Would she have said that when she was young and vibrant and benefiting from the system? So why is she back here? But I'm just saying that she's not an ally. She's just, but there's truth to that. How do we use that? What do we do with a person like that? So that's what I'm saying.
Does anyone want to respond to what Azuli had to say?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. He asked a very important question. He said, "What do you do with a woman like this? You direct her to where her all them people, the wealthy people we was talking about, the white folks who live in South Africa, direct her in that
Exactly what I was going to say.
yeah, you buy her, you never buy her a bus ticket, but you give her a bus ticket and you send her in that direction, and whatever things that she feels that she needs to educate us on, she needs to go educate those white South African boys on.
But she did say that when she goes in to speak to those people, they ban her. They don't want her to be in. So
no, but that's okay though. They could ban her, but that don't have to stop. She could continually do it until they arrest her. See, my Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in jail after he get banned. So I mean, what sacrifice is she willing to give for the so-called allyship? You know what I mean? So show me your sacrifice. They ban you, continue to do it anyways. You know what I mean? Get locked up. Go to prison for it. Let me see how far you willing to go for the so-called relationship you want to cultivate and develop among us, because that's what we went through. So now it's your turn. If you really want to have this so-called idea of allyship, what sacrifices are you willing to make for my so-called friendship? I don't know, because it's we still at a point of talk. We still at a point of discussion. You safe with your stomach full in South Africa when children are going to sleep hungry in South Africa. You in social media having a workable internet when many South Africans, black women who look just like you, don't even have access to the internet. Many don't even know what that is. So what are you willing to sacrifice? I'll wait to see. I'll wait to see. Prove it not only in words, but in deed. Indeed. That's why I am with it.
Yo, Malcolm X would give her a chance though.
Dessalines wouldn't.
Unless she was Polish.
Okay. Any other last words?
I was going to say, it doesn't matter if she's 10, 20, 100, or 120. For me, it's this. It's like let's say she really loved black people and she wanted to help. If she wanted to help, she wouldn't go and get a black man and have children with them. She would go get herself, a white man, and then they would go and fight for black people all their lives, because in coming into black spaces, she's already compromising the very thing that she's trying to fight for. But
Hello, how you know she got a black husband?
no, I said she will go and get herself a white husband, not to come and get a black one, because that's what they say. Oh, they love her so much. Let me finish. That's not the main point I was trying to make. What I'm trying to say is this: if white people want to help us, the best thing that they can do is go away and help themselves first. You cannot come and say, oh, we're trying to help you because, I feel so guilty. Go and help the people who are actually perpetrating. And she has more power with her own people than coming into black spaces and trying to wield that power on us. And the other thing that is this, that if black people cannot listen to other black people, and it takes a white person for them to listen to black problems, then that's beyond saving. Those black people are not worth saving. If it takes the person who oppressed you to come and save you again, then you're not worth saving. If the only person that you can listen to, if their audience can only listen to a white person to come and tell them how their black problems, then they don't need to be saved. Let them go and follow whichever white person comes to them. Because if this is the level of leadership, if this is black leadership, a white lady coming to tell two grown-up black men about their black problems, whatever, South Africa, you're gone. But I hope this is not the whole of South Africa. So if this lady really wants to help, tell her to go get her people and get away from black people, and tell other white people, we need to let these black people alone. Leave them alone. Let's go get our stuff. Let's pack up our bags and go back to Netherlands. That's what she should do if she loves those black people so much.
Observing immigrants is trying to get back on, but it says your device is not connected. So you might want to leave, step down, and come back again. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, I will never respect a so-called white ally who wants to be worshipped, nor do I respect their black worshipers. If you are a true, quote-unquote, supposed ally, trying to be in our group is intrusive. In our in-group, is intrusive. I agree with that, too.
So what we're saying is that no white people could ever be an ally.
Yes.
No, at all.
Especially if you're on that worship me for being an ally type thing.
I'm playing devil's advocate, but I'm saying, how do we know this lady is on that vibe?
Well, I guess Trigger Happy
That's why simple no is just a no. That's why you just say no, they're none, because we can't tell we can't look into their hearts and say who's the honest one and who's not. Are you really good? No. So just keep it simple and say no. I don't see what the problem is. It's hard enough to get, black people. If you have to go begging and passing around and looking into white people's hearts to see which one of them is going to be allowed into your black organization. Yeah.
But Tenzin, you said something about, that the majority of black people, if you tell them a black person says something, they don't believe it. But when the white professors and or scientists tell them, or historians tell them something, they believe it, right? So if you say these people are not worth saving, that's like the majority of our people. That's the funny thing.
Well, if it's going to take a white person to save them, then, that's what it's going to take. But I'm saying that if we're, creating an organization for black people, you don't need to rely on white people. If you're going to use that argument, then that's how you get from the NAACP, which was not formed, by black people, and you get to Rachel Dolezal, which is still, that's what you're going to get, because you're trying to water down, you're trying to dumb down the movement for the people at the bottom. You're supposed to raise it up and they will follow, not bring it down to their level, so you can appease them. So if this is what is going to appease our people, then we have to do better, then find another way.
I like what Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says, but KW7 first said Phil Scott is a joker. That's how I take him as well. Trigger Happy 262 says, if black people had enough spite against the perpetrators of their history, we wouldn't have this long drawn-out quest of finding good white people. He says, this is the problem with black liberals and a lot of black leftists. Bobby Wright says John Chilembwe, the Malawian national hero, was mentored by a John Brown type anti-colonialist white man who told him that white allies couldn't be trusted. Chilembwe asked if he could be trusted. Bobby Wright hasn't posted what was the response, right? But yeah, if you teach me, if you a white person, you quote unquote teaching me that white folks, white abolitionists aren't to be trusted, then I gotta ask, what the hell am I doing talking to you?
I think the white man said no.
Oh, the white man said no.
I think so. But I would also say, I think Muhammad Ali had the story. He said, you know, if there's 10,000 snakes outside of the gate, and you know maybe 5 of them ain't poisonous, right? Are you gonna let in any of the snakes? You know what I mean? And like if you just see 10,000 snakes, you don't know which one's poisonous, which is not. And like the advice is, don't let any of the motherfucking snakes in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Malcolm X, when he was in the NOI, at least he was on that particular point about, you know, white folk not helping. It's like, that's what it is. Now, the issue, of course, is that in the real world, white folk have this wealth. You know what I mean? So in the real world, you know, like trying to navigate without white folk, you know, it depends on like what your situation is, you know. Like, you know, obviously there are some Africans who can just be like, you know what, I don't give a shit about no white boy, period. Right. But if you're not one of those African individuals, then, you know, that's another thing to, you know, bear in mind. But like, for instance, when you talk about South Africa, like she was saying, like a lot of the capital is going to be in the hands of white folk. You know, the black masses, just like in America, the black masses do not have the capital. Now, I would say in America, black Americans do have a lot of money a lot of times, but not capital, you know. And that's the big difference. So I hear somebody's car or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that was some motorbikes passing by outside. Erzuli, did you want a last word on this one?
No, I mean, I understand everybody's point of view. It was just that certain stuff that the lady said, black South Africans don't even say it. I think she was exposing the ANC. Now, was she exposing the ANC because they wouldn't give her a position or whatnot? You get what I mean? She could be there because they was like, nah, you're not coming to get this bread. We getting this bread. You don't understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, I get what everybody's saying.
Yeah, but
podcast is echoing what Oni said. He said, no means of production, no industry. So how would you have the capital? KW Don 7 says, the current goal of Urugu is to freeze the world as they stole it. If you don't understand this, you have already lost the battle. Bwana Hagaziki, what say you?
To just respond to the brother's point, the capital is gotten based off of the land that they was able to pilfer and steal and use those resources to sell to the rest of the world for whatever purposes, and then you restrict the majority of the population on not really productive land or arable land where you can't really grow nothing on it. And I think that's where the real problem lies. The land, and that's what Mugabe was fighting for. Give me my friggin' land back. You give me my land back, and I'm gonna show you that we could feed ourselves, we can support ourselves, and we'll be able to operate globally to sell our own goddamn products to the rest of the world, rather than the bears coming in, digging a hole, coal a mine, and selling our diamonds to the rest of the world after they then heat it, shine it, and then sell it in the Jewish quarters in New York City. I think that this is for me, in my opinion, humble opinion, this is really where the problem lies for me in South Africa, I believe. But I may be wrong, and I'm open to a discussion on it. But I guess you go into another.
Wait, let me actually add to that. So I completely agree that you do want your land, but like I think what D Webb was saying about no means of production, no industry, that's really the other capital, you know. So white folk did show up and get the land, and the land is probably the most important thing to get wherever you go on the planet, you know, obviously. But they also have machinery, you know what I mean? So as to say that, because the thing I noticed when I was reading Nyere was oh, Tanzania gonna get me for that, but when I was reading Nyere, he was like, look, we have all this land, but we don't have any machinery. So because we don't have machinery, like our agricultural output is going to be limited. Now, obviously, it's better to have limited agricultural output than no agricultural output. But you know, I think if the president of Tanzania at the time is, you know, admitting that he needs machinery, you know what I mean, or he needs agricultural implements, or modern technology, and of course, you know, I heard you earlier where you were like, yo, we could feed ourselves without this stuff. And sure, you can, obviously. But like, that's another thing when we talk about capital, like realistically, you're also talking about, hey, do we have access to machinery? Are we building these sorts of machinery? Or are these machineries that we have to purchase or import? Oh, it's really wrote something silly. But anyway, yeah, but here's check this out. So I was actually funny when we talk about capital. Can you imagine that Marx's mother said, if only Carl had made capital instead of just writing about it?
That's funny. That's funny.
I know, that's jacked up. Like his
That's
own
funny.
mom's though. I was
That's
like,
funny.
but anyway.
No, I would only say that when you say the issue with Nyerere and his inability to garner or get technology at that point in time, and I don't think that Tanzania, I think Tanzania had a relationship with the rest of the globe. Maybe he did, you know, maybe with Russia, you know. But I think that right now, as far as Zimbabwe is concerned, their exchanges with people who do have the technology, like China, you know, would kind of force you to cut deals. You know what I mean? So that China may come in and say, okay, we'll give you the technology you need. We'll give you the know-how to really extract these materials and sell these materials to the rest of the world. However, the deal is going to be cut. You have to give us a percentage. You have to give us some certain things we want to be able to do in your country. You may even say that you have to support us when we go to these international places and have to vote on specific things as far as the world is concerned. I forget it. The world, not world nations, United Nations. You know, you have to support us in your vote in United Nations if we were to give you a particular equipment or things of that nature. I think that that's when deals have to be made and cut. But as far as the inability to get the technology, I think that Africa is at a point now where internationally they have enough relationships outside of the West where they could get or implement the technology they need to really move land and produce things on a mass scale. I believe that they have the ability to do that now. Maybe not so much back then.
I keep forgetting to unmute. Yeah. Thank you guys for that. If there's no last words there, let me go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 9 is China establishing overseas police. Before we go to observing immigrants, did you see the post on the Discord about the video with Francis Cress Welsing?
No, not yet.
All right, I need you to check that out. I'd like you to be there on the panel when I have that discussion. All right.
Okay, when is it gonna be?
I want to record Wednesday at 8.
Okay, I'll try to remember.
Okay, I'll hit you up on the Discord. All right. So shoot.
Yeah, I still yeah, the Discord and I have not been friends. Yeah.
Thank you. China establishing overseas police presence. So this came on a link as well. Let's check it out.
The so-called police contact points is actually part of China's overseas police operation, and it is detailed and revealed by a human rights group based in Spain, which is called Safeguard Defenders. The reports actually revealed that in more than 80 cities, there are Chinese branches operating for Chinese citizens living abroad, especially during the very difficult periods in COVID, that people cannot really travel back home for their household registration, driver's license renewal, or their passport issues very easily. And at the same time, the report also detailed that more than 230,000 Chinese citizens who are the potential suspects of criminals were persuaded to return home, and some of their family members were also under threat for calling them home.
Yeah, because it's puzzling. If it's a contact centre to help with passport and driver's licenses, why would a police presence be required?
That is also the main question for the human rights group's report. Basically, the question is, if there are Chinese embassies around the world, do people really need another police presence to assist with them, for those affairs? And apparently, in some part of the Chinese police, they also tried to contact some of the offenders or criminals living in those countries, which actually made human rights lawyers question whether that operation is legal, and at the same time whether they will use some illegal means to make that approach.
And legal within the country that they're operating in. So you understand that there was one of these contact centres opened in Sydney. Is it still operating?
The question is that, the whole operation in Sydney is very secretive, so we don't have a clear answer about that. But the latest interview with them with the Chinese police based in Wenzhou City, they confirmed that the system is still operating, and we can contact one of the groups, which is called Australia Wenzhou Chamber of Industry and Commerce, for assistance. But apparently, when we try to deal with the organization, it is extremely difficult. The president of the organization, firstly, he said that the system is no longer operating, but later he said that they had never had such service for Chinese diaspora living in Australia, which is apparently a very contradictory comment from that person. But in fact, the address and the details of these contact points is still listed on China's official websites for the Wenzhou police.
Interesting. Has this human rights group been able to contact any of these people that supposedly went back to China?
Some of the suspects' family members were contacted by the human rights group. And in fact, in China, state-owned media have exposed all of the operations and their details in a style that they praise the police effective operation overseas. So the state-owned media report also mentioned that this whole operation is part of, service and kind of like a work for the Chinese President Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative.
So even that doesn't make sense in terms of needing a police presence for that kind of initiative, which is meant to be very economic.
Exactly. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, there is really the police or some other corporation, for example, government bodies or agencies to really exercise the President Xi Jinping's calling for that. But the problem is for Australia in Sydney, the contact points, the details are really vague, and Australia doesn't really have any Belt and Road Initiative agreement with China. So whether the call for fulfilling the president's call for the Belt and Road Initiative is legitimate, that is a question.
So no doubt some investigations need to happen. Great to have you in. Thanks so much. Good reporting.
Thank you very much, Beth.
You're muted again.
Oh, my bad. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I see a conversation going on in the chat. Yeah, I hope you guys, I'm not going to get into it too heavy, but I hope you guys could kind of keep that chill on the platform here. I don't want to really have a show that's on drama. You know, I like to keep it, you know, fairly intellectual, fairly academic, actually. So
I'll let you know. I'm drama free. Don't worry about it.
So you know, let's try not to, you know, continue that stuff. I didn't catch what Oni said just now, but
I said I was drama free, so it is what it is.
All right. With that said, observing immigrants, China establishing overseas police presence. What say you to all of this? What you heard?
I didn't follow too much, unfortunately, but I think China's doing what China has to do. I mean, every country has to look out for itself, and Chinese are looking out for themselves. If America does it, you know, by imposing itself on other people, so you know, those with power exercise power. You know, that's all I can say.
Yeah, China went the kind of light route, right? They just put police in different countries. America goes and puts whole bases in people's countries.
And then try to act like that's normal, like, you know.
Yeah.
And they try to act like they're doing it for your interest. You're in the Western world with your nose in the Eastern world. I mean, like, you know, and the South and the North, everywhere, but not Europe, because certain things in Europe, they don't. You notice they're not really in Russia. They let in Ukraine get their ass kicked, but you know, they're not too into that. They're trying to talk as if they are, but they're not really. Any other country, they would have invaded Russia by now, if it wasn't European.
Ozuli, what say you?
Oh, are you saying having police in another people's country is better than bases? How do you have a police, your own police, in another person's country?
No, I don't get it either. But I'm saying the hypocrisy of pointing out that China has police stations in another country when you have whole bases in another country. I find that ill. But continue.
No. I mean, I might be wrong for this, but I think having your own police in my country is way worse than a base that's on the side. Like, how do you get to who? My question is, who is overseeing your police force? Like, how do you have a police force, a foreign police force in my country? Is your police force abiding by my rules? Can your police force be checked? So I think it's this. I mean, to me, I think it's more. To me, seems more dangerous for you to have your police force actually in my country versus you in the border, or you on the baseline on another country looking over my country. That's how I feel about it. So, but at the end of the day, like the young lady just said, people with power exercise their power. You ain't got shit. Shut the hell up and have another foreign police in your country.
D-Web from the House Ready podcast says if a country is able to establish a base or police force in your own country, that's your fault. I agree with that.
100%.
Yes. You want to add something else, Uzuli?
Nah, go ahead.
Let me mix it up a little bit. Bwana Hagaziki, what say you to this?
Yeah, man, I don't really know enough about what agreement that Australia would have made with China to allow this kind of thing to happen, because it's very odd. So I need to do some research on it, because I don't know what the restrictions is, you know, whether they just gonna do that in a particular area. I don't know what the agreement is. I would have to read the agreement to really have an opinion on it. But on the face of it, it seems odd, and I don't see how another country would be able to have boots on the ground in another person's country, even though, you know, the West have guns at everybody. They have military bases and guns pointed at everyone. But it just seems very odd to me, and I'd have to do some more research on it to really give an authentic opinion on this particular prompt.
Tanzan, what say you?
I think that you know, China is getting very bold, and it's part of their plan that they have been putting in motion for quite some time, especially regarding Australia, because not only did they almost like do a very quiet take over control of the Australian education system. They sponsored a lot of their people, just, paid tuition, paid everything to go to a lot of Australian universities. And, Australia was happy about that because they were getting all this free money. And I don't know how, if you guys know, but international students usually in every country, they usually pay more. And in America, even more than most other countries, Australia as well. So
in America, it's 2 times. It's twice what the American pays.
Yeah, I think it's even more than that, but maybe, but it's definitely a lot more, and it's not subsidized. There's no loans and all that. So, Australia was having a good time, selling its universities to these Chinese students who just come and pay full price and get the education. But increasingly, and the good thing about them is that they would get it and go back. But increasingly, they came and then, they started staying more and more, or, second generation. And then the second thing, second takeover was Australia was buying real estate. They went and bought a lot, them and the Russians, they went and bought a lot of, especially Australia has a lot of seaside, residential. So they went and bought a lot of those houses on the coast and all of that stuff, just on a buying spree, just went crazy buying up. So they bought up the land. They're already in the schools quite a lot, and they're just silently, moving into Australia. So if there was one Western country that was going to go to China first, I would put my bets on Australia. So this is just the continuation of it. And Australia was actually hit one of the hardest. Both Australia and China had very, very strict mandatory measures, during that time. They were locked in the houses. Australia not as bad as China, but they were one of the most restrictive, Western countries. They were, being allotted, I don't know, 6 units of alcohol per day. They were being locked up and arrested, and there was mass protests and so on. Same thing in China. So they're starting to mirror each other. And, if Australia is not, I don't think that it could be like a total takeover, but it could be, like a political influence. So, yeah, that's all I'd say about that.
Thank you for that, Anton. Let's hear from Oni.
Peace, fam. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like China's doing what it's supposed to do for its own people. You know what I mean? You're supposed to police your own people. We asking black folk to police our own people. What China is doing, in a sense, in a lot of sense, it's giving you a yellow print. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna say blueprint, but it's giving you the yellow print. It's basically saying, look, we went through something, right? We're trying to get out of it. We're trying to get out of this unipolar world like everybody else is supposed to. We're trying to have self-determination like every other person is supposed to.
Right.
And this is what it looks like. Because like you better believe America polices itself abroad. If I could tell you this, like when I I think earlier people were like, yo, man, don't go to Africa thinking you hot shit. The reality is this though. Like I get my American passport, I might be able to get away with some shit that other people won't be able to.
Right.
Just off, I'm gonna call the embassy type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I would do that. I'm not saying I would, whatever. But like, what I mean is that you could get out of some trouble,
right? Just
by being an American citizen. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that. I'm saying that to say that America is looking out for Americans.
That happened in Brazil with those Olympian swimmers. Remember they went and they wrecked some shit down there, and America kind of bossed up and got them up out of there.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's supposed to do. Yeah, America is supposed to, and that's what I'm saying. So if China is policing its own people, now I don't want them to do that in Africa per se. But even if you like have your own community, because the thing is this, we talk about it, we know it. You go to Chinatown, the police are Chinese. You go to Little Israel, the police are Jews. This is in America. Now, obviously, big crimes, it's not that case, right? Murder, it might not always be the case, right? But the reality is that you're supposed to be policing your own people. Now, if you policing other people, that's what the problem is. And if you're being honest, what's happening in the States is that we're being policed by other people. But realistically, we should be policing ourselves. And I'm telling you, the Chinese are showing you, hey, look, it's possible. If you just clean up, you just act right, you just do your shit, it's possible. You unite as a people, it's possible. You know? And we just have to, take that lesson for ourselves.
That's a good point at the end there. That's a good point at the end. Kevin Carray, what say you to all this?
Yeah, what all you just said, man. Sometimes you gotta look at it from another angle. It's I say this all the time. It's too late in the game for the games we're playing in the system. If we don't police ourselves, we're not gonna even exist in the next few years. We're stepping way back. Next thing you know, we're back on the plantation again. Not the physical plantation, but you get the point.
Bro, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are these police officers in the vicinity of the Chinese embassy, or are they working in the city? Like what only he's saying don't make sense to me. What do you mean? How do you put the police force and what you're saying that there's in Chinatown there's Chinese officers, but they're working under the umbrella of New York City police force. They're not above New York City police force. They're not working in a position. They're working under that. So I'm trying to understand, where are those agents, just Chinese police officers? Are they next to the embassy, protecting the embassy? Then that I could get it. But that's what I'm trying to understand.
From my research, I saw something like this a couple of years ago. They have a station actually in South Africa, but they said they mostly stay in the Chinatowns and patrol their people. But there's always questions like, what if they go off? And I kind of agree with what you say, Azurism. Sometimes I wonder, what if they go off base and start arresting the locals? What's going to happen?
I'm curious because one of the statements the brother just raised is the fact that having holding an American passport holds weight globally and internationally in respect to if you were to do any kind of things that you would be able to get away with certain things. And I'm curious to know whether the brother feels that a white person doing something or committing an act internationally, as opposed to a black person doing something internationally, would hold the same kind of weight. Which means the whole force of the government would try to rescue a white girl who falls in trouble in some foreign country, like Natalie Holloway. I remember a girl in the Caribbean was harmed by a white gentleman, murdered, and the whole American embassy was looking after them. They had news reports, sightings, and all kinds of things with the media and terms of things like that. I'm curious to know if a black person was to fall in some kind of situation internationally, whether you would see that same kind of force of the U.S. government trying to ensure that you as an American citizen is safe and being taken care of. I'm just curious about that.
Hey, bro, let me say this. So let me just jump into that. So with your life is being threatened, you got to do what you can to survive. Okay,
Yes.
you have to do what you can to survive, because once your life is taken, you're dead. All right. That said, I seen this video of these people in I think it was South Africa, where they burned this man alive, the Zambian alive, because he was Zambian type shit. Okay, you could see them pouring oil on this man as he's rolling around in fire. You don't want to get caught in that type of situation. Like the real world is this. The real world is that people can kill you, like easily. Okay, you could go to the wrong town, say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, and there will be mob violence against you. So if you're going to, like, one thing you can do is be like, yo, you could bluff that you're a fucking important person in America. Now, America's probably not going to mobilize on your behalf.
Okay.
Right. But that's notwithstanding, like I'm saying, like realistically, like, let's say if I'm like, sometimes I be talking shit about Christians, right? Let's say even when I was in Ghana, I was there talking shit about Christians, right? I was on the hush hush though, because I know if somebody go and say one thing another, these motherfuckers could be outside my door, okay, drag me out, burn me alive, just for talking about Christians and shit, right? And the reality is that they would do that. Like, some people would do that to their own people. You understand? And knowing this, right? Yeah. If like whatever it is that you can do to avoid being slaughtered like a pig, right? Then you do it. No, America's not gonna mobilize it. There's the story of, I think it was Ronald Reagan. I think it was the whatever war he was in. These motherfuckers kidnapped American soldiers, and when they did that, they like the Arabs released the black Americans because they were like, they know damn well that the white Americans don't even give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, they just had white hostages because they were like, the white Americans don't care about these black folk. So yeah, it's possible that white Americans are not going to mobilize for you. But if you're in a life or death situation, you have to like bluff. Like, even I'm thinking, because I'm finna go to Africa right now, I'm thinking, yo, like let's say if I get caught up inside of somebody else's dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if y'all remember that phrase from the Boondocks, where the person's like, the plane might crash, and like, yo, it's your time to go, it's your time to go. And he's like, what about the person next to you? Like, you never know. You could be in a situation where you ended up being kidnapped, but with another group of people. I'm not saying that's regular. I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but you might be in that situation. And I'm already thinking, like, yo, I might have to be like, oh wait, I got money. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't gotta be here. You know what I mean? Like, if you try to get out somebody's intestines for like, $500, no, look, let me get out. I'll give you $6. Like, you have to do what you can to survive. Because if you do not, you're gonna end up. If you sit down like, hey, look, I'm we all as Africans, don't matter if I got American passport, don't matter if I got money. You're going to be dead with your passport and with your money, and that's it.
Yeah. So because I wasn't 100% clear on it, because I'm thinking that I agree. I think the American passport and the British passport holds a lot of weight. I really do agree with that. But I think that when it comes to color, I think the rules become a little bit skewed. I really believe that. And I think that, yes, the fact that a black American holding an American passport and something being done or them being harmed in any way is going to call to the attention of the American government. But I am skeptical whether they would pursue the issue with a black American as opposed to a white American. I'm very skeptical, man. But that's just me.
Well, yeah, look, bro, it's possible, but you could bluff it. And the thing is that it might not work. You could just like it really doesn't matter. Like, all you have to know is that if you're in a serious situation, you should exhaust all of your resources, because serious situation. It's like the same way how this person was like, I was listening to this one dude. He was like, look, white folk are not going to be the victims of crimes in America like that. Now that's not a universal. There are going to be white people who are going to be caught up by crimes by black folk. That's what it is. But if I was a white boy and I was, strolling through the hood and I was like, hey, look, my family, like, I would do that shit, because the other person doesn't know. Like, you think people, are gonna know that you're not an important person in America? Because you could just be a celebrity. Like, who knows? Like when you up against strangers and you have to exhaust your resources, exhaust your damn resources, because you will die if you do not. Like, if you just don't use your because when you're playing with life, it's like, that's it. It's either on or off. Once the switch is off, it doesn't go back on. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So yeah, I don't think America would, but like, I also wouldn't be surprised if America wouldn't do the minimum. Because I'm not saying that America is not going to do anything for its citizens. Because I can tell you this, that when I had a relative who passed away abroad, and America, did some paperwork to find, the person's paperwork, so it's like, it's not like there's not like an embassy that is there that's going to be like, click, you're a black person, click. I mean, are they going to mobilize the task force for you? Probably not. And they probably don't do that for white folk, a lot of white folk either. But you never know. Yeah.
Also, remember, there even sometimes American intervention don't get the people off. Remember back in the days when we were teenagers, Michael Fay?
Who's that?
The one that was graffitiing the cars in Singapore, and they caned him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, and that was a white boy, or was it a black boy? A black man? Yeah, I'm saying, like, I mean, I would just try, like, because there's whole agencies of people online, like they're waiting for somebody to communicate. But that's it.
That boy got caned 6 times. And the number he was supposed to get was like 30.
Yeah.
Because America intervened, he got 6.
Mm-hmm.
So let's not say that he got reduced cane sentence, I guess.
I stand corrected, man. My memory is not as good. You know, this was like the early '90s. So,
we have Rob Noxious who joined us. I've seen Rob Noxious in the chat for the Harsh Rowdy podcast. Rob Noxious, are you a black person?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. Oh, Rob Noxious, this is a conversation amongst African folks. We're gonna hail you up a little later.
Oh,
yes, indeed. Anyone else have any comments they want to add? Any last words to this prompt?
be humble and respectful wherever you go in the world.
All right, I appreciate that. That takes us to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight, the last one for the night. Again, remember that this show is part of a podcast network. Make sure to check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Make sure to check out Considerate Cheek. She's usually on Sundays. If you subscribe and click the bell, you'll be notified when she's on. Check out Brother Bakari, who should be on tomorrow as well. D Web in the chat will let us know if they're doing a stream tomorrow. And then of course you got Oni at 11 a.m. in the morning doing the Enemies Within segment of the pro-black perspective. Me, I'll be on later this week, particularly next week for Shoot the Breeze, and maybe during the week as well. And then there's the forecast. Make sure to check out the forecast. Subscribe to his channel, because you never really know when he's going on. It's usually on a Thursday, I think it is. So you guys subscribe to him as well. House Rally Podcast will be on tomorrow night, so that's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys check into that. Rob Noxious, I see all your comments out there. It's cool that you support, I guess, but to be in the discussion in a pro-black, Pan-African discussion, no, we're not going to do that, and that's all I want to say about that. If there's no other last words for that, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 simply says sameness versus equality. In the chat, I put up a poll and 92% of you say that sameness is not equivalent to equality. It's only 8% of people said yes. So I appreciate you guys responding to that chat. This prompt came with a link. Let's check it out.
The confusion people have of equating sameness with equality. You want your children to have the same education as white children. Then if you do, you want them to stay oppressed. Yes. You don't want them to be educated in terms of their unique history. You don't want them to be educated in terms of their learning styles. You don't want them to be educated in terms of the problems they have to solve for themselves. You don't want them to be educated in terms of the reality of the fact that they are oppressed, not white children. No, you want them educated as if they were white children. That is the surest way to maintain oppression. I explained to my class the other evening the confusion people have of equating sameness with equality. You want your children to have the same education as white children. Then if you do, you want them to stay oppressed. Yes. You don't want them to be educated in terms of their unique history. You don't want them to be educated in terms of their learning styles. You don't want them to be educated in terms of the problems they have to solve for themselves. You don't want them to be educated in terms of the reality of the fact that they are oppressed, not white children. No, you want them educated as if they were white children. That is the surest way to maintain oppression. I explained to my class the other evening the confusion people have of equating same.
Yeah, sorry about that delay there. I'm dealing with Rob Noxious on the KWAZ radio side, I realize. In any event, sameness versus equality. What did you get from Dr. Amos Wilson, Kevin Curry 42 in that short clip?
I understand it. It's like this. Yeah, you can get all the money you want in this world, to dress like them, to have the same clothes, drive the same car, send your kids to the same school as they. Yeah, you look the same, you're imitating them, but you're not them. You don't have the power. You're still, at the end of the day, reality will still hit you in the face. Yeah, the city's still segregated. Yeah, I'm still redlined. I go to the bank to get a loan. I might not get that loan. There's no chance. Yeah, I can try and act like them, but I'm never gonna be them. You got to be your own self. But that's what I got. I'll pass the mic on.
No, I appreciate that, Kevin Curry. I like it. Observing immigrants.
Hi.
Sameness versus equality. Hi. Sameness versus equality. What did you get from what Dr. Amos Wilson had to say?
The guy that just spoke before, I think he pretty much covered it. In terms of education, despite what he said, a lot of people consider, going to a white school a better learning opportunity. But, I listen to stories on TikTok where a lot of Black kids go to white schools and then talk about, they were exposed to slave auctions and a lot of dehumanizing things, even in our present day. So, the parents send them there to get same education, but they don't get the equal treatment. And, at the end of the day, when they graduate, they don't have equal results because now you might have a Sambo in training, or, the child's self-esteem has been derided, from the constant racial attacks. Even here in St. Louis, where I'm from, a little Black boy at an all-white school, I don't know what experience sent him there, was, a bunch of white boys was just insulting him and calling him monkey and all this nonsense in the what you call locker room, right? And I'm happy I homeschool my kids because I wouldn't be able to deal with that, and I wouldn't want my children to be exposed to that. But in terms of equality, I always say I don't want to be equal to white people. Why would I want to degrade myself to be equal to genocidal, lice carrying, sociopathic, psychopathic maniacs? Like, to me, the idea was always to be equal to them. After looking at all the blood they have on their hands and the lack of empathy for what they've done, why would you ever want to be equal? So that's all I have to say.
I appreciate that. Marcus Garvey is the way. By the way, sisters who are on the Discord, make sure you guys are responding to messages, man. I'm trying to get a portion of the Discord where sisters have their separate spaces to discuss the things that they feel to discuss. And I know Marcus Garvey is the way posted something there earlier, I think today or yesterday. Make sure you guys are tuning into those messages. I want y'all to communicate. Let's not say how lonely it is in consciousness where you can't find conscious sisters and brothers. And here we have a space and you have the ability just to reach out via text or voice chat or something, and you wouldn't. Let's try to connect in those ways. Speaking of Black women, the matron in the chat said, if we have the same things as them, we have not defined reality for ourselves. But that's how I think. I think about the fact that we don't live in our own reality, man. We don't define it. We don't design it. And like the matron said, if we just are looking to have what they have, then again, we haven't defined our reality. We are making our reality based on who they are. And that's a shame for me. When I think about just people in general who don't live for whatever reason. They're hiding from themselves, and they don't live their true selves, their real reality. That's a shame when you consider, this is the one shot that we have at this thing. This is our one time here, as far as we know. You know what I mean? With your one life, you couldn't live your own reality. And I think about that when it comes to African people, how we live our lives for generations, man. For generations now, in a reality that we didn't define, we didn't design, none of it. Provide triggers for evolution says, I have to remember that sameness does not equate equality. This matter is a global phenomenon for us, even on the continent where bilingual international schools are celebrated. And there's more they're supposed to say there, but it didn't come through yet. Erzulius, and what say you to this?
I don't really have nothing to say on that. I mean, if they educate you, you'll never be equal or anything because they're only teaching you their history and some of your history. So, I mean, I'm kind of sameness and equality, but I don't understand what you mean by equality. Equality regarding to what? So I'm kind of confused about that. But yeah, I mean, you have to educate your own children. So at the end of the day, so I don't know.
Now he's basically saying to be equals with people in the system that we're in isn't saying anything. Like, you want to have the same schools and this, that, and the other, but at the end of the day, in the system and the society that you live in, you're still not equal with these folks anyway. You know what I mean? You like the matron said again, you're better off just going about working towards creating your own realities and forget about these people. Forget about all that shit.
But even it's like I heard somewhere that they said a Caucasian man who just came out of jail for committing a felony could get a better job than a black man with a master's degree or whatever. So at the end of the day, it doesn't work either way. All you have to do is be who you are, what the creator sent you there to be you, and thrive in loving yourself. And you only have to be equal in the eyes of God and yourself, man. These people will never, it doesn't matter. Look at how, I remember I was listening to something. Bill Clinton said Obama, if it was 40 years ago, 50 years ago, Obama would have been serving us. Meanwhile, Obama have all these degrees, all these stuff, and he's probably more accomplished academically than any of these president we have. So we damn if we do, we damn if we don't. All you have to do is be you and what you are sent here to do, bro.
Tanzan, what say you?
I say that not only with education, I mean, you can send your children to school and so on. But I think another thing that we're failing is preparing them for the reality of life, not just about the book learning, but about being able to maneuver the world and being able to, to be prepared for the attitudes that we're going to get. I think some of the shock that children get is they think that this myth that everybody tells them, oh, those are the things of the past, we're post-racial and all that. And then they go out into the world and then they realize that things are much different than, they were taught at home. So it's not just about the education, it's also about the social preparation. It's also being able to know, who your friends are, who you should, be skeptical about, where you should go and how to behave and so on. So there's some children that may have that education and may have good education, but unfortunately they don't know or realize the social realities of life. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Tanzan. Yeah, I agree with what Tanzan had to say there. Oni, what say you next?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. It's like you're in their country, it's like I used to agree with this kind of mindset of because the thing is, of course you could always advance in their country. But at the same time, it's like, if you expect to exceed them to a large degree in their country and you expect nothing to come from it, like the lessons on xenophobia that we're seeing around the world kind of informs this, you know, like even if you talk about like the one here, the ADOS type thing, where they're like, yo, these black immigrants, because here's the thing about America. One thing about America is that if you look at the GDP, no, not GDP, the income of immigrants, generally speaking, they have higher incomes than the people here, you know? So even like Indians, Europeans, like from the continent of Europe, that kind of stuff, right? You know, African immigrants too. They're, well, particularly like the white immigrants, the non-black immigrants, they're making more than the non-blacks here, because usually when you're a foreigner, right, when you travel to another country, you're from a different socioeconomic background anyway. You know, I was looking at the visa requirements for coming to America. Obviously, I'm already in America, but I was just looking at it because, you know, you never know if a sister want to visit, right? Anyway, but but America's like, yo, if you could show that you have X amount of dollars in the bank or this amount of income, then you could come to this country. Otherwise, we don't want you in this country. You know, we have an expensive country. America's telling you this. We have one of the most expensive healthcare systems on the planet. This is America's own verbiage, right? So generally speaking, if you are somebody, I mean, unless you came on a refugee status or whatever, but generally speaking, if you came to the country, you probably weren't like of the lower class per se, right? That said, you know, the statistics of any country is going to include their own lower class, right? So on average, the person coming to the country, because they're not coming with their lowest class per se, or if they do come with their lowest class, they're going to have economic assistance type stuff, right? If you know, generally speaking, mathematically, you would expect the immigrant numbers would be higher. So when it comes to even Caribbeans and so forth, right, they're not making more than white folk in America, but they're making more than black folk in America, because again, it's like if a bunch of middle class people show up, they're gonna be richer than people who are including, you know, lower class as well as middle class and upper class or what have you, right? So yeah, obviously you can succeed in America, but when we talk about the xenophobia thing, even that little difference between the Caribbeans and the black people who are already here, right? That little difference, like tiny, like $4,000 a year or something like that, tiny, right? Is fueling this ADOS movement, is fueling the xenophobia. And then, like I said, about the thing that happened in Zambia and South Africa, you know, and even that white lady was saying, hey, you know, there's a lot of xenophobia in South Africa against, you know, Africans against Africans. It's like, yeah, off of a little bit more that an immigrant might have, well, for a native population. And so we saw this at Black Wall Street, where blacks were doing pretty well in Tulsa, and then they got bombed by white folk. So it's realistically, you know, if you're in their country and you want to excel and exceed them, like, no, first off, they're not teaching you how to exceed them, because the education system that we're exposed to is to be a worker, you know, it's to be a proletariat, it's not to be an owner, right? But if you're like, hey, you know what, let's just teach ourselves to be owners en masse, you can do that. But do not be surprised, based off of what's going on around the world, if white folk do something about it. Now, of course, you know, maybe you shouldn't worry about what white folk are going to do. I'm just saying, do not be surprised. And on that note, I would say, you know, one thing, like, even and the thing is this, realistically speaking, even if you go to Africa, even if you go to Jamaica, and you as an immigrant population are doing well, it's possible people are going to turn against you too. Like, it's possible. It's possible in America. It's possible in Europe. It's possible in things. If you're doing good, if you're doing bad, it's possible. You know, probability. But you just play with probability and you say, look, you know, it's also probable that if you're doing good and you're being a good person and you're doing nice to a bunch of people, that they're gonna just, you know, like, if you're making opportunity for people, they're gonna embrace the opportunity, and everybody's gonna going to do better. And that's what I would advise for us, generally speaking, moving forward, is just try to do better for your people where you can, where we are. But you know, when it comes to the sameness versus inequality, I think white people, I think it's very clear that white people educate their lower classes, which are the schools we go to, right? They educate their lower classes to be workers, right? They're not teaching, you know, banking secrets. They're not teaching, you know, this sort of so forth. They're generally teaching, you know, how you can go get a job, you know, go to college and get a job, right? You're not going to exceed them, but you can be comfortable. Okay, you can. I mean, if you're comfortable with being dominated, yeah, you can be comfortable. But that's it. Like it is what it is. Like I don't know why the onus would be on white folk to educate us. And I think that if we do educate ourselves, we just have to also, you know, complete the picture, which is, well, what country, like how far do you expect to go in this country? Because if you think that their numerical majority doesn't mean anything, you know, because even like, I think I'm gonna tell you probably this tomorrow, where these Latinos are talking about we're gonna take over fucking California. Like we're gonna take it over and we're gonna be the politically dominant population. And that's what it is going to be. It's going to be that, you know? And if black folk are gonna be 9% of, you know, whatever town it was, then you know they're going to be dominated. If you're comfortable with getting a good job while you're politically dominated, then yeah, it's okay. But me personally, I'm trying to say, hey, look, yes, first they're not going to teach you. Obviously, they shouldn't. But if you are trying to teach yourself, like teach yourself the reality, which is maybe you shouldn't be in America.
I feel you on that, Oni. With all that's been said and comments in the chat, Bana Haguziki, what say you? Sameness versus equality, and what Amos Wilson had to say about it.
Yeah, there's something that Barbados initially said that it stuck with me. She said that there are some people who receive the same education, but they don't necessarily get the same results. And I agree with that statement. And the question becomes why? Because we live in a world that's not fair. You know what I mean? We live in a world that's not really equal. We are in competition. We are in competition. And in any competition, you will have winners and you will have losers. So the question becomes whether our education thus far has created a bunch of winners in our community, or have they created a bunch of losers? And that question really is self-evident. So this whole one cap fits all approach that we have to the world, obviously that is not a workable solution for us in particular. Therefore, we have to get another kind of education. And so where we gonna find that? Where we gonna pay for that? Well, you have examples of it, because I feel that success leaves clues. The education the Williams sisters received was in South Central, but the Mr. Williams, he looked at the situation. He said, well, this situation, how my children are going to be educated in South Central will not put my children on the top of the heap. Therefore, he invested in another type of education and training outside of what the system had to give them or offer them in South Central. So I think that with us, we have to take the same kind of approach. We have to look within our environment and become forward-looking. What are the programs? What are the interests, that I could participate in or put my hands on that will propel my children to be on the top of the heap in the future? And obviously, my environment. If my environment is not going to produce that, then I have to find something within myself that will put my children on the best course to forward them to be on the top of this heap, this competitive heap. And I just think that that's how we should look at the world. You know what I mean? Oh, not only look at the world, look in our respective countries, wherever they may be, and try to put that kind of solution on grain, that kind of solution within our children. The system has their version of what they want you to be, but ultimately you have to mold and you have to cast your own version and put it into your children what you really want to be, what you want to gonna become, because the system is not gonna produce that. And well, for the few it may, you know. But for the masses, if you are not in the best advantageous position to become these kinds of things, it's not going to produce that. And we look at people like the Jay-Z's of the world and the Dame Dashes and people like that as an example, as examples. But these are the 1%ers. These are the small minority that's been able to fit through the cracks. And even in their indoctrination, they had to retrain themselves because I'm sure they wasn't masterful in economics and business, etc., etc., etc. So they had to come up with a unique way of getting to the top of their pile or heap. So I think that we need to find other creative ways to solve our problems and get to the top of the heap within America, within the Caribbean, or in the UK, or anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world we find ourselves. So I think that's black men. That's our job. Black men and women. I don't want to be a chauvinist. Black men and women.
Marcus Garvey is the way. Since Mr. Untouchable mentioned what you said earlier, do you want to comment to what Mr. Untouchable said?
No, he understood. I don't think there's anything else.
Oh, okay. Is there any last words from anyone else on this topic?
This was a great prompt. I really enjoyed this prompt. I really listened to what everyone had to say. Great prompt.
Thank you for that, Kevin Carre. All right, that's prompt number 10. That's it for tonight. I want to thank everyone who was here. Ladies, check your DMs this week. I will be in your DMs with the link to the recording of the episode. I will be speaking to y'all through Discord and whatnot, especially if I don't have your emails. I will be talking to you guys. I want to do this Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And for the gentlemen, I'd like to do it Thursday. Again, these are not going to be live streams. These are going to be recorded conversations that I'll premiere at a later date. And then after both have premiered, we'll do a live stream having a discussion with both the men and the women together on a panel talking about that Francis Cress Welsing video. So Kevin Carre, check it out. Or Zuli, check it out. I'd like to have you guys on. Gas has already said he'll be there. I think Jay will come through. Only said today he's going to check the video out. Who else? A few other people I'm missing, I'm sure. Mentioned that they'll be here. Buana Hagaziki said he'll be there. And then on the women's side, Tanzan will be there. The revolutionary matron, Lero. I was hoping to see if I could reach out to D-Web to get Ra on there as well. I want as many of you women, black women who are usually around. Marcus Garvey is the way, especially want all of you to join that panel and have a discussion. We're going to go through the video on the recording. And you guys will be able to tell me to pause it and have discussions at every beat or every pacing of the video. So that should be cool.
I have a question, Kuku. How is the technology of it going to work? Are you going to send us the link or something since it's not on YouTube?
Yeah, no, the same way we do this Shoot the Breeze stuff where I put the link up for you to click.
Yeah.
I could send that to you by email, even though it's a recording only.
Yeah.
If I understand it correctly, I could send it by email and you'll be able to get onto the backstage and then I'll let you on the panel.
No worries.
All right. So yeah. So for men, it should be Thursday. Women, I want to do it Wednesday. I want to do it back to back, and premiere them back to back, and then have the live reaction, so to speak, panel to what the men had to say and what the women had to say about the same video. So we'll do it that way. Oni, you have a show in the morning?
Come on. I think D-Web's gonna be live on Thursday with an interview.
D-Web has an interview?
I think so. He said every other Thursday.
Okay.
But I mean, it's whatever. Right? Yeah, I got a show tomorrow. Oh, I gotta do the ad. But other than that, yeah. So yeah, just another group of enemies then. And that's the thing. I'll tell y'all straight. I talk about manginas as well as ask me. You know what I mean? So like I don't like weak men and I don't like weak women either. You know, I'm just gonna tell you what an IS is. And if you don't like that, that's what it is. But I feel like we as a people
Only you lying. You love weak women. Stop it.
I mean, I don't want to get my ass kicked. I don't get my ass kicked by women. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if women is strong for you, man, then, you know, it is what it is. But yeah. So, like I said, like, I don't like past me's. I don't like manginas, period. And I mean, I also say this just generally, I don't do that back and forth with dudes. It's weird. You know, if you want, like, I don't do that. Sorry. But yeah, anyway, but other than that, yeah, I got a show tomorrow, and I'm going to talk about a bunch of manginas, and I'm going to talk about a bunch of past me's, but I'm also going to talk about comrades and nevolutionaries, and of course fan Africanists, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to shout out, obviously, you know, shout out to Razuli right there, because they just put out some numbers about what's going on in Haiti, so I'm going to try to highlight that and point out how some of these fan Africanists don't really support Haiti. So I'm gonna do that. Now, not to say that I'm putting on my bank personally, but I also just want to raise awareness, you know, about what's going on in Haiti, because a lot of it's going really bad right now, and so I would use the platform to embrace you know, our Haitian ancestors. But anyway, I'm just saying that just because I know Azuli be hating on me. But anyway, that's about it though. So appreciate that. Appreciate the chat. It's good. And all that.
All right. Thank you for that. Buana Hagaziki, you want to shout out anything this week?
I want to shout out Arzuli. Arzuli, thank you for coming back on the panel and not walking away for good. You know, I really like that. I appreciate that, brother. You know what I mean? Thank you for proving that you are the bigger man. And shout out to my brother Oni for holding it down for the whole show and not getting so upset that he wanted to go and leave forever. So shout out to y'all two brothers. And it was a great show, and I can't wait until Thursday to have the greater dialogue of the relationships between men and women. So I'll stop there.
Yes, indeed. Kevin Carre, do you want to shout out something this week?
Peace be all to you. Hopefully you all have a very successful week and a very enriching one. Have a good night.
Thank you for that. Same to you as well. Observing Immigrants on Marcus Garvey is the way. Do you want to shout out something this week?
Yeah, shout out to all the mothers out there holding it down. I'm sorry. Yeah, just, you know, I hope everybody has a great week. You know, I'll be busy homeschooling my kids and, you know, cooking, basically. So,
all right.
Yeah, that's it.
You guys, you sisters, again, make sure to respond to Marcus Garvey is the way, or Observing Immigrants on Discord. Respond to her posts. I think it's good for our women to be in dialogue and share ideas, and, you know, away from the gaze of men and all that kind of stuff too. Sometimes, you know, have your own little thing going on.
Quick question: what happened to the ham radio thing? I have.
Oh, that's still going on. I forgot to follow up something with Bakari. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll follow up with Bakari about it. There's an app that you need to download to study from, and I have some material I downloaded to study from. I can put those up as well, but I'll coordinate it with Bakari as well, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thanks for asking about that, too. That's the kind of reminders I need. Sometimes I forget stuff and get lost in other things. With that said, Tanzan, what do you want to shout out this week with your 12-hour Swahili?
Yeah, that was an unexpected, unintended, just yeah, it was a long stream. And it was in the morning. I woke up in the morning and I was intending to do a sneaky in and out, just go in when there was nobody up and then do the program and leave. But no, it ended up becoming 12 hours. But it was a good conversation, you know. Those Africans, the Gas de Map was there, there was Black Americans, Dangui was there, so it was good. So this week on Tuesday, I'm not sure what the topic is. It's something along, you know, the cult lines. Yeah, so Tuesdays, we're deprogramming the African mind with me, Tanzan. It's going to be around 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern. Yeah.
Okay.
So look forward to that. And then tomorrow is Oni. Monday is our matron. Yeah, every day there's something.
Did I get a Zuli in this? Or Zuli, is there something you want to shout out?
Nah, I wanted to say the thing that you put about the video. What do you mean that are you gonna do an online on air show, or are you doing something separate? I don't understand it. How you doing it?
I'm gonna do like I told Buana Hagaziki. I'm gonna do it similar to how we do Shoot the Breeze. It won't be a live stream, but the way StreamYard works, the recording software works, I can invite you. You'll join me on StreamYard, and I'll put you up on the panel, and we'll do a record only. If I'm not mistaken, we'll do a record only.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about doing a record only. Okay, and then you're gonna dang it, and then you will put it up.
And then I'll premiere it on YouTube. And after both have premiered, the one with the women, the one with all men after, then we'll go on and do a live stream. After everyone has been able to listen to both sides, we'll do a live stream discussion and discuss our similarities in thought and our differences.
So hold up, you gonna be on the woman show?
I'm gonna moderate, yes. Don't worry.
Man, this man come right out of the book.
Wow. Okay.
Don't worry.
It's not going to be a pillow fight.
Don't worry.
Why don't you get a? Oh no, maybe not. But you can't get a sister to moderate.
You will be envious of me with all those women, so you can laugh all you want. Bobby Wright says, I meant sameness is not equality. I was actually listening to that Dr. Amos Wilson lecture last night. Achieve Mindset in the chat says to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. I think he's in the UK, so he's way behind us. But he says the story is true. Too many people stealing lands and money. He's talking about that story with the black woman in Africa. He wants that link. I will have to post that link in the comments later or something like that. But if you look at the screen, you could find the title of that video and look it up yourself on YouTube.
Real quick, guys, you heard the U.S. is giving back the Benin mask that the British stole?
Oh yeah, I did hear about that actually. Yeah. Did you guys hear about that? The Smithsonian is giving back those Benin masks. Maybe we could talk about it next week.
The real ones or the fake ones that they made?
Is it possible that they make? Yeah, I was about to ask that. I was like, they will counterfeit stuff and give you the fake one. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Yo, they're so smart, boy.
That's twice tonight. Yo, I stand corrected again, man. We need guys like you, man.
No, I'm not. Yo, Curry, I'm not saying they're not, but the way these people are sneaky, I don't even know if they're gonna give you back the real ones.
Hey, do you remember the cartoon Thundercats?
Yeah.
There's an episode where Mum Rock somehow got their book, and he gave like they were tracking the book, and he gave like the sleight of hand and gave the wrong book to the mutants, and they went after the mutants, and he kept the real one. So that's what I thought
about. Yeah.
I think we've learned Europeans can't be trusted.
Absolutely. All right. I want to thank you guys for being on the panel. I want to thank Oni, Kevin Kare 42, Tanzan, Zuliism. Zuliism has been very participant on a lot of the different shows on the network lately too. So that's been cool to see. And I saw Buana Hagaziki on a lot of different shows.
Yo, can I say something? Koku?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to apologize to Jose on behalf of Oni's simping ass. So good night.
I forgot to mention we also don't like BAN, so yeah, I'll just say that right there.
Yeah, so thank you guys for being here. Hit me up on the Discord if you want to talk about anything. I'll be back here next week, but again, we'll be doing those recordings during the week. So you guys will hear from me on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, click the link, join the Discord today. Oh yeah, also there's some projects coming up. Some projects coming to completion. I put the Cash App. I don't usually talk about it. The Cash App is up there. Please support. Help us to, defray some of these costs that's coming up right now on the network. All right. That's it for me. I'll see you guys next week or during the week. I'll probably see most of you tomorrow anyway, during the different shows. You guys be good. I'll see you later. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.